use your other hand, your left hand, and you grab it towards the bottom. And when you do a power stroke, you're literally using your right hand as a lever. And as you pull back with your left hand and push with your right, you increase the amount of fucking damage you can do by like 900%.
Greetings and very public spanking off. And with that intro out of context, we are here to look at Anarchy.
Well, we were talking about MatPat because I don't like MatPat, and I was explaining why people.
Matt, stop. It was better out of context having the show start with with Jason talking about tugging things with his left hand.
That's right.
Just leave that alone.
And then you unload.
One last point, though, real quickly, and this is what really MatPat didn't even take into account that Japan historically doesn't have iron resources.
Anyway, welcome to the show.
Hi.
With us this week,
Jason.
Can
I do a very public spanking of theory one day, please?
My usual co-host.
Hi, everybody. Konnichiwa. I'm going to make up some Japanese words because we're talking about Japanese stuff. Right, Matt?
Yeah.
And of course, something napalm.
Awesome power.
Yeah. MatPat's stupid. His video, he's a liar and a moron. His last video wasn't even a fucking film theory. It was Spider-Man would die if he was a real life character.
Your brain is like a pit bull. Once its jaws lock, it can't let go.
No, it can't. Well, MatPat is the reason why God doesn't talk to us anymore.
Okay. Anyway, we're looking at Anarchy, sponsored by.
You didn't even introduce him, did you?
I did. I tried.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I did say something napalm, and then he went, MatPat.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I was just thinking about how it's people like MatPat who killed Jesus that got the engineers mad at us.
Yeah.
Now they're going to beat
MatPat is the greatest monster known because he has dumb ideas.
Yes. He is.
About video games.
If there was a child molester and MatPat tied to two separate railroad tracks, I would save the child molester. Even if you told me I don't have to save either one of them, I would just save the child molester out of spite for MatPat.
Anyway, Scarce will be with us a little bit later than normal.
I wonder how he feels about the double jump.
Okay, we're going to go straight into the videos to try and stop Matt.
There's no way. This is all he's going to talk about.
This is called an anarchist revolution.
Oh, okay.
In my previous videos, I've talked about why.
And how about in this video, you crawl out of the anthill that you're recording this in? Jesus.
No, that's the thing. It's really clear, this video, audibly. I don't know why it's doing that.
Not on our end.
An anarchist society.
What the fuck is going on? I had audio issues with my laptop, now I've got them in the bloody machine. Okay.
Yeah.
In my previous videos, I've talked.
What the fuck is going on?
I chased the gremlins from one computer to the next.
Okay, let's try this again.
They're not gremlins, they're the Mac next
going back, Angus is the newest film.
In my previous video,
basically like Spider-Man would kill himself.
They're like, all right, let's feck with this glowy box.
Right, let's try this again. What the fuck is going on? Because it is not like this when you play it. Okay, hold on. Let's see if it's anything in the settings. Shouldn't be.
Hello, settings.
But yeah, MatPat's like, Spider-Man would kill himself by swinging from his webs because of the G-force. It's like, Iron Man flew into space unprotected in the first Avenger movie, MatPat. Like, this is a fucked up bullshit universe.
In my previous video,
logic does not apply in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Okay, I have no idea what the fuck's going on there then, if it's doing that.
Alright, next video.
That's fucked up.
It's one of the worst here.
It's all doing it.
Don't necessarily delete this.
Damn it.
It's something on your end, my friend.
Yes, it is. I need to find out what.
Well, we'll content ourselves by arguing about how. Why are you getting so upset about this? There are 9 million YouTubers who argue this way about stuff.
In my previous videos, I've talked about why.
Nope, that's not fixing
I know, but like,
a little bit.
It is. It's a little better, I'd say, Angus.
It's big annoying.
But like, basically, Jason, it's because I watch a lot of nerd stuff on YouTube.
Yeah.
Matt Pat's fucking stupid shit constantly gets recommended to me. So every time he does a new video, even though I'm not subscribed to his shit, I see him. I'm like, every time. Where he's like, Ernest Hemingway is Deadpool.
I'm sorry. Did they just reach into a tank and pull out, okay, let's see. One tank has...
It really feels like that, Jason. It really feels like that at times. Like, I'm high. I've come up with some crackpot fucking theories as a high person. I've never done it.
I did a whole video about how a lot of these theories are just stupid nonsense. And
honestly, a lot of the theories you come up with for AJ...
Videos, I've talked about why.
A lot of the theories you come up with for AJ on Opinion Bill are better than Matt Pat's.
Yes. There we go. Alright, did it.
Hey, we're doing a show now.
Woo! So anyway, seeing as we're getting to that point,
in my previous video,
you might want to re-click me, guys.
I did.
Cool. And in a second, I'm about to say I did.
Also, me and Angus were talking about this before you came into the room and before the show started, Jason.
Yeah.
Isn't it kind of weird that anarchism and communism came out of Marx's beliefs before Marxism came out?
No.
And Angus was like, you know what? It's probably like people being like, wow, the anarchists and communists really fucked it up because people finally actually read Marx's book. And we're like, oh shit, everybody fucked this up.
So this is an anarchist revolution.
In my previous videos, I've talked about why we would want to create an anarchist society, and also a little bit on what we want instead of capitalism. But I have yet to talk about the means of achieving an anarchist society. This is important.
I won't give this guy credit.
Doesn't that look great?
What rights do we currently have? What can the government do to stop us? Are people in my town generally poor, or am I living in a country where people...
They can lock you up.
Is my government extremely...
Oh god, they're still in the barricade! How will the government function?
These are all very important things to ask yourself.
Here's the thing, even if we got rid of the state, all that means is that we'd have no authority to regulate medicine.
Society we wish on the
anything like that.
Of the old.
Criminals would come in and take over.
According to our
Oakland!
This can be
done. I worked there when this happened.
Some alternatives. we must build a counterpower.
That's quite loud now.
I think it depends on like the size.
The best way to do this
like,
is direct.
If you have a small enough area,
solve the problems that are in society right now.
But if you cast too big of a net, like, you're gonna catch too many scumbags, you know?
Educate both yourself and those around you. Read Bakunin, read Kropotkin.
This is so rebellion here.
Marx and others.
Why is it getting loud again?
Read about...
I don't know.
China, revolutionary Catalonia.
There we go.
You know why it's getting loud, Angus? Because this guy's not good at volume.
The Zapatista uprising, etc. Borrow your books to...
Yeah, boy, that looks great. Don't you want to break yourself off a piece of some of that?
A little bit. I'll be honest, Jason.
Agitate, smash society. Let's put up posters. That'll teach the man.
Organize.
It's going to be fun if we can vacation to Anarchy Island and just go there, smash a window, and then leave.
Occupy your own fucking house from your landlord.
Like Pleasure Island and Pinocchio?
Yes, organize do that. Like the guy who tried to do Fire Festival. Like somebody should do that. Like buy up like the Dominican Republic and turn it into a giant
revolution.
but they are
A
creating
giant commune for anarchy and see how it fucks
the
up.
opposite force to the state.
Yeah.
The alternative.
Because someone will take over.
I've always said it. If I was like,
Eventually, someone takes over.
Yeah.
Is
That is how we.
I've always
That's
said
our
it.
species. I don't know how to break it to people, but that's just what we do.
We are societal.
I don't know if
The
you know this.
species are societal. So someone will take over.
The best case for anarchism was Iceland in like the Middle Ages, because like at one point, I forget what happened. They either killed their king or they ran him off. A couple of decades, like nobody was ruling Iceland, but like nobody kind of gave a fuck because it's Iceland. Like those people are like really fucking nice and chilled and shit.
So this is anarchists committed to fixing Portland's potholes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand this. A bunch of anarchists got together, made a plan, pooled resources, assigned duties, and then went out and they are going to systematically fix potholes, fighting the authority, right?
Right.
For you.
This is one of the worst years we've had for potholes, without a doubt.
Yeah, drive around the city of Portland and you know potholes are a problem. This is 6 News.
They're a problem wherever you go.
That's because our infrastructure is falling apart. It's nice that you and your dad have a news show together.
To fast track repairs, but one group taking matters into their own hands. Our Andrew Dimbert live with that story. Andrew?
Well, I mean, everybody killed each other left and right in the Dark Ages. You didn't have fucking, you couldn't read a book, you couldn't look at porn, you couldn't watch, kill a fucker. That's what you did for fun back then.
Look at this. This is so fighting the state. They are fixing the roads that are controlled by the state. Yeah, anarchy.
This is one of the worst years we've had for potholes.
We heard that already.
Winter. The city of Portland.
Wear and tear and winter will affect roads. It will destroy asphalt.
Frustration. We share that frustration.
The Bureau of Transportation launched the Patchathon initiative late last month.
Patchathon.
To fill the seemingly endless amount of potholes.
Patchathon is the way we're attacking potholes. We're more than
by giving it a name and then not doing anything.
Repair.
Wait, is this guy the anarchist?
No.
I don't know.
It's been a struggle for us, though.
If it's an anarchist group that gave itself a cute name called Patchathon,
presenting another challenge for road crews,
and the water undermines that.
Or is he the road crew, and then they're going to interview the anarchists?
Weeks or months, if you do it in the rain.
Peabot is urging Portlanders to be
Peabot.
What is Peabot? Hello, I am Peabot.
During protests,
Peabot right there.
Moving smoothly again.
You know,
They don't know what they're doing.
Facebook, you can see.
They
I
just
make
putting
fun of them, but
compost into the fucking thing.
You shouldn't try to fix a pothole on a city maintained
we have
street.
VDOT.
It's unsafe for you. It could result
Virginia
in
Department of Transportation.
Public and bring liability to you personally if someone were to get hurt.
Yeah, these people don't know what they're doing with potholes. They just think putting
If you
in.
see a pothole in your neighborhood, the best way to report it
is shoot it with handgun. Welcome to America.
Select report type, scroll down to potholes.
Build a giant wall around it.
After that, just
make the Mexicans pay.
Then click send, and Peabot will do its best to send somebody out to fix it.
Despite the rain, Peabot is making progress. The green dots here represent all
Peabot.
the potholes the Bureau has already fixed.
Peabot is only one urinating robot. There is only so many times they can go out and fix potholes.
And Peabot
Please stop criticizing Peabot.
Jennifer Jeff, maintenance is the key to preventing potholes. The city says it hopes to add to the 100 miles of routine maintenance it already does.
You need to grind up the road and then relay it.
And the other problem, cars are swerving to avoid.
I like how Ansel is like, I just got a text from the county sheriff, and then the next thing is like, I'm nowhere near the evacuation zone. What the fuck is happening, Ansel? Is there a zombie invasion or something?
What? A free society based on consent? What do we have
God
now?
Damn it, Richmond, Virginia. Fuck.
Anarchy is order. Government is chaos.
I'm sorry. What?
First question, crazy.
Anarchy
is ordered.
Government is chaos.
I see.
And isn't he a skeezy
Also in the
fuck?
news, blue is red and red is blue. Stay tuned for how we feel about the down and up.
Probably.
All right.
Like it would be not like to slap her.
All right, so it'd be violence would be defined as placing a person in an involuntary position.
He looks like a skeezy motherfucker.
By rape, murder, theft, and assault.
Oh no.
Right.
Okay.
He looks like kind of like Joaquin Phoenix
in the Master. Boxing's consensual, right? Let's agree to the rules. No ear biting, Mike Tyson, nothing below the waist.
Okay, I've taken that
the
one.
box, right? That's consensual.
Yeah.
All right. So the second question would be, with the exception of self-defense of yourself and others, would you consider it then wrong and immoral to initiate that force? All right, and then the last question would be, would you also consider it wrong and immoral?
So leading questions. He is doing leading questions for these guys.
Yeah.
Girls, even.
Yeah, of course. No, I was thinking. I just.
What do you want? He's the Ray Comfort of Anarchy.
All right, so this is basically the you have a plurality of non-violent solutions you apply and use to solve your problems. Right, you have this personal moral integrity against that.
How much trim do you think this guy gets in the anarchist community?
The only way we can affect any
Why do you think he's still hanging around college girls?
Anarchy, man. I swear it's
I will
bad.
say this. I'm proud of him. He's probably more along the lines of the right-wing anarchist.
Ideas and opinions, then.
I have a feeling he's like, women are like, want to be raped. It's instinctual. It's in the reptile brain.
Right? If I were to smoke a plant, I'd be kidnapped, arrested, thrown to a cage, a prison. And was any point of refuse to resist?
Prison isn't kidnap.
And tried to escape or run away, I'd be making more violence.
No, but you have to understand, if you commit a crime and the government gets you, then it's kidnapping.
No point. They say, you want to help the poor, right? But I don't want to fund war, right? You have no freedom of economic choice. You still have to give government your property. You still have to give up your money. You still have to.
Oh dear, white girl's falling for it.
Because if you did have a freedom of economic choice and how best to spend your own money, how best to allocate your own.
That white girl is thinking, I'm going to jump your bones.
You know, I have a feeling tonight we're gonna. This night's gonna be phrased and defined tonight. It would be the worst thing to do to an idea is defend it poorly.
This is us three already.
Isn't that every episode of this show?
It is, but more so with the political episodes.
Yeah, I don't think your black girl's falling for it. Look how bored she looks. But Whitey there is like, I want to fuck.
I will say there are legitimately some political ideologies which are complete shit.
Yeah,
You
like,
can't
you
get
can do whatever
anything
you want with
from
your rights,
them.
as long as they don't affect mine.
Right.
And
Like fucking, for example, fascism.
with like everything you just.
Political dead end.
The government, they'll say that's not your house because you owe us property taxes.
Honest, I'm willing to hear out the anarchists.
That's not your body.
Okay, man, let's have a rap. Let's have a dialogue.
For example, right? Or if you want to use any kind of chemical on your own body or intestine, right?
Right. She's
society, so that's for
the black girl definitely just wants to get the fuck out of there. She's bored shit.
You have thousands.
Like Angus said, this guy's just asking a bunch of leading fucking questions. He's being disingenuous.
Yeah, that's how they do it.
Not, that's not. But in all these societies, though, there's real respect.
That's how it was done to him.
There's real respect for property, right? That's your clothes. That is your camera, right? That is your house. That's
And
your
she's falling for it.
Right? So there will never be any cohesive interactions, right?
The white lady, yeah.
There's no contractual relationship.
She's
Look at
falling
that
for
head
it.
tilt.
Right.
She's like, I want some of this. I want this anarchist tube steak inside of my meat tunnel.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a while. About this one.
I consent to the consequences, right? And my responsibilities that are outlined, right?
Right, because, you know,
in a market, though,
violating the law equals consent. You know, you have to consent to being punished for it, right?
Right.
That's how that works.
So you know what? I don't like.
I don't give consent to being locked up. Well, tough titties.
Yeah, I forget the name of the library. It's something James. It's the library on the college campus of the.
It looks like James Branch.
University of Yeah, it's something like that. Because Yab was like, does that say James Bond library? And yeah, it does kind of look like James Bond from this angle.
This is why FedEx, UPS, DHL can only deliver.
What is he
I
talking
think I
about
went to that
now?
library once when I was a little kid. It's a really cool library.
I mean, so that's why, like, when you see like the post office boxes, UPS, they take care of the private property, right? FedEx, look at the UPS box. You know, I mean, USPS is like rusted.
How much do you think it would blow his mind to know that his mailbox at the end of his house?
He still
doesn't belong to him?
seems to think that the United States Post Office is a government-run agency. It hasn't been for a really long time. It's been a private agency for a really goddamn long time.
That's another thing. Does he think that anarchy will work with free market capitalism?
A different direction.
Right,
I guess
yeah.
I'm just trying to see how you connect like violence and immorality.
I mean, does anyone want to tell him that his postbox is federally owned?
Interest in like history and whatnot.
But it's not.
It is.
It's protected, but the United States Post Office has been a private organization for a really long time. For a very long time, in fact.
Can change one's morality.
So when people like want to point to the post office as the reason why the government doesn't work, they need to point somewhere else because they're.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a very good question, which is why, like, I don't
Because
say
it's been a privately held
right off the bat
business.
and say, this is moral,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
immoral,
yeah.
right? I actually what you consider, right?
I mean,
In your day-to-day lives, and
he's going for some multicolored action tonight.
the majority of people.
He's going for anything.
Initiated is wrong, and to force your opinions using threats of force is wrong too, right?
Yeah.
So that's, I guess.
Unfortunately, I think
So
he's
what
going
we want to do is we want to use the threat of force to force our own opinions on people. See, that's how that works.
Finding that it's wrong and immoral to initiate force. It's wrong and immoral to violently force ideas.
I was right. It is James Branch.
Right? And these are all the same areas in which government is founded on.
Okay, this dude is
right, using violence to get their way.
Yeah.
So that's where the
Interested.
connection is, right?
I get that.
Right. So like in the because the thing is, government has done a good job hiding that violence from us, right? They use different language. They'll say it's wrong for you to steal, but we'll call it taxes, right? They'll say they'll say it's wrong for you to murder, but we'll call it organized war. Right?
Okay.
When
Here's the deal. We kind of vote on that stuff.
Right? We're involving families and weddings overseas.
It's we choose the people that to represent.
You know, I gotta
And
say,
if we as a group don't like the thing anymore, technically we vote to get rid of it.
yeah. Also, yeah, Monster. Like, I mean, that's every group. Like, every group has their subdivision. So yeah, there are the anarchists who are like, violence is never good, ever, ever. Even if you defend yourself.
But
you should never stoop to that level. And yeah, I agree with Renee Folder on this shit. Also, it doesn't surprise me that there's like a group of fucking anarchists in fucking Richmond, because Richmond does have a lot of government fucking gaff and corruption. It's a large city in the fucking South. That's what fucking happens.
There's anarchists at almost every university because there's always students that think they taking classes.
Well, let's be honest. This guy, he might not be in university anymore. Let's be honest.
Couldn't say. I mean, I'm in university, so you know, age doesn't matter.
Scarce. I know you just came in here. Please, for the love of Christ, stay older.
What?
Anarchy.
This guy is boring. I'm just talking about Richmond now.
Virginia?
Richmond might have, yeah, because this is from the Richmond anarchist group or whatever.
I thought we were doing real sex dolls.
No, we couldn't find enough stuff.
Yeah,
Same folder. He threw the sex doll shit in the folder. Let's do that. Come on.
It's called Liberate RBA. Liberate us from tyranny, right?
Yeah, the install stuff I couldn't get like 4 hours worth of the material that I was aiming for. So
Republican or the Libertarian Party.
finally, I can get 4 hours of sex dolls being made. That's not what I'm looking for.
Tax slaves as you were, right? Like
I'm sorry. 6 hours of what?
I can get loads of hours of sex dolls being made on YouTube.
Right.
All right.
The idea that babies can get consent. Come on now.
Like a DIY?
Yeah. That as well. Yeah.
I don't even want to know what a DIY sex doll looks like.
Also, real life.
I picture it's a series of inner tubes with a mannequin head. I don't even.
It's kind of what that is, actually.
So yeah, Folder. Guys, come on.
Nothing about violence or anything. Just removing your.
I'm tired of listening to non-lispy Joaquin Phoenix here.
Joaquin has a lisp? I never noticed that.
Yeah, he has
because he had that cleft palate. He had a cleft palate when he was born. So he had the surgery, and it gives him a little bit of a lisp.
Like a politician can dictate that to you.
It's not like a super noticeable lisp, but like
doesn't mean without rules.
The movie I think it's most noticeable in is the Johnny Cash movie because he's trying to do a Johnny Cash impersonation.
Oh, I think he's losing the interest in White Chick.
Okay.
Starting to show body language that she is now bored of him.
So yeah,
Also, I guess a little bit of his list comes out in her too because he's kind of playing like a nebbish, nerdy guy.
Show me the contract. I've never seen it. I've never signed it. Right?
So
but it's a theory.
I'm gonna say folder just because I don't want to see this guy like chat at two girls who are held hostage.
Thank you. You're my angle.
I don't want to do with you, Netflix. Like
I'm your angle.
Yeah, and Jason is my demon.
In the spirit of anarchy, I'm not gonna say folder.
Come on, Jason. Like, Angus took out fucking the Great Satan at large because apparently we can't watch that anymore.
It's got child porn in it.
Does it though? Does it?
Very good. Very good.
From all I've seen written about it, yes.
That could be just haters.
Over 100 members now, a lot of families, children.
You are actively trying to not only get this channel taken down, but to have us thrown in fucking jail.
Yeah.
Look, if it is child
Especially me, because I have it on my PC, or had it.
I'm just saying we should do our due diligence and do research. Even if child porn.
How are we going to do research? By watching it? That's illegal for me to even know it exists.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait, it's illegal for you to know that it exists.
No, it's illegal for me to have
Good luck.
It's illegal for me to have it on my computer.
Jason, what do I have
2
to
seconds is also illegal.
What do I have to do to get you to say folder?
Well, thank you so much for.
I need a promise that next week we play D&D.
That is up to our DM.
Then start working on him.
Oh wait, never mind. Wait, what's that?
I'm mad that he paid money for this.
Such an anarchist.
Oh God, he
Donate
is an
Bitcoin.
anarcho-capitalist. Fucking all that shit.
This is just one long intro. Outro even.
Ooh.
Yeah, it is.
So yesterday I made a pair of earrings and they're dangly and delicious.
Hey,
Nice.
Liberty Fest.
This is calling for anti-statist, anti-authoritarian radical alliances.
So Antifa, basically, this thing.
No, anti-statist. So fringe elements, basically.
So
A really
Antifa.
good friend of mine.
Antifa isn't fringe elements.
One of
Fringe
my
elements
favorite
is a fascist.
people on this planet. Definitely one of my favorite activists. And more importantly, someone who I consider my own personal shaman in what he has done
sir?
bringing a certain kind of spirituality and consciousness into his activism. Derek Bros, along with John Vibes, are the co-authors of The Conscious Resistance, Reflections on Anarchy and Spirituality. Highly recommend you check this out.
They're not mutually exclusive. I'm confused why you act like this is a revelation.
Derek and I have been, we've never actually been arrested together, but how many times have we almost been arrested together?
Oh God, we've almost
We have
arrested.
some great YouTube videos that we've done,
So
and
good.
for people who understand what I do in my
It's a great
activism
way to
and civil
start a talk.
disobedience,
When were we
there
almost
is a
arrested?
certain skill
Oh
set
yeah.
that you have
Good
to
times.
hone about talking to cops, about understanding the legal situation, about maybe martial arts, so you know how to fall properly when you get slammed down on the ground.
You know, every
Sure,
time
that's why you want to learn martial arts.
There's really only a handful, maybe, of activists in the entire world that I can say have the kind of skill set that Derek Bros has and that he brings.
It's a very
to his
particular
activism.
skill set.
And
He will find you, and he will use
Wait,
it
is this
to turn
guy?
you into anarchy.
Incredibly powerful,
The
and
guy's named Derek
see how he
Bros.
combines him and brings them
I don't
together.
know.
The ability to
That is
confront
hilarious.
authority in person when there is an
But
immediate
notice that
threat to
that
their
it's
health and
the
well-being,
conscious
and
resistance
the ability to
live.
bring spirituality and a deeper
And they've
consciousness to
put
an
the-
understanding of freedom.
They put it on twice.
Just an
They
incredible
put the
guy.
logo
What he's
over
talking
each
about
other.
today,
What is this
about
guy even
alliances
fucking
and
saying?
bringing radicals of
He was
different
almost
positions
arrested,
together is such
I
an
guess.
important one
He's
for our
just
movement.
talking about some dude that he really likes.
Yeah, he's basically wanking it for this dude right now.
He's been active in and out of the
You know,
labor
it's
movement
that
since
kind of video,
2010,
guys.
helped launch
It's a
UCP
presentation
activist
video
community.
where
Am I
we
going too long with this
film
introduction?
someone
Is it
talking.
the side of the stage
Do you
going?
think He's gonna
making,
go home
noises.
and write in his journal. Like, I could have told Derek today how I felt, but I didn't. I'm
So anyway,
such
I'll
a
wrap this
coward.
up real quick, but I want
They're coming around a lot.
to
Are they doing a police academy moment and there's like a hooker in the lectern?
Since that time, Bros has become a prominent freelance journalist writing for Ben Swan's Truth in Media, the Anti-Media, and Mint Press News.
That's not a journalism gig.
He looks like a guy I brought
particular brand of libertarianism combines the principles of anarchism and a sense of spirituality and self-love.
Oh no!
To be fair, I didn't buy the doxy for myself. I don't.
Please mix anarchy and spiritualism. That'd be so hilarious.
Yeah, I think I couldn't have asked for a better introduction.
Does he have
a fucking mullet?
I think it's 15 minutes.
You gotta take him seriously. He's got long hair.
He's got a mullet.
He's got a mullet.
No, it's not a mullet. It's literally dreads. He's got dreads.
What I want to talk about, as Adam
He
just
dreaded
said,
up the bottom part of his
is
hair.
alliances. So this is going to be a very extremely brief history of
Don't ruin this for us.
is, and the word
Because
itself.
he's also got a mohawk if you go by the top.
People involved in this movement think they know what that means, but they can
A
find
mullet.
the right in working with Republicans or
A
conservatives.
full hawk, a mullet, and like he's trying to look like fucking alloy from the back. Like,
beyond both left and
Is he,
right.
I wonder if he's got like a little rat tail extension on the bottom of one of them.
50 years ago this
That's what
year,
it looks like over the shoulder.
he looks like Kevin Costner in Waterworld.
attempted to build alliances and coalitions between left and right. And that's what I want to focus on, and I'm going to highlight two people that were important to that. Those attempts at building left-right coalitions, and the final point, and if you hear nothing else today, just remember this: drop your ego, because none of these
Drop your
alliances,
ego,
none
man.
of us being able
That's
to
why I'm up here on
to
stage.
effectively actually take down the state, or even just live more free lives in our own way.
Why is there a bar of soap on the
being
lectern?
less dogmatic and filled with our own ego and thinking that we have all the answers. No, even if you
Like,
believe
seriously,
that
why is there a
anarcho-capitalism
bar of
is
soap
or
on the
libertarianism,
lectern?
you don't have all the answers.
Why one there? So they can clean up.
There are two kids in my school, Hezekiah and
the term
Jake.
libertarian was actually used originally by
They had like a contest they set up in kindergarten to see who would keep their rat tails the longest. It literally lasted until fucking middle school.
Talking about stealing.
Boy, I wish I grew up in your state, man.
No, you don't.
I bet they still sing songs about that epic contest.
He's going real.
Not even joking.
And brought it to the right. And
He's
a lot of the left
freestyling.
say,
Proper
"See, these
anarchy."
American libertarian Rothbardians are just trying to co-opt or homestead on anarchism and blah blah. And so basically, there's a lot of division and bullshit between
this guy is
caps, whatever, blah blah.
This is the perfect time to work on my YouTube intro slate.
Working together. As I said, the term libertarianism, it came from anarchists. It was used even by Benjamin Tucker, who many of you, I'm sure, are aware of, American individualist anarchist.
No idea who you're talking about.
In the 1800s, he used it, but he considered himself to be a libertarian socialist. So we've adopted this individualist strain of anarchism and libertarianism, but then we've changed the economics. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. They believed in the labor theory.
So glad I bought beer today.
Subjective theory. So there are slight differences, but I think it is important
I
to
literally
know that
have a bag of
libertarianism is
There's a
specific
full bag
anti-authoritarianism.
right next to me. I don't have enough weed for this shit.
About the individual holding true to that. It has nothing to do with your economic school. It has nothing to do with the non-aggression principle, although I think it goes
Apparently,
well.
libertarian socialism and anarchism and all the words that are bust.
Right. Again, I don't really like to bind these terms, but I know a lot of you seem to feel more aligned with the Tea Party or the Republicans or whatever because of Ron Paul. But I don't see myself on that side. I don't see myself on the left either. I see my history and my ancestry of following and creating these ideas of the conscious
his ancestry?
Self-aware anarchism.
Don't forget
his ancestry?
He's an ancestry that you're co-opting.
He's an anarchist. And even
He's
before
an,
him,
remember,
he's
an anarchist spiritualist.
Well, he's an anarchist shaman, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
is he a white guy who's co-opting Native American shit?
Yeah.
I don't care. Folder. I don't know. This is an hour of this.
Folder.
Okay.
Now.
This is once again another topic where we just hear douchebag after douchebag pontificate for hours about jack shit.
Please, please, final deletion. I've been asking for it for months. Please.
What is it with you and What is fine? I don't want to know. I really don't. Because the last time we asked about something, we got Great Satan or some shit. Like
No. You guys will legitimately love this. There's no chance of child pornography, and there's no rape.
Oh, you mean like the anime that you showed? There was nothing but rape.
Yeah.
Well, people ask for sex dolls.
Oh boy, what are we doing
in a live stream? What the hell?
Drunk
what is going on?
Sex doll in a live stream.
Oh, could you not be a stereotype, please?
Don't worry, I vetted. There's no actual penis.
Oh, great!
That makes it better.
Of course, there's no penis.
Do we know how? Do we know how old this guy is? He looks like one of the twins from Nothing But Trouble.
Hello, Jason. Fat don't crack.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
That's literally why we have stretch marks.
Whoa.
He looks.
Is he a Star Wars alien?
Here's my problem.
Is he gonna take off his disguise soon? No.
Is he wait, is he a Slitheen?
Yeah, he's a Slitheen. Oh my god.
He's just gonna oh no, man.
Did he just cough twice?
No, that was me. I'm about to throw up.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh god. I can't look. I legitimately cannot look at the screen.
You look at this mess.
Why is there music?
Look at it. Look at it.
This is too awful even for me.
Oh my god, he's dancing.
If anybody wanted to know what happens in the Brett Keane household on anniversary night.
So here's my problem with people who use real sex dolls, right? I can't be mad at them really because they are.
That's not you. Okay.
Because
are these the comments on the stream?
Because they are fundamentally broken people who cannot deal with real life.
You know what makes me sad is that this guy has more people than we'll ever have in a stream.
Wait, hold up. Is he listening to Faded?
I'm gonna go throw up and then I'm gonna go kill myself. Because I'm like, this guy's.
No.
I'm so glad. I am so glad I don't have your browser history, Angus.
Right.
This guy is somehow simultaneously better and worse than us. I don't know how.
What is he?
I think he's making the not. Because that's just a blow-up doll. It doesn't have any of the prerequisite holes that it would need for...
You know why I started throwing up? It's because Scarce mentioned Sylvine, and I just started thinking about how this guy actually probably smells in real life. Sylvine is probably not far off. I'm willing to bet you this guy has a real sour milk history.
Nope.
Okay, for this video alone, YouTube needs to be shut down.
Yeah.
No.
And yeah, you know what? I'm with Micro now. I'm never interested. I don't want to ever have sex again. I don't want to masturbate again.
Because you'll see this
done with
in your
it.
head.
Yeah. Yeah.
This has pretty much cured me of my desire for bears or chubby men. So it's all skinny people from now on, and we're all children of God.
No, you know what? You need to take that back, because you know what saves a bear? Hair. The problem is this guy is as bald as a baby, and he doesn't.
Real talk. Who would win in a goiter fight? This guy or George Lucas?
I don't see a goiter yet. Yeah, I want Heath Squatch to come in and hit him.
Why?
That is the
retarded or foreign?
What is he?
He's foreign. This is from another country. This is from another country.
Oh my god.
Okay, so he's foreign and not retarded.
Hey, it's just like one of his victims slowly bleeding to death. It was a POV cam.
Exactly.
There you go.
Like a new game on this. Is that going to be a new game on this show? Retarded or foreign?
Considering
Again,
that
I
some of
legitimately
this shit
couldn't
is
tell
your
with him. I was
doing-
like,
Hold up. Considering that some of this shit is you're doing, you really don't want to.
I will defend myself here, Scarce. I did not give Angus the idea to put that in the fucking folder.
No, that was Renee. But
yeah, blame that on her.
Is center of gravity.
I gave Angus a bunch of rape anime.
Oh, that doesn't make it better.
It's not rape anime per se, but it's it's anime from the 90s. It's got the problem a lot of beat action movies from the 80s.
I don't care. Is it too soon to call folder?
Yeah.
From freedictionary.com.
Apparently, folder has a cooldown now.
No, I don't.
What is the cooldown,
I don't
Angus?
want to watch this.
If we're gonna have a cooldown now, you have to actually explain that. Is the cooldown an actual video length, or is it just a set amount of time?
Prescriptions
Like
contrast
It's whenever I decide it's not been too soon.
normative economics. 3 of
it's just arbitrary.
You asked for a fringe element.
So from this,
Then what I say, guys, is that we
Oh,
have
God,
to. We need to cool down too. We need to just stop talking so we can watch the boring video, which is not much more than a boring nerd talking over text.
It's fringe elements talking over text.
You know, fringe
No,
element.
it's not.
You know,
Yeah.
fringe element
normativity of a claim, they're
It
speaking
is.
about wanting,
is a prostitute
like you
at
said,
a truck
there
stop.
should be
True story.
people
Who else would go over definitions while trying to make a claim, their own claim?
Fringe,
not debating
Fringe
something.
Elements has talked about in the past how he goes to truck stops and
There is
prostitutes.
a ball that is not.
He actually also got Casey Dillon to
They are
doing that when they
stating
became
that we all
friends.
want
Also, he got
things,
Casey
and the
Dillon the
word
meth.
doesn't give what you
I'm not
want.
making any of this shit up, by the way. These are real, true
Furthermore,
facts about Fringe Element.
Does not imply morality. Normativity
This is
does
a
not
literal.
equal
Oh my god! I can finally
One
use
can be a
it.
moral nihilist.
It's a lot lizard.
Express their value.
Wait, so fringe elements is known as the alternative hypothesis?
You don't need ethics.
Yeah.
This is how fringe elements made his case.
I'm not going.
He
to
would
be
argue
free for a month.
definitions.
I would reply,
Oh.
but you may
Because
not.
that's all he could do, because he
But
could
I
read
would
a
appeal to
dictionary.
their value of living. If the
Fringe
person then
Element
said, "Well, I want to die. That's why."
is a lot lizard.
Remember,
and
there was a
also-
period of time where that's all anyone did was argue over dictionary definitions.
It's something that
Yeah,
Bionic Man
Bionic
still
Man
does.
built a whole channel out of it.
values. Similarly, when arguing against the state, I can appeal to the values another person may have. I make the argument that taxation is
The gun?
Is that a gun or is it just a wad of tinfoil?
I don't know.
It is a very odd looking gun. Held at a
And
weird
also,
angle.
that gun is at a weird angle, and the money appears to be on top of a table.
You don't need morality to appeal to values. What is more is that, quite frankly, moral arguments don't work.
I will be right
If
back.
any status who's not a dumbass
Also,
responds
a thing you have to remember about Fringe Elements is he's not an anarchist anymore.
Well, by
He's
having universal
fascist
health care,
because
can
he
say
realized
lies.
in a bout of
And I'm fine with
lucidity
having a few
that
people held at gunpoint.
wasn't actually an
if they were to
anarchist.
do
He was a
so.
fascist, like everybody
do it.
fucking told him.
It's the moral thing to do. And so, if morality is consequentialist, which virtually all morality is,
Consequentialist?
end up having to argue the
That's why I
Morality
wanted
is subjective to what
Fringe-
society
morality is
decrees
not
it to
morality,
be.
It's the economics that are.
That's
going
why I
to
wanted some Fringe Element videos in here because it's like Fringe Element shows like how close awful anarchism can be to awful fascism.
Francois Tremblay, Anarcho Jesse.
Fringe Elements is just like I just want fascism on a smaller scale.
The only way the ought can consistently be enforced is by force. If the moral
Like when you boil down all of Fringe Element's beliefs, that's what it all comes down to. He wants small-scale fascism.
That heavy moralists tend to fall back to statism should be no surprise.
He never learned, even after Skep ripped him apart for like 2.5
person
hours.
has a certain set of values. They value wealth.
How old is this
I'm
video?
cooled. I'm cooled down now.
And all that stuff.
I'm pretty cooled down.
They also value. They are.
Wait, Jason, you gotta play.
If they value the state, they may find themselves.
By the way,
direct
I'm gonna say
in an
folder.
impossible mission and then snap
This is a
on
boring Fringe
civilians,
video.
and then
This is boring.
They were all boring.
They themselves.
Yeah,
by their
thanks
own
for picking the
individualistic
topic. They're all fucking
values,
boring.
Did not want to go
Look,
to Iraq.
sometimes Fringe would make videos while he was high on meth. Those were fun ones.
Yeah, it's great. I miss the old YouTube.
Imposed itself among this person's other values. Of course, the threat of force is used at the margins, but the state is sustained primarily by belief, as the mere existence of successful revolutions will attest. Morality works the same way. Someone may want to.
What is Fringe's YouTube name now, anyway? Because I know it's not longer. Not Fringe Elements anymore.
Using force to defend their property.
It's something dumb. Not really.
I think it's alternative hypothesis. That's what my research pulled out.
Yeah.
What is it now?
Alternative hypothesis.
I believe in morality. Same goes with God. Nietzsche called this the center of gravity.
Oh, Nietzsche. You knew Nietzsche was coming into it at some point.
Down on the bridge right below Nietzsche is the scream.
No, I can't.
Why I don't find theists to be any dumber than extreme moralizers, extreme secular
Nietzsche
moralizers.
had to come into it at some
Extreme
point.
secular moralizers.
In fact, I think that's what the scream is screaming at. It's Nietzsche.
Why is Nietzsche's brain bulging out of the top of his skull like that?
Oh, that's Nietzsche if he was a Klingon.
Morality.
That's Nietzsche knowing that Gene Roddenberry was going to use his values to make a shitty sci-fi show.
I'm going to fucking kill you.
Yeah, that's
you fuck.
Yeah, no, that's Nietzsche being like, I'm just really sad.
I wasn't talking about Star Trek.
Were you talking about Andromeda?
I forgot that.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
forgot about that, Jason. One good thing about the Fringe Element videos.
What?
10 minutes long, because like he made videos before like the 15-minute thing.
Well, there's only so long you can go without doing drugs.
Charles Johnson on left-wing market Charles Johnson on left-wing market anarchism.
We should do like a very public spanking of like Nietzsche, but it's all the people who misunderstand.
You mean everybody?
I'm not a particular fan of Nietzsche's philosophy because he was like the first in like better philosophy.
We're apparently
but like I really do. I've always said it. If there is one philosopher I can go back in time and give a hug and tell them I'm so sorry for all the people who are going to fuck up their philosophy, it would be Nietzsche. Like, Jesus Christ, dude, I am so fucking sorry. A lot of people are gonna fuck your shit over. Also, there's gonna be these guys called the Nazis. They're gonna really fucking ruin your shit.
Great, well, it started really great, and now this guy who looks like he's wearing a fucking Halloween costume, he looks like he's in disguise.
I love he's got the anarchy symbol in his name, on the name badge.
An introduction to.
He looks like Johnny Depp from fucking Transcendence.
Study history and I study dead languages.
I will never learn to pronounce it. Like, you know what? Nietzsche.
So there's a couple parts here to unpack.
There you go, Micro. Take your pick.
It's Nietzsche.
Knuckalaka ding dong.
It's nice.
It's Nietzsche.
So, marketing.
Nice Scheisen. But no, seriously, this guy seriously looks like Johnny Depp.
I get the feeling that this is actually a group meeting, like one of those help meeting type things, like AA.
And
in the prison.
It's not because the word
one of those ones that they do for kids to scare them, you know?
I think they went, hey, what kind of background do we need for this? I know, let's have him sit on his knees in front of a chalkboard. Because that's the only explanation I have for why the chalkboard is so high. Why is the chalkboard so high?
I don't know.
Also, why is the chalkboard on a plain brick wall?
But think about it. He must be sitting on the ground.
Is this an actual legitimate school, or is this like some kind? You don't know. It's an anarchist school. Like they don't have any rules
Yeah,
or
they didn't have
standards.
any rules about putting up how to build one, so they're like, fuck it. The chalkboard's on the ceiling.
Yeah.
We didn't measure anything. None of our bricks match.
Market anarchists in particular are radical individualists.
We stole these bricks from fucking the factory.
Well, I have a spit curl. Look at that.
I see that, yeah.
I had to work on that for a long time before they even started filming. No one talked to him about his shitty little rat beard, though.
He's the anarchist hipster.
Same with their person and their property.
He would have been.
I imagine, like, also going back to what Angus said, like, this is like,
without state, without
kind of feels like one of those things, like those prison things. Like, I'm just imagining this is like scared straight philosophy 101 edition.
I've got to go to philosophy. If I don't attend every single session, I'm not going to get 3 weeks off my sentence, man. I just don't.
No,
want
I just imagine it's like
socially accountable self-defense.
a program for all of the kids who are become shithead anarchists. So they're like, I'm gonna sit you down with a real shithead anarchist.
Why is it that they all look like dudes that are still in college hitting on college girls?
Because that's the only action they get.
You know those creepy dudes that kiss girls in the center of their palm when they meet them.
They all they all give that feeling like the guy that in Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Donald Sutherland?
They say
yeah. Donald Sutherland would often play a creepy teacher dude who would fuck
He
his
only
students.
did it once in Animal House.
Kind of give me that feel, dude.
A really good creepy feature, though.
Often have is when people start talking about markets.
He really
Then
did
again, that was Donald Sutherland.
Yeah.
He played the fuck out of any role.
Except his role in Kelly's
Donald
Heroes.
Sutherland, like, I'm tiny.
The only reason he didn't play the fuck out of
Love
his
to make an
role,
adaptation.
the only reason he didn't play the fuck out of his role in Kelly's Heroes is because he had just committed brain surgery, and he was still fucked.
Yeah, that'll slow you down.
Actually going to look systematically completely.
That's
I
why
would love to make a version of Christmas Carol and Sutherland as Tiny Tim.
I like
Everything
him
else
when
is
he-
played 100% straight.
I like him in Johnny Got His Gun,
You can have a society
where he played Jesus. And every time Johnny would describe what happened to him in war, Jesus seemed absolutely appalled and upset and couldn't do anything.
Oh, you know what movie I saw?
More of an emphasis on
What's that? Oh, fuck, I forgot its name. I talked about it actually in my fucking shout out video for this. Like, it's the Peter Sellers movie with Gardner, who's slow, but everybody thinks is a genius.
Being there.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah, it is.
It was weird at points.
Unfortunately,
like,
it's
the
not
whole-
his last movie.
I don't know why I just have this image that Donald Sutherland plays every stoner professor that hits on women and their students.
I don't know what your problem is either. What I do know is that this video is so boring that we just talked about movies for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, so
yeah,
Peter
speaking of
Sutherland's
movies,
hot.
Spider-Man: Homecoming.
Renee is right. This guy does look like Thunderfoot's alcoholic cousin.
I will say this: no spoilers. Vulture is probably the best villain Marvel's created.
Okay. Oh yeah, we haven't. You always complain about bad things. You never talk about good things. You know that, man. You never come on and say, "I just saw something that's so great."
Okay.
Or
you want me like the? Well, here's the thing with Spider-Man: Homecoming. There's only two things I can legitimately complain about. Well, three technically. Like there's a lot of shaky.
Let me ask you a
camera
question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Is the Wrecking Crew in it? Is
Yes.
that the Wrecking Crew? That is the Wrecking Crew. Okay.
That sort of runs a lot between sort of, you know.
To be fair, they were kind of.
They don't get their like power.
They were
but
kind of in the first Amazing Spider-Man, sort of.
Particular kinds of social.
Were they? I didn't even watch. I didn't even watch
in
any one of them.
In that scene where all the there's a crane where there's a scene where all the cranes move to get Spider-Man to wherever it needs to be to defeat the Lizard. That was sort of the homage to the Wrecking Crew. They weren't necessarily the Wrecking Crew.
Okay.
So one problem I do have with this movie, with Homecoming, is there's no good like everybody cheering on Spider-Man scene.
But where people who
there's no what?
Because this takes place.
There's no good.
This takes place in the Ultimate, or it draws from the Ultimate
fight
storyline.
Spider-Man has with.
So people who advocate a thick conception.
Well, a lot of the fights Spider-Man has with the Vulture, he's not in public. He's like off, like away from people.
Yeah. So in the Ultimate Marvel line, Spider-Man is vilified like completely. So nobody really cheers him on except for the people he saves.
Well, Jonah Jameson tried his best to vilify him.
Like, I know a lot of people shit on the crane scene from the first Amazing Spider-Man movie, but I like that shit. I love it. Like, I love that shit in the Sam Raimi movies, like, where people are like, hey, fuck you, Green Goblin, you fuck with Spider-Man,
That is actually my favorite part of the first movie, and when they help him in the subway train in the second movie.
Yeah.
Shit. Like, they, like that, I bet you though they're saving that.
Oh yeah, they are, because he's starting out in this one, so he's got to.
Because they're building other stuff and like I don't want to spoil anything, but because it's an actual good movie.
A Batman movie that starts off without talking about his origin story.
Well, that's a Spider-Man. They don't do his origin story.
Yeah.
They kind of just sort of blitz through it. And
he's just kind of there.
they were like, oh yeah, I got my powers. Also, I can see a lot.
Also, I don't
violate principles.
I don't hate Peter Parker's friend, but I kind of wish he was more of a straight man, because there's a lot of comedy in this movie, and it's like there needed to be more straight.
Oh, of course it's not over.
So I'm going to ask, how do you think this? What he gets to the front of the queue in Starbucks?
The most is Flash Thompson.
He gets to the front of the queue.
I know what they were
Look,
trying to
all
do.
I know is that one of the dudes, the guy who's in the Stinger, is the Scorpion.
Typically, we
are.
And I have been waiting for them to bring the Scorpion into a Spider-Man movie since forever.
Me too. Like, he's one of those villains where it's like
living voluntarily transact with each other.
Fight Spider-Man.
So anyway, this guy gets to the top of the queue at in Starbucks. What does he order?
Because Scorpion is.
Because you know he's gonna be one of those douchebags that holds everyone
Okay,
up.
he gets the protein box. Number one. He asks number two if the banana that he wants to buy is locally sourced. If it's not locally sourced, or if they don't know, he demands that the manager tell him where it comes from. And then after 10 minutes, when they've tried to figure out where the bananas came from, and they tell him that it's a Chiquita banana, and they just took the sticker off, he then talks to them for 10 minutes about how they should not be buying Chiquita bananas, and how they should actually be buying locally sourced bananas. And when someone tells him that he lives in Massachusetts and there's no such thing as locally sourced bananas because it's a tropical fruit, he argues that that's because people aren't trying enough, and that Starbucks is taking advantage of poor farmers in South America. Then someone begs him to please order some coffee, and three people behind him groan and look at their watches.
Speaking in tongues? What is happening right now?
Oh wait. Oh, and he also asks if the banana is non-GMO.
That's right.
And he demands to get soy milk, but only if it's non-GMO soy milk.
So
and
first off, he's going to order just a regular coffee, but he needs fair trade, shade-grown coffee, and he needs to know the name of the person that grew it and make sure that they were adequately compensated for the coffee that he grew.
Also, was the person who grew it and the workers, were they halal friendly And was this done with a vegetarian bent? Also, is it organic coffee? Can the coffee be? Can I see the coffee in its bag? Was it slowly roasted, or was it only slightly roasted? Was it just done in a mass factory?
Now, and if he's gotten to this point in his coffee order, it's been about 20 minutes. He now rummages through his hemp backpack, looking for his handcrafted, reusable coffee mug or stein, and while doing that, someone throws something at him.
I just imagine this guy's a friend of AJ's.
Well, hold up. It gets better because his non-binary boyfriend / girlfriend / pet unicorn comes up and asks him, "Can I get my venti macchiato white chocolate coffee with half cream chai, right? With half cream
and almond milk."
No, cashew milk. That's the big thing now. Cashew milk.
Oh, cashew milk now, is it?
Yeah.
And then everything dies because the heat death of the universe is.
But wait. First he asked. First his non-binary boyfriend / girlfriend / pet unicorn asked if the pastries were made with coconut oil.
And then, if this is my fantasy, at that point, Buzz Aldrin walks up and punches him right in the face. In almost every one of my fantasies, it ends with Buzz Aldrin punching the person that I don't like in the face.
That is still one of the
I
best
would have
things.
paid money. Buzz Aldrin said it took everything in me not to punch the president. I would have loved for that photo of Buzz Aldrin just fucking flat, like the cover of Captain America punching Hitler. I wanted that picture of Buzz Aldrin just punching Trump right in the face.
Oh my god. The look on Buzz Aldrin's face was just sort of like, bitch.
You could hear him saying, "Don't." You heard his teeth gritting from across the room.
That's not a smile, you bastards. That's grimacing. He's just
The only thing that saved Trump was Buzz Aldrin's unrelenting patriotism.
The look on his face, though, was sort of like when I forget what Donald Trump said, but the look on Buzz Aldrin's face was like, "Bitch, really?" Like he just.
Buzz Aldrin would have probably been a fun president.
But I mean, after all that, when his order's finally made, Starbucks person has misspelled his name, so he spends half an hour ranting about that at the top of the queue.
No, not only that, but because the Starbucks person is going, "Sir, I need a Michelle. Michelle is my dead name." Okay, hold on.
No, the Starbucks person is like, because language has evolved in the 20,000 years that it's taken to do this.
Okay, let's play pretend that someone hasn't set him on fire at this point. So, Starbucks is now closed. No one else has gotten any coffee. There's an old man who needed to take his medication. He's dead on the floor.
Like, Starbucks has actually gone out of business because of people like this.
But hold on, wait. He starts a protest on Twitter because they did not serve him his coffee in time.
Yeah, he said on his phone. He's like, "Oh, you're dead. I'm gonna start a thread right
I
now."
have a legitimate question, real quickly. Are we talking about the guy in the video, or are we just ignoring that?
We're talking about the guy in the video.
The guy in the video. Yeah.
I'm like, this is going on for so long. I'm like, where are we? Do we exist in the reality that we're describing right now?
Yes, we're just discussing who this guy orders coffee at a Starbucks.
My relationships and my friends.
You know he's got a flat cap on, right? When he goes to Starbucks.
Oh, he's got a beanie.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. He totes has a beanie. He is
Actually,
in a polyamorous.
he has a hand knitted half fedora, half beanie hat that he bought off Etsy. That says "Playa" on it in the front.
Well, hold on. He's in a polyamorous relationship.
He wouldn't have Playa. That would be appropriation.
He's in a polyamorous relationship with two men and a woman, and the man, and one of the men is black because he doesn't want to seem racist, and he's.
I hate to say this. This guy doesn't have a gay bone in his body.
Can we move over this, please?
I didn't say he was fucking him. I said he was a polyamorous relationship.
Oh, okay.
But all this.
Okay, no, he's getting. Okay, let's face facts. He's getting cucked. He has a girlfriend. He is getting cucked hardcore, and he doesn't mind.
Yeah, he's getting cucked by his non-binary boyfriend slash
He's
girlfriend.
getting cucked by his father, and the only reason his dad is doing it is because he's so disappointed in his son.
He's not even like a power cuck. He's not even like popping from the fucking bottom, as it were. No, he's a sloppy party bottom.
No, he's not even
one of these guys who gets off on it
I
either.
bet you this guy is
so non-confrontational that he just lets it keep going.
No, he's not even a sloppy bottom. He just comes in and cleans up the mess afterwards.
He washes the fucking sheets.
His boyfriend slash girlfriend slash pet unicorn is like, clean me out, and he goes, yes, sir.
Copy of the poem, you didn't lose.
Okay, that went too far.
That it won, and you're still copy just as much as you were before.
You can tell he's a major dick. I mean,
he's too goddamn boring to be a dick.
He's a very angry
This
vagina.
video's been going on for so long. I have to ask.
Monopoly.
How far in?
Let's play another game. Can he see out of the back window of his Honda Civic with all of the bumper stickers that he has pasted on it?
No. Not only that, but he puts black paint on the windows for some ungodly reason as weird as paint.
But that's so the government can't see into his car and see what he's doing.
He had to put like those big side view mirrors that like trucks, like big rigs have on this little Honda Civic.
along with
so you can see behind him.
He made sure that he heard about tinting, but he thought it was environmentally unfriendly. So
he's never 3 feet away from his protest bag. His protest bag has a bunch of bricks.
Honda Civic is self-converted it to be
his bumper stickers read coexist, lesbian, but with like weird funky letters and or symbols. What's another one? Abortion should be free, and
vegans do it better.
Vegans do it better.
And it has a lot of people sort of living around it.
PETA, a pride flag just to show solidarity, even though he's not gay.
The fact that government says
the trans flag, he's got all the flags.
Oh, I'm proud of
you can't hug a child with nuclear arms.
I'm proud of my child, regardless of their scholar or scholarly.
He has an atheist on board sticker.
And he's going to have live.
I stock honor students at local high school.
My last name is
He's got a big giant anarchy symbol.
Of course.
But he's fucked it up and it's upside down.
Say a folder.
There'll be a CND sticker somewhere.
Also, seriously,
I hate to say this, but he does look an awful lot like somebody that you would sit across from while playing D&D.
Every time you say I hate saying this,
I'm sorry, but he does.
Yeah, he kind of.
He's the most boring GM ever.
Every time, Jason, every time you say I hate to say it.
For example,
I'm hoping you're getting tired of this and you're going to say folder.
Not yet. We're still talking, aren't we?
Yeah. So like he's the most boring GM, but he's got like 3 friends that he keeps around because like they have nowhere else to go.
You know what he is? He's the GM where if there's a girl in the group, it always goes back to her getting her character getting raped.
Also very true.
And he's always he's just like, hey, that's what fucking centaurs are in real life, bitch. Like, don't blame me. That's fucking Greek mythology.
Now roll to see if you get raped.
He's the one who wears a fedora while playing Dungeons and Dragons, and always has an NPC that says "a lady."
I bet you this guy non-ironic.
He's got a chainmail dice bag. Hey, fuck that! I almost bought one.
He's got one of those dice towers, but it's shaped like a carrot.
I want a dice tower. I can't find a good one though.
Wormwood.
Good ones are rare.
Wormwood is good.
Yeah, you know what,
I'll give you a link.
Yeah, it's not rape if you have a plus to your saving throw.
Logging roads.
Oh my god!
Literally, at a loss for what they were getting back.
Oh yeah, totally. Morago's right. This guy has got a chainmail fedora.
Okay, the quality isn't as good as on our end. What does his badge say?
It says Charles Johnson. All
relationship with
something.
What does it say above it? Regional
conferences.
I can't. It's too small for me to read.
Angus, zoom in
it says regional conferences.
Yeah, I know
It
above
says
that.
Charles Johnson. Oh, I don't know what that is. It looks like a school.
Yeah, I think it is, and it's all Mosan Inst.
I still want to know why he's sitting on the floor.
But I also want to know why he decided to put the anarchy symbol where his A is. Like, that's some like weird ass.
He's
like,
on the floor
juvenile
because
shit.
chairs are not environmentally sourced.
His dad, his power top, the guy who's impregnating his wife. Fucking, he's the dean of the university, and he's so ashamed of him, he just put him down in a brawler room. That's why it's a plain brick wall and the fucking chalkboard's so fucked up.
Hazy Hills.
Actually, I'm changing. I think it's a normal sized room. I think he's some sort of elf dwarf person.
I think Hazy Hills is right. This guy also goes to chicks. I'm also in a band.
Allowing sort of anything that.
What if he's crippled?
Acoustic guitar.
What if we're making fun of a
Hold on. Waylon Volunder.
Oh my god, how many more times are they gonna fake us out?
Waylon had something funny. He said he lives in a shitty apartment not because his parents kicked him out, but because they refused to stock non-GMO organic kale. But he tells everyone he was kicked out for coming out as demisexual.
But his acoustic guitar is not made out of balsa wood or anything like that. It's made out of dried kale.
Oh, and I write it down.
No, his acoustic guitar, Space Facts, is a broom handle with rubber bands on it.
Ownership of intellectual property not only gives
oh my god.
He watched an episode of Fat Albert and said I could make that. So he got a tub.
A right of disposition and a right of veto.
How much
Only
fucking
ever-
longer?
Sort of extract fees.
All he ever plays is green sleeves.
Other people's voices.
That's not an answer to my question. How much longer to this
product?
Please.
If in some way that's like content.
How much longer is this?
Even
Have we even watched any other videos?
Right. Copyright is asserted as a reason.
I don't even know.
Usually Matt's not the one that breaks. I am.
I know.
Please, folder guys, please. I don't care what we go through in the folder. We can go back to the fat fucker with the blow-up doll that almost made me throw up.
You know what else? He's so boring that he is actually starting to tint the video beige.
It's like the 70s came back.
How is the white balancing on his rosacea? That's what I want to know.
Copyright holder still have
This guy is so fucking bland, all spices around him turn into mayonnaise after like 5 minutes.
Hey, I like mayonnaise. I like mayonnaise with my French fries.
So I think so.
I don't eat French fries anymore, but when I did, I preferred mayonnaise over ketchup.
Things that are
Oh my god! I use ketchup. I combine ketchup and hot sauce together. It's really good. Hey Jason, I put a link in the chat, in our chat, for some nice trades for you.
Oh, cool! Thank you.
I like mayonnaise.
Something to do. Oh, those are nice.
Yeah, wormwood is really good.
Not how copying works. It doesn't.
You kind of need mayonnaise on tuna fish. Tuna fish is so fucking dry.
I don't touch seafood.
Are they foldable? They're foldable.
I don't know. I'm having to go back to the thing.
It should be vinegar.
Yeah, they're totally. Oh, wait a minute. No.
Dice towers. Let's see.
So that's the dice towers. They look foldable. Oh wow!
No,
did you see their Wormwood Magnetic Game Master screen? Holy crap! That is gorgeous.
You'll get a class of arguments.
It is delicious, isn't
This is
it?
probably honestly
Oh my
the best
god!
time to be into like Dungeons and Dragons and shit, because there's a lot of high-end nerd stuff now.
Copyright terms.
Yeah.
Because nerds are taking over the. Didn't you read the Bible? It said the nerds will take over the earth.
If we don't have,
And it will be better for it.
Also,
The nerds will
some of
inherit the
it
earth.
is a lot cheaper now than it used to
I
be. Like,
don't know
for
if it'll be
example,
better
Green
for it.
Dungeons.
Scarce. I mean, there's a lot of problems with nerd culture.
songs are produced.
There's a lot of problems with any culture. You're acting like this is only.
Well, I mean,
They won't be able to
I bet it's
Custom.
the best time to be in nerd culture in terms of like just like
and
there's a lot of shit
neither
to buy
of them
because there's a lot of shit catering to nerds now.
tend to be
Yeah, there is.
empirical. Like I just don't think there's very good evidence.
Yeah.
Wow, that tamarind one is really neat.
Right?
Look, yeah. Overall,
a lot of
there's
stuff, good stuff here.
It has two chalkboards side by side.
I totally
I
want
really
Dice
wish
Tower, but-
on our gaming sessions we could use real dice. Somehow,
Right?
but we can.
We'd all have to turn our cameras on.
Yeah, or just trust each other.
Okay, so turn our cameras on.
Except me being the GM, because of course the screen.
If the notion is that
That's a little pricey, dude.
It's a little pricey, but from what I've read, they're really, really good though.
Here's something I was actually thinking for Roll20 we could do. And we could all screen share the Wizards of the Coast randomized dice rolling, because that is a lot better than Roll20.
You know what? I kind of just want to see his face covered in cum because I'm tired of looking at it.
Ooh, the Flame Box Elder Dice Tower. That's nice.
Older guys, because seriously, I'm tired of this guy.
But $285, Jesus! Is there one dude whittling these things out of whole trees?
Your revenge, Jason.
Jesus Christ!
I legitimately don't care if the
Yeah, they are foldable. You can fold them up and then they clip. Look at that. I'm not even on full admission. I am right now on Wormwood looking at Dice Towers. I'm not even paying attention to the fucking video anymore.
Jason said folder, Angus. Yes,
I didn't.
Folder.
I've not heard
You
it
said folder. I heard folder.
Enough of it isn't going to be.
Yeah, like the Red Oak Dice Tower though looks really. I mean, like these are solidly constructed.
Not being broken.
Oh no, I have no doubt that they're probably very well made, but they're at 285. Jesus.
And I think they're custom made. Hold on.
I think they're made to order. They're made to order.
Yeah, hold on.
Angus, please, for the love of Christ, fucking folder.
No, I'm enjoying you being broken.
Yeah, see, yeah. So all these are like custom, like handmade. Like they're not pre-bought.
I'll just wander off in the woods like a diamond.
You know the rules, man. You know the rules. You got to get the other guys to say it as well.
Okay, I'm gonna say folder. I'm gonna wander off. Bye.
No, don't. Come on, Matt. Matt.
I'm not going. I was gonna just sit here muted and just be like, please, guys, say folder. For the love of Christ, I don't want to listen to this guy anymore. I don't want to see this anymore.
Although I will say the Flame Box Elder looks really, really cool. Yeah,
Doesn't that look good? Doesn't that look fucking awesome?
Yeah. Or the English Witch Elm. Yeah, English Witch Elm.
Massive invasion of.
I haven't even seen that one yet. Where was that?
It's right
This video, like Renee's right. This video is never gonna end. It's a fucking mess we've wandered into.
Matt, just click. Matt, just click onto the thing that we're looking at and join us over here where it's cool.
Wait, Micro said folder. That's 2 folders.
Micro does not have a vote.
Micro had a link to the show, so he had a vote.
Formations, causes in our everyday lives. They get really excited about.
Micro was helping me since you weren't responding.
Trying to bring about a healthier and freer society.
Yeah, so it's, you know what it is. Some of this wood is really difficult to.
Yeah, the source. Yeah.
Well, I mean the English Witch Elm Burl.
And that's an understandable impulse because we've been sort of brought up.
There's a reason why burl wood was so highly prized in my American Monsters and How to Destroy Them.
It's the only elm that is known to be native to the British Islands. Holy fuck. But very common in Scotland. Shit. Now I know where to go get some.
I'm gonna get me some.
Jason,
yeah, what?
I have a question for you. If there was a piece of paper that identified as a female,
I see where this is going.
And she was too big to place into the envelope at her normal size.
Yeah.
And you had to bend her in a way. What would you describe that as?
Well, what I would do is I would create a crease along probably the short end, and then I would layer it. I would layer one page over the other page.
Matt, you tried this with me and I still didn't fall for it. What makes you think he's gonna fall for it? He's more clever than I am.
And that's That's just unfair.
I write.
The way
I write. That's that's his qualifications. I write.
I does do right. I does.
Hey, at least the dice trays are reasonable, kind of. They're like 65, 70. Oh, wait, never mind.
So, anyway, this guy's Anarchy is boring.
Political campaigning, but through
Which one is like 225?
Don't worry, you only had 7 more hours.
Efforts just to talk with.
All right, Matt, are you still here?
What?
About
I am zoning out right now.
Okay, yeah, I'm saying folder 2. We can't. We can't. This is just going on for fucking ever.
There was only 3 minutes left.
I don't care.
That was only 36 minutes long.
Oh my god.
It legitimately.
He looks like a future suicide victim. There's really
It
nothing.
legitimately felt like an hour long.
Oh, fine, Matt. For suffering.
You need to create a D&D villain based off of this guy. Like, you need to find a way to make a bard that's just centered around making people bored.
Let's face facts. That would never. No.
Okay, so putting up with it.
Is he okay?
Hardy versus Hardy.
Deletion! Yes!
Final deletion.
This is the best thing that's happened to wrestling in the last 10 years. This is amazing.
The best party ever.
Excellent.
Wait, this is the Hardy Bros? I don't know.
Yeah, so basically Matt Hardy got bonked on the head and he's crazy, and there's a giraffe with the spirit of George Washington, and he hates his brother, Jeff now, who he calls Brother Nero.
Ese era un gran motivo, pero no está enfermo. Y lo demás, este día es para Maxo, no de
Is this Mexican wrestling?
No.
No. This
No.
is
so nice.
oh, it's Paul's wrestling.
Wife slash
I was hoping
girlfriend.
it was Lucha Libre.
No,
Lucha
this is
Libre would be
better.
interesting.
This is better.
My
Just wait.
gift is too enormous to be confined by a
Seriously, you can't act. Stop
My
it.
gift is taking back
Right?
to
He's
one
not
day
trying
in
to
the
act.
air,
He's like,
to the
this
Hardy
is
name,
just
to the
like,
Hardy
he's a
throne.
crazy guy.
You like legitimately like
Evil enigma from a
you can blame Christian and Edge for fucking your career over, dude.
to the Hardy name.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa.
There's a great video from like 10 years ago where like Matt Hardy was really fat and everybody was making fun of him for being fat. And he did this video on YouTube and he's just eating like a legitimate pound of grapes. He's like, I'm not fat. Like I eat grapes all day. And people are like, Matt, if you eat a pound of grapes, you're gonna become fat.
I can see a couple of things that he sees in her.
The final deletion takes place.
The final
She's quiet.
deletion. She's got big tits.
Massacre. Yes, Mr. Hardy.
I shall stare intensely.
Yeah, your hair doesn't blonde that way, dude. Totally do that with
Just
your
orgasm?
I guess.
What is
Really?
going on?
Wow.
Yeah, this is Jeff Hardy's house.
And he cuts it in the form
Not
of
really.
a tribal.
Actually, this is actually Jeff Hardy's house, I think. Like
Yeah, but he doesn't do that. There are people that he hires to go out and do it.
Yeah.
But basically, like,
Oh, acoustic guitar!
okay, here's where it gets magical, everybody. This is where it really fucking starts.
What?
I'm gonna shut up.
What?
Is it a Terminator?
Apparently? Or a drone.
No, it's a drone.
What the hell is going on?
You're not an actor either. Shut up.
Of course he is. He's a wrestler.
Take your shirt off and look pretty.
Oh no.
You just ruined like a $200 machine. And there's more. And
It's
you have
okay because they're adding sparks in, so I don't think he's actually hitting anything.
Oh, and apparently hologrammatic technology.
Oh hell, look at that.
kind of like that phone with nanotechnology, right?
Yeah, yeah. The hologram one. Hydrogen one, sorry.
And we determine who owns the rights to the honey name, who controls the honey brand, who is the source.
You know, with all this advanced technology, you still sound like a 14-year-old spaz. They didn't do any correction to your audio?
Also, yeah, Blackburn's right. He doesn't need to act. He's a wrestler.
Oh, we're getting dinged for it. Sorry, Matt.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man, but I think it is copyright.
It probably is, but you know what? We got a little taste of it.
Impact Wrestling, yeah, so they took that shit down.
Anthem's fucking shit. Fuck you, Anthem! Let broken Matt Hardy come to WWE, you fucking cunts! Fuck the Owl! Fuck
Anyway.
You know he can't hear you, right, Matt?
As a replacement, we shall have the first episode of The Slime Show.
What?
What?
The what?
First episode of The Slime Show.
The
Is this something I gave you?
Let's just play it, shall we?
No. Starring. Oh no.
That's not her real name. Also not his real name.
No.
Oh.
Nope, definitely not your real name.
Bad boy
This is a
breeds
porn.
represent.
This is a porn, isn't it?
The cast of the Slime Show.
Wow, great. I'm so glad you guys got a real announcer.
That table's not going to hold anything.
Thank you.
They don't know how to do blue screen even.
What fucking fever dream is this?
I'm here to all of you right now. This is our very first Slime Show press conference.
You're literally blending into your background.
I know a lot of you really wanted to come out and see the very first
Yeah,
press conference.
Angus,
No, they
bravo.
didn't.
I mean, just look at the amount of
This
people
was
we
a
got
this is
showing
a
up
this is
here.
a great replacement.
Is this the Hitman from Spaceballs?
I really appreciate that. And I know some of you appreciate
Willie Nelson there in the corner.
And Selena Desire, the goddess
It's like,
herself.
man, did I get high or what?
The
When do I
goddess
sing with
herself,
Snoop
dressed
Dogg?
as Wonder Woman.
So
Okay.
let's get right down to the nitty gritty here, okay?
Okay.
Let's get right down to it.
All right, get down to it.
Yes. yes,
Get up and get down.
What did you have to tell us?
Are they wrestlers or?
I
Why
forgot
are
how
we
words
still-
work.
Why are we doing the Slime Show? Very good question. Very good question.
Okay.
Why are we doing the show?
Follow-up question.
Why
Who
are
the
you
fuck
doing
are
this to us?
We're not really hearing much of it, so I'm going to turn it up some more.
No.
Of course we did. Of course we did.
There we go.
We're here
damn
because
it.
we wanted to bring back the Slime Show because you, the audience, wanted the Slime Show to come back.
Who are these people?
You
Find them.
in your emails, you told us what you wanted, and
No,
by
no,
God,
they
we
didn't.
did it. We're
They told
coming
you to
right
stay away. You said you took that as, oh shit, we
New
should come back.
sketches, New everything. I mean,
I only
it's
hope our meetup
and
looks as good as the.
also we did it because, well, we don't have day
I
jobs.
might actually disown you.
The mortals do.
We might beat you to death, Angus.
Yeah, that's what
Can I dress like Wonder Woman?
Oh, goody.
Quick, cap him at the knees.
What in the fuck is going on?
That's your fancy.
What the fuck? What is this? Why? Why?
Oh, that's brilliant. What is going on?
We're gonna get dinged for the
This is
music.
an alternate.
Fuck! Dude, we can see you off camera.
No, No, like the Dean bot is gonna take one look at this video. It's like, I'm not going near
Why is
that
there
shit.
an Energizer Bunny?
Okay, this is public access from what area?
I don't know.
Hold on. Time to do some Google food.
What is You know what? I imagine like hard cut zoom out from Earth, right? Zoom out into the universe, and there's a nebula somewhere, and God steps out of his mansion onto his front porch, and he's like,
"Oh God, I hope we get
today is the
the
day."
I have found their Facebook.
And then he sees this, and he's like, "Nope."
No.
What is it? What's wrong?
Tonight's.
They're from Nashville.
Oh, Nashville. I have their website.
I know I've said that legitimately like 5 times now, but like, no, seriously, what is happening?
I don't know.
Someone is actually saying that they write parts of the show, and that is bullshit.
Why is this?
Also,
slimy?
that post is more than a year old.
Charlie. Hey, Charlie, wake up.
Wake up, man.
Oh, wait, a horrible dream.
Oh, this is probably one of the Reddit parts.
And monkeys should not
No.
Is this a Planet of the Apes party?
I don't know. Make her stop.
Hey, everybody out there, this is Bad Boy Breeze, and I am here with a very special guest star. Tonight on Friday Night Fights, we're here talking with the legendary Jim from Jim and the Holograms.
That's like Peacock's icon.
Oh, she's hit hard times.
She had very hard times.
Okay, the Misfits won. Won.
She tried to freebase. She tried to freebase Synergy, and it didn't work out well.
She tried to freebase cat litter.
Oh wow, Bad Boy Breeze is a cab driver in Nashville.
Then everybody kind of decided they wanted to do their own thing, so we all went off. We still stay in touch, but.
Okay, is she?
Whoopsie daisy! I was laughing so hard I hit the wrong cross button. So give me a second. I'm going to fix my audio. That one. There we go. Okay. Back to this.
Okay.
You started getting into acting films, right?
Yeah. It was a few years ago. We won't discuss that. But
Is she a fighter?
A few action movies.
I have a question. Why is your face 4 shades darker than the rest of your body?
You know, flying.
If you're gonna apply makeup, bitch, learn to do it correctly.
It's definitely different than a rock concert, but it was fun.
Well, I remember seeing one of your action shows, and it was called Jim's Cell Night Fight, and that was really good.
So
really showed off.
Jim was never a boxer or a wrestler.
Wow,
Jim was not a lot of things that this person is putting out here, dude.
Yeah, like maybe formerly a man.
Wait. She's supposed to be Jim from Jim and the Holograms?
You're just now getting that, Matt.
They said that at the start.
They literally said it out loud.
Well,
hold on.
I walked away
while I was looking at that.
Hold on. Walk away from this. This is awesome.
My producer told
Hold on. Wow. Yeah. So Selena Desire actually is a trans woman.
Now,
okay.
This was a really interesting one because you were
or a drag queen. I'm looking for. Nope. She's a trans woman.
Okay.
I tried posting the Facebook page to the chat, but for some reason it wasn't working. You'll just have to search the Slime Show on Facebook.
Now, did you have to prepare for this type of role?
Oh yes, I had never.
Oh, it's so fun to hear people talk about
I drove
something that
different kinds of
isn't. Is this supposed to be funny?
But wait. She's an actress at actress. She's a model at modeling.
Wow.
She studies models. She
Are
studied.
you seeing? Is this a Facebook thing?
Yes, she studied at Xavier School for gifted youngsters.
Nothing better than a good old ride
Oh
in
my
the country.
God,
Even
it's
though we're
fair.
carrying
She went to Lincoln County High
$50,000 in
School.
stolen money.
Ed fucking would call this a fucking disgrace. He'd be like, get some fucking props.
There we go. And then I didn't know where
It just gets better.
and it's time for a vacation.
All right. So here's my problem with Selena. Selena, honey, you have been working around makeup long enough to know you need to blend it out.
No. You know what? Give me 10 years, and this is what Opinionville's going to wind up looking like.
Please no. Please no. It's what I look forward to on Saturdays.
Fundy Monster will be Selena.
I was able to veer over to the right and make sure that everything was cool. You know? So,
Okay, is he mowing my yard? Damn, I'm sorry.
I love how they're driving in an invisible car. It's great.
Right?
With a
plate.
A plate?
I like the beach.
A collection plate as a steering wheel?
I also love how he's imitating driving by... This guy is a cab driver, and he's just jitter-wheeling all the way down the goddamn road.
We might get an appearance of the Bat Poet.
So that my glass doesn't get empty.
Oh boy.
I don't care about the Bat Poet.
I got it.
This show has been on the go since 1992.
Yeah.
Since when?
It's a thing.
We're doing cool. I didn't hit that penguin this time.
They make
really
no
cool
money.
with it.
They make no money.
I haven't driven.
They, oh boy.
No, Nashville,
Drive like my dead grandmother.
Nashville public access gets money from the state.
If I wasn't driving, I'd
Yeah, but they don't pay these people to do this.
Oh yeah, no, they don't.
You really should split that thing up too much.
No.
I don't know what this is, but I needed to
We're
stop.
coming up again. We're actually getting on the freeway this time.
You're already on the freeway.
How come it costs $5?
I don't
It's
know.
a freeway, $5.
Our government giving our money to people who don't deserve it.
Oh my God, it is anarchism.
Look at all that. We got to pay. We got a toll
Hello,
booth.
darkness, my old friend.
$5 on
Man, the first cut of the Wonder Woman movie was really
From what I hear, this is pretty much the Joss Whedon version.
I don't know. I'll try to see. Here, let me see if I can.
I don't know. I haven't actually read the leaked script, but apparently people are not happy.
This is like a really awful improv from a high school class.
How do you do that?
Wonder Twin powers activate.
That's right.
You're not a Wonder Twin, sweetheart.
She met her boobs.
I've just found a wonderful thing.
That's it. We had a hard left
What?
on there. Didn't want to hit,
I found some more videos of this stuff.
But like I
God.
said, we got 50 grand. I say we're gonna go down there, gonna go on the beach. You gotta work on your tan, Wonder Princess. You know, and
The Wonder Princess.
Selena, I don't know if you know this, but
Give me some beer.
you
That's right.
you could just get a spray tan.
That's right, man. And
You don't want to be out in the sun.
really great about this whole
This was on
Heavy
every
powder.
Friday night in local public access TV.
Yes, it was. It's heavy powder head
Are
down.
we sure that this isn't
No
Marilyn
spoon,
Manson as
Well, my friend, the special occasion is this.
Selena?
as Selena? Yeah.
Hello? Oh yeah, hey, it's
I don't want to admit it.
it's the
I've
it's
never been down to
great.
Florida because I always had a bad
They
feeling
just wanted to say comedy
What?
and they're sorry.
because it's kind of shaped. funny.
Do you think they go home and they wonder why they're not bigger than they are?
Sand.
Why they're not like the next Saturday Night Live?
According to
No, like
According-
On the beach, I'm not looking.
according to the interview that I read, they actually don't care.
Okay, good.
Yes,
Yeah.
Lena ain't
Yeah,
got time. She's
they
hanging
actually
around
think they're good.
that
Visit Atlantis and see Arthur and Mara.
doing the hooking.
You probably
Look.
know him as Aquaman.
Oh,
Look, Selena, take it from me. Long bangs, heavy powder, head down, walk fast, no spook.
oh my God! Oh, another penguin!
So no one
Yes, we
coordinated
need
how
you
to
to go to
care.
Tennessee. You need to go to Nashville. We need to find like
if I
where
go
all
to
the
Nashville-
fucking
Well, you're on your hiatus.
find like we need to like find Selena.
Oh, Jem, that is perfect. That is perfect. Dig through the ditches and burn through the witches and slam in the back of my Dracula.
I heard you and Superman are getting to be really good items.
Okay. So the hookers in Nashville are on Donaldson Drive unless they clean that up too, because they pretty much shut down all the. They pretty much shut down all the adult bookstores and naughty places in Nashville. You have to actually.
Origin of Slime.
So we're going to actually get.
Wait, did this movie just wait? This thing just started over. How are you on this? This is like a second video.
No, it's the same video.
I'm doing wonderful, Love Daddy. I woke up and fed the dogs and cats and the mice and the cows. And
What did you do to your face?
I don't know. Botox too much.
She tried to circumvent female feminization surgery.
Well, I thought about going to the beach of forbidden love and creating a giant.
So did they like take two butt cheeks and give her, and just kind of glue them right onto her face because those cheeks are
cocoa and marshmallows.
Oh, yeah, the face. It's a D face, but you know what? Those boobs, B plus.
The fake boobs.
I'd give them a slap. Yeah, I'd give them. They're nice fake boobs. I'd give them a slap.
What happened to my mother?
Well, I guess that since you are old
You're gonna fuck the old guy.
Is she slime? Yeah, I'd fuck the old guy too. Like if you see my fucking racial slur video for white people, you know I'm down with grandpa.
Crow feathers.
Grandpas need fucking too, and you can quote me on that shit.
Yes.
No.
Found in the rose bushes.
That's never gonna come up in conversation. It's like, you know what? Grandpas need fucking too. Like what?
No, I'm gonna put that shit on.
Boy, my grandpa used to scream that every Christmas.
Put that up on business cards. I'm gonna be like edible napalm.
That's how he would close saying grace at the dinner table.
And grandma's sitting there looking at him like,
"Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts that we are about to receive through thy binding through Christ, the Lord. Amen." Grandpas need fucking two. Pass me the goddamn rolls.
I guarantee you, I'll fucking.
Grandpas need fucking now. This soup is terrible.
But wait,
I guarantee you, I'll fucking granddad better than any grandma would.
but wait, grandma's looking at granddad like, bitch, if you could get it up, you could solve that problem.
Now and lie down.
That's right. I said it. I'll cuck your fucking grandmas, everybody.
This guy thought he was in for a serious role, didn't he?
Okay, you know what? You need to buy a white van and you need to paint that onto the side of it. I will cuck your grandmas. With a phone number and a $sign. And you just need to start driving around town with constantly smoking pot.
We're getting magic portals.
Have a cigarette out my mouth, like honk a horn, start calling.
Don't go in the pink. Don't go in the big pink hole. Oh, you're winning.
Hey yo, Silver Fox, you want your dick sucked?
I don't sweetheart, know why you're not Bill Twist, okay? There's no vagina nebula behind that thing, all right?
She's like the lady in the Radiator's weird twin.
What? No.
Oh no, I never.
Did she have any clothes that fit her tits?
No.
No, and that's on purpose.
She paid a lot for those, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Those are pretty good tits. Like, look, she knew what she was doing. She's like, look, I'll fuck up the face as long as I have tits. People will still like.
I think she Botoxed her cheeks.
I figure you should spread the love around.
She looks like that chick in the Weird Al.
Actually, you know what? For the first time, they did a reverse where they actually took fat out of her cheeks and shot it into her butt.
Yeah, because their hips are sort of disproportionate.
Love too much.
Yeah.
Well, but if you're Hugh Hefner, you're
really all she's got going are the tits. So yeah, like if I was her, I'd be fucking sure. If I was her, I would just walk around with like paste on my nipples and just be like, these are my tits.
What makes you think that she hasn't done that?
Renee says she looks like the chick from Married with Children.
Well, my sweet, I tell you what.
Yeah, she does look like a low-rent version of Peg. Peg was hotter though.
Get off your chest. I mean, it's
that with Al, where it's like whenever he was like,
but we're in Tennessee, so it doesn't
it's
really
like,
matter.
Wow. Tan will be a whole
he's
lot
not like a 10, but like Peg.
Yeah,
we're in Tennessee, so it doesn't really matter.
I'll say it. Peg Bundy is a hard 7.
Off of your chest, or
buddy, for the honor of Peg Bundy.
Just some of this body glitter.
Yeah, it's quiet. I'm listening to them beat a joke to death.
You see, the joke is that he's a monk and he shouldn't be thinking about sex.
Yeah.
Given how tight that thing is around his waist, we would know if he was hard.
Is that the one that has the full buffet?
He looks like one of the
You guys
peasants
still
that
sell
you
the
burnate in Peasants Quest, the movie, the game.
I personally
No.
he looked like Hanky for Christmas poo.
He just looks like one of the victims in Zombicide.
Been doing some private investigation work on the side.
So what's the point of these characters? These two characters?
These are the hosts.
Are they the hosts?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the hosts.
Oh. But like, should they have like more skets, like introducing shit? Like maybe
You would think that maybe they would reposition their backdrop so that we could read the name of the show. Because right now it just seems like, oh look guys, it's the slime.
like, you're a serious video producer.
Okay.
Okay.
Like if you did like an extensive break from Opinionville.
If I did what?
Right. Well, that's you did an extensive
I'll tell
break
you
from
what, that's Charlie
Opinionville,
Chip.
right?
We got to take him down.
And you
Something's
came
really
back.
wrong.
You would make the video like
What a great idea! Take a break from Opinionville.
No,
Like a 5-year break?
I'm comparing to how.
Hey everybody, Matt just convinced me to take a 5-year break from Opinionville.
Well, you've still not got a 5-year break from this show.
I'm just comparing this to this show.
I have the contract written in your blood right here.
Okay, I take a break from Opinionville and then I come back.
No, I'm just trying to compare a competent good show to this shit show. Basically, if you took a break from Opinionville and then you came back, you would make sure that like reestablished it.
Oh yeah.
You know, you'd be like, here's funding. Like this.
Yeah, I would be a competent writer and not assume that everyone knows what's going on all the time.
That's right. Like maybe something bad about like Trudeau and what his whole purpose is. Like this is a reintroduction to him. This is a reintroduction to Oswald.
Yeah, it's called competent writing.
She needs a new career.
That's what this show doesn't have.
Also, I've been
It is really surprising to me that there is a writer.
I guess
I'm gonna find you, Gord. I'm gonna find you one way or another, and when I do,
but that made no sense.
I bet he's the one that wrote everything.
boy,
He is.
He is.
Yeah.
Are we
The
done?
other two are just on for the ride.
Nope, she just shifted her weight. Okay.
no more country music in this town again. No more.
Bitch, you live in Nashville. Like the fuck?
Even I know that you're never going to stop country music in Nashville.
Hold on. If CMT stopped operating in Nashville, Nashville would die. Like legitimately.
Look, I know you like this whole modern thing, but
Are you from 1983?
you know, we could really get some walls.
Wait, is that
maybe some
different lady?
artwork.
Who's that?
Yeah, that's actually someone who's cute.
Yeah, from 1983. Where the fuck is this?
Oh, it's Willie Nelson again.
Manic pixie hair.
God, stop calling him Willie Nelson.
Yeah.
Yeah, Willie Nelson is an American hero and icon.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go to lunch.
He has
Yeah, just fade into the blackness.
he has a robot braiding machine.
All right, Sam. Don't forget to lock up.
I have overly sized sunshades.
You mean sunglasses?
Yeah, the name went from my head.
I don't know what a sunshade is. Oh no, another dimensional porthole.
Are we back into the prologue?
Yeah, no.
Don't go into the black hole.
It's not the vagina nebula, I'm telling you.
Don't go into the black
That's
cherry
great
that suddenly
editing, guys. Great editing.
No.
Oh,
No,
this is
that's not
okay. I see.
It just fades in and out of existence.
Oh, he's gonna call Batman. He's gonna call Batman.
The Bat Poet. I hope.
Yeah,
Rest in
yeah.
peace,
I know about the card games of Springwater later tonight. Yeah, I'll be
I
there.
told you, Jason, about like the fucking
I got this whole
next Adam West animated movie is gonna have William Shatner.
I think they're
as
trying to make it
Two-Face.
like it's a cosmic glory.
Yeah,
hole.
as William Shatner as Two-Face, which is perfect casting, I think.
And I'm like, that is the most brilliant cast.
Really?
Ever.
Miles Davis.
Miles Davis, kind of blue. Haven't heard this one before. This must be a
kind of new.
What?
That rhyming scheme hurt.
Okay.
Meanwhile, how you doing, my friend?
Breeze, my friend,
So this
not
is
so
their
bad.
half-hearted
That vodka you
attempt
gave
at
me
like
last time
kind of
was
explaining
really good. What did you put in it to make me so
shit, 'cause,
creepy?
like, what was Sam's character? He was just a guy in an office.
I'm talking the real kind, the primo stuff, man. Ever since I've given it to my staff, we've been all really
Oh my
good
God.
this year. Very good.
Please, for the love of God, learn to act.
There will be no acting here, damn it.
In my town.
Just try it, you bastard.
What kind of bands
We're
do
in
you have
Nashville.
there?
We can't be doing that.
Well, I thought we could
There are
have
people who act in Nashville.
wars.
Nashville has like an active theater scene. What the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't like
heavy-duty marshmallow
much
men.
care for Flash Thompson
Then
and Spider-Man
the
Home.
headliner. The headliner. It would be.
I get what they were trying to do with him. They were,
First
you know,
in
like,
Rockers
hey,
old
nerd,
group.
like,
Now that would be
didn't
great.
necessarily just jocks nowadays,
My
but
goodness, you bring out all really
Flash
good
Thompson
bands.
clearly is
Well, I
stories could knock him over.
the 10th anniversary of his death, that we might as well get his original band members to play in this.
Yes, he was.
Like, I'm not
really
saying
great
the bully
rocker.
has to be a jock, but
brought
like the
all
bully
parts
should at
of
least be
music
somebody who,
together.
like, you know,
Except
gonna be able to punch
country music.
Okay, these guys weren't in the
shit,
same
this
room when
is
they were
all
filming this.
Samurai
No,
Jack.
в Америке у
Let's
друга.
brain. This is
Я
art
сейчас не могу
now.
говорить. Это
Oh,
срочно.
they found the only man in Nashville that spoke
Подожди
Russian.
No, there's dude, you don't know how many people are in Nashville listening different languages. It's actually pretty diverse.
Yeah, it's the next door over.
Yeah, no. What
you can go check it out.
The
Go
aspect
to your left,
ratio,
go
the
to
lighting,
the men's restroom right
the fact that he stared at
and
the
you can talk as loud
the
as you
camera.
want to. And don't forget to flush the toilet. I don't want to hear. I don't want to smell no pee bombs in
We
there.
got Gene Simmons' face.
I don't
Now
remember my
that's
lines.
comedy.
I'm gonna fuck him up.
He's
But
literally
because I'm
staring
the
at
editor, it's okay. Ha 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 ha.
Meanwhile,
Oh my God.
Any of this.
Can you do me a favor, sir? Can you figure out your audio levels and like make it consistent?
No, they never will.
Where's all the women?
I've got a beer gut.
Yeah.
This
Right,
apparently
that's what I'm talking
is a
about.
cosmic glory hole. All right, people.
Get ready, girls, because here comes your metal man.
Guys, office set up
Oh my
like that.
god, I realize what he's trying to do.
What else is going on?
In that shot, he was trying to be Macho Man.
Well, of course, we're going to be having great bands around here.
Well,
I've already booked some really good ones.
He tried.
I had to go to the ends of the earth
No, he
to
didn't.
find the really easy, no good type of bands.
He didn't.
oh, good, real good type of bands, guys.
Real good. Wholesome bands.
Like some 41.
Like the Pink Noodle Electric Band Experience.
I'm going to make a little.
Whatever happened to some 41?
Something really big.
Oh shit. They're still alive.
Yeah, they're probably doing stuff. They're probably like playing
Not as
county
popular as you
fair.
think, but really good guest stars.
We're going to get the Blue Man Group.
Well, YouTube guest stars. I've already booked a couple of people on here. Yeah,
Oh my God, we need to
Wait, say YouTube guest stars?
Yeah, I think
and then we're
this
gonna really
is a YouTube show that they've tried to bring back from the public access day, so they're trying to keep it going.
Oh wait, so they're actually doing this on YouTube now.
Yeah,
not with us today.
just
We
as
need to do
bad
a
as they did
crossover.
under public access.
Reason being is because one,
I fully support them in
Like
this.
imagine, yeah, imagine, like seriously, imagine how look at how incompetent
He's been in
these
and out of
fuckers
rehab for
are.
about
Like,
26
imagine
years.
if you got him the guest star on here. It'd be comic gold.
He really is.
Selena is like one tit slip away from falling off that fucking stage.
What do you think people keep watching it?
Yeah, that's the reason why California. He was spending
So
too
yeah, I
much
think
time
this is their
with
reunion show
Lindsay Lohan,
on YouTube since they couldn't get public access anymore.
but he still loves Jack Nicholson. So what can I say? He's been hanging around. Yeah.
I had to double check.
I didn't know they were in jeopardy.
Audio levels, guys.
Nope. Fuck audio levels. Fuck your
They
ears.
want you to go deaf.
You don't need fucking hearing.
No.
And they were never heard from again.
No, they were heard from. They were steady heard from.
Also starring
Dave Cloud's Love Daddy
as Red Stuff.
We need to remember these names for NPCs in the Pathfinder.
Yes, thank you, Kneecat. That was 20.
Thank you, Kneecat.
2013 and a half? The fuck? What kind of bullshit copyright is that?
So, did you like that folder stuff, Matt, instead of the final deletion?
Yeah.
I miss that kind. I miss bad things.
I gotta say, I'm so glad I turned you on to public domain.
Yeah,
I mean,
I am. Thank you, Matt, for doing that.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So, this is don't like it, you can leave. Taxation and
oh boy, it's Journey! I love this PlayStation 3 game.
You can always leave. Leave where? Exactly. Please tell me, sir.
Oh shit, it's a cartoon.
It's Walker.
What?
Oh, it's a skeleton.
Imagine you have a friend called George.
Okay.
I don't have to.
Huh?
I do.
This story was misleading. George isn't being threatened. He's just being asked to pay his fair share like the rest of us.
What story?
If he doesn't like the arrangement, he can always leave.
You're being
Let's start with
misleading,
the question
Mr.
of whether or not
Skeleton.
the state threatens people. Imagine a desert island.
Wait, what? Now we're educational cartoons? What the hell?
Blue people.
One day he meets Jeff. Jeff says, "Give me your ball, or you'll get it." Jeff's threatening Albin with violence, right?
Yeah, of course. But taxpayers aren't being threatened like that. No one actually gets attacked for
Oh, it's an anti-tax.
Okay, let's have Jeff say something different. He says,
Okay, so let's change the whole argument.
I'll have to ask you to hand over your ball and your shirt. If you still don't cooperate, you'll spend the night tied to that tree. And if you resist being tied...
Throw man argument.
Now Jeff's defenders could insist he'd never attack someone for something as trivial as refusing to hand over a ball. He'd only use violence as a last
We're
resort.
back on topic,
as a
Jen.
penalty for breaking the rules and resisting the proper punishment.
Shocking.
No matter how
Yes,
Jeff
give
explains
me
himself,
your
he's still
ball.
threatening Alvin with violence, right?
I was about to ask,
Okay,
are
yes,
we still
still
in
threatening Alvin with violence?
I
Even
know
if
this
the
is not
violence is a couple of
anarchism,
steps
but
removed.
It's
But this isn't a
anarchism.
good
We're
analogy for
on topic.
taxation. For
I
why
like it when I get to play with other people's balls.
Services.
Just give me your ball.
Okay. So, what if you learned that Jeff just wanted to improve Albin's ball and give it back to him as a surprise?
I guess I don't see Jeff as so much of a bad guy anymore, but he is still threatening Albin, which isn't okay. There are more differences between Jeff and the state, though. The state relies on taxation.
Are the
so
people
that it
you're
can
trying to
provide
reach
stuff
so
that just
simple
wouldn't
that they
be
need
possible.
to have these stories related to them?
Yes, they are.
All right, then.
And also be wrongly fucking put to them.
There are private fire services too.
How are you going to get your point
But what about a reliable
Be
social
honest
safety net?
or truthful.
Charity alone isn't enough.
Before the compulsory welfare state crowded them out, there used to be lots of mutual aid
Compulsory welfare state.
societies.
Yeah.
They did a pretty
Before the
good job.
welfare state, we were sticking children up
Anyway,
fucking
for the
chimneys.
sake of
We were making them work, or we were sticking, or we were selling their organs, or whatever the fuck else.
Exactly. We wanted to do anything to them because they were children.
Well anymore. Now he wants his gold
does
coins. He's
does
collecting
the
money
one-
to build a fish farm. There was a
Does he have a
serious fish
beard,
shortage
or does
last
he have
month.
just like
and
a
Albin
really
agrees
lumpy
that a farm would be a good idea, but he doesn't trust
I
Jeff with
don't
his money.
know, because beards
He
are
prefers
pretty
it in
much
other ways.
identified the other way.
The farm
Yeah,
would
because
benefit
like those
everyone,
beards
and
are
everyone else
different
has
colors
paid their
from
share.
like their
It just
skin
wouldn't
color.
be fair if you didn't.
Give me
pay
your
them.
beard.
That's why you'll get a beating if you don't hand over the money.
That's not how that works.
That's not how taxation
Is
works.
that
That's not how
supposed to be
agriculture
a
works.
But isn't he still threatening
Is that
Alvin with
supposed to be
violence?
a beard, or is
All
he just
right.
got like a lumpy lower head?
Okay, but I'm waiting for what the alternative is. Please provide me with the alternative
Very different to an island where there's no
system.
representation.
Okay, let's change things on
The
the island to
cat
fix that.
bear is
Some of the
getting to
islanders
it.
decide that there should be a ruler with certain powers that other islanders don't have.
Is this for
This ruler
children?
is chosen by a vote.
That's kind of how society
Like before,
works.
Jeff is telling Albin to pay towards
Oh, they
the
elected
improvements
Jay
of his
Leno.
plan. If Albin doesn't surrender the money demanded, he'll be told to hand over even more. If he consistently refuses, eventually, the island guards will show up at his house, take him away, and lock him up.
No, debtors' jails are illegal.
Albin could try to get them to leave by shouting a warning and
They
drawing a
weren't though when, you know,
that's how Albin gets shot.
he'll be killed
back in the
than
day they
succeed in
weren't.
escaping the state's chain of demands and punishments.
Under monarchy.
At least while he's staying on the island.
Oh.
Wait. Police officers aren't killers.
They don't usually need to be. But think about it like this. What do you think would happen if there was no danger to Albin of being
I love
killed?
that.
No matter
They don't
how
need to
far
be.
he
Now
tried to
think of it the way I do in my crazy brain.
Guards just let the city alone who defended themselves powerfully
Oh, I know
enough.
what he's supposed to be. He's a hobgoblin because he's got a blue nose.
What is the alternative government that you're looking for?
There is no alternative government. What they're saying is there shouldn't be any government.
Be asking themselves,
So you want
They
complete
want
anarchy?
complete anarchy. They want to live in this fictional fucking world.
What the fuck is it now,
where there are no
Shakespeare?
rules.
The guards hardly ever use actual violence against people like Albin. As long as most people at least have the idea that resistance is futile, that's enough to keep the state
They're
functioning.
still not going to murder you.
Because the guards very rarely
Can I
use
point out that if you're talking about America, they've got it in their very fucking constitution that if the government becomes tyrannical, they can fight back.
Yes, okay, so maybe taxation
Yeah.
does depend on threats of violence.
No, taxation doesn't.
The
That's not how
is fair.
taxation works.
Every citizen is
Sir,
bound by the social contract.
have you ever?
You live in a country knowing what's expected.
Have
of
you ever, like,
and what the
paid
punishments are
taxes
if you
and
don't
or not
follow
paid
the rules.
taxes?
If you really
Every
don't,
primate is under a social contract, and I say that because every primate
what
that
you're
you can
gonna
think
say.
of
I never signed a social contract.
is a social creature
Look,
that has
doesn't
a
matter.
societal
When the bill arrives
structure
in
where there
restaurant,
is
you
a
have an
leader.
obligation to pay, even though you didn't sign anything.
It's just that we are smart enough to come up with several ways to fuck us over.
By staying in a country,
I'm
at
with
least
the
that's not good
skeleton.
enough to leave. You're agreeing to abide by the rules, and you're granting permission to have certain kinds of force used against you if you don't stick to those rules.
hang on a second. The restaurant boss gets to set the rules because he owns the restaurant. It's being the owner of a thing that gives you
Yeah,
the
but
right
the
to
government doesn't own
How?
us.
Yes, but you also have a social contract not to go into a restaurant and completely trash it for no fucking reason.
Okay.
If you want to eat there.
How did the
Just
state
saying.
come to be the owner of the land it imposes its laws on? It's important to know because if it's not the owner, then the state has no authority to set the terms of use of that land. And
Yeah,
it's
they
actually
do.
addressing
Yeah,
against
they
the people
do.
taxes.
Some people don't believe
These
that
people
the
don't
state is the
understand
rightful
taxes.
owner of
You
the
see,
land
if he
it
didn't have a
owns.
government that was
To
trying to
understand
oversee
why,
the use of
Jeff
the
went
land,
to the island
we'd
and
rape
was
the
allowed to
land.
visit him
Everything would be an
before he made a
Easter
decision.
Island. Everything would be. We'd have a lot of abandoned buildings
lying
and
on the
dead
ground,
people.
and
That's
uses it
all
to
we'd
build a hut
have.
there.
You know what
Do you
we'd
think that
have? We'd
Albin
have
owns
that
the
the
hut?
Purge movie,
Meaning,
but
does
every
Albin
day,
have the
not just
right
one day a
to say
year.
how other people
You do
may
know that
or
humans are
may use
naturally
that?
violent creatures, right? So
Sure,
it's
Albin's
really,
Does
it's
Jeff have
really
the
our.
right that Albin
All
follows
primates
the
are
rules in
violent,
order to
Here's
comply with them?
but
No, of course not.
they naturally
Jeff
will
doesn't have the
clap.
right to impose conditions on
way.
Albin because
But
it's not his
you would
hut.
go down more to the small
Jeff physically
scale again.
removes Albin. Does he then
A lot
become
of
the
people
rightful
would die,
owner of the
but
hut?
eventually it would
No,
be
No,
allowed.
it doesn't.
The hut still belongs to Albin. He built it.
What
No.
if Jeff announces
No.
himself
They
as
don't-
the uninhabited
They don't know
owner of the
how
hut,
mortgages
even
work.
though he'd never visited them himself, and then attacked anyone who
You
tried
are
to use
borrowing
the
from
land
someone,
without
so
his
you do
permission?
eventually have to give it back.
Would that mean that the Northern Hills were his property?
No,
No.
that would just make him a bully. He wouldn't really own the hills.
In fact,
That's what I think too.
the Scottish
It
government
sounds
wants
like
to
you
fight
agree with
back
me about the
against
two ways in which
landowners.
you can acquire property. First of all, you can homestead a thing. That means creating or improving something that wasn't previously owned. Building a shelter using unowned materials on unowned land is an example of homesteading.
Oh, you mean
No.
squatting?
Become an owner is if
Yeah.
Homesteading is only allowed
voluntarily
by
gives it to you. This happens in trade, where the giving happens in
wants to
both
stop someone
directions.
coming along and killing
There
you
may be
to take your
disagreements about
homestead.
exactly
Oh,
how
good.
have
So you want to go
homestead
back
something
to a
become its
barter
owner,
system.
or how long you're allowed to
No
use it
one
and use
can
before
do
someone else
that.
can claim it. But I think most people
Not in our
would
world
agree about
economy.
basics. Jeff
Are you
doesn't own
literally
any
sitting
shelter
around your
or
fucking
the-
co-op going, I wish we could go back to a barter system. That way I would be able to barter my artisan sharpened pencils
most
for
of the state's
food.
claims to land ownership are suspect. That's because most of the land was already owned
These
when the
people
state
don't
took it
understand
by
laws.
force, or the land was unowned, and instead of homesteading it, the state just threatened to punish users who didn't seek its permission.
No, because
So
when
the state behaves
when
like
the,
Jeff's
when the
feeling about
government
shelter,
forms, they were like,
announcing
all
that
of
he
this.
owns the
They were
hills.
like,
But
wherever
he,
the
like
land,
you,
wherever the
thinks
light
that
lands,
way.
is our
If we
symbol.
want to be
No.
consistent,
These people
we
just
have
don't
to admit
understand
the
that
state doesn't own most of the land.
government is
This
society
is
saying, yeah, you can do this. No,
the
you can't
state
do that.
most people at taxes.
That's all government
There
is.
is no real social contract. Just
These
threats
guys
of
would be like, fuck it, I'm going to do this.
Right, and then you'd end up with people with shotguns to their face being killed.
Land that was stolen
You get the point
less than
where,
200 years ago.
well,
Is that
the Wild
I
West was not as bad as movies made it, but these guys would make it as bad as it was fucking.
No, it wouldn't even be the Wild West. It'd be the fucking Middle Ages here.
Like, land you do. But if no
No, the
surviving
Middle
ancestors
Ages, they
are
had,
interested,
they,
then it
you
might
know,
qualify
they
as
had loyalty
abandoned
and the
land.
land barons.
Abandoned land is treated
Yeah,
like
it'd
land
be
that
more
was
like
never
the
owned.
period after
It
the
can be
Bronze
homesteaded
Age.
and passed on through voluntary exchange afterwards.
Okay, does sort of make sense, but I'm not completely convinced yet. Let me think about it some more.
I would be
Whatever it's
convinced by
used
this
for,
argument because it's
yeah,
bullshit. It can be broken up in seconds.
on a chain of increasingly unpleasant
If I was
demands
listening
and
to it,
punishment,
I'm sure.
ultimately backed by deadly force. Some people believe the state maintains mass threats of violence against peaceful people, that it illegitimately
Yeah,
claims
you do know that what you're doing is you're transferring the threat of violence from the government and placing it in everybody. So that's the only way that things can get done on regular basis. Oh, there's no laws about you driving your car down the sidewalk, but no one can stop you unless they threaten violence against you.
Your argument fucking sucks. Your argument fucking
They've
sucks.
just broken their own argument there.
Your argument fucking sucks.
Yeah, they did just break their own argument. They asked, would warlords take over? Yeah, they would.
I like how they use a reverse copyright sign.
Hey, do you want to live in the Mad Max universe? You've got problems if you do.
Yeah. I look at the Mad Max universe and I go, there are no black people. I am not going.
It's the same thing again with the people who want the zombie apocalypse. The people who want to live in the Mad Max universe, they all think that they're going to be the alphas. They think they're going to be the winners. They don't realize that they're going to be the fucking people who are going to be killed. They're the mutants that are begging water off of what's his name.
I'm loving this. PayPal.
What? Yeah, and Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm. These anarchists are asking you to donate through Bitcoin and PayPal.
Of course, because capitalism, right?
Right. They don't realize that anarchism is actually an extreme form of socialism.
No, like, seriously, fuck that place. I watch Mad Max. There was one black person and she ruled the Thunderdome. That was it. I'm not going.
That's true. She was the only black person.
Okay, this guy, I want.
This guy is my science teacher from intermediate school.
That guy's a pedophile, Jason.
To be an anarchist, you're probably.
To be fair,
this guy said.
Fair.
Oh my goodness!
Like,
oh my goodness!
It's fucking Ned Flanders.
He wants me to blow things.
Oh nah!
It's anarchist Ned Flanders.
And destruction and blood and guts and Mad Max in the Thunderdome and killing galore, rampant, crazy.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Anarchist. I am a connoisseur of compassion. I am a liberator.
Oh, okay.
You are a victim.
Let me get this straight. You can be as compassionate as you want until I come over, and then I want your shit.
Let me.
I get the feeling that he walks up to girls in bars and is like, "Can I buy you a drink? I'm a connoisseur of compassion."
No, he doesn't walk up to anybody in a bar. He goes to a bar, goes into the bathroom, mutters into the mirror, goes sit in a corner in the dark, drink a fucking goddamn Shirley Temple,
and leaves as soon as he's done.
And leaves as soon as he's done. He tries to join a Magic the Gathering game at the android's dungeon. They kick him out because the last time he was there, all he'd talk about was anarchy.
So don't go into all the propaganda.
Every night, in front of tears pouring from his eyes in front of the mirror. You're a connoisseur. Connoisseur of compassion.
what I love is that every one of these guys are like, yeah, anarchy's cool because then it'd be compassionate. And I'm like, you do know that makes you a victim in this world, right?
You are the first to die. I'm sorry, you really are.
Your life is forfeit.
But I just think it's better. It's nicer if we're able to live freely.
And also, all of these guys have guns. I guarantee goddamn to you.
Violence against us. And so this is what I mean when I talk about wanting you.
This guy has a spree killer kind of vibe going on.
We should be allowed to collect rainwater.
Why aren't you an anarchist as he guns down little children?
We should be allowed to do any kind of job.
He just said you should be allowed to collect rainwater.
You
are. You can. I wouldn't drink it right away, but sure.
Yeah, I'd put it through a filter. Well, not.
Yeah.
Scotland, it shouldn't be too bad.
Oh, hey, in anarchist society, you don't have to filter it before you sell it to children. Fuck it.
Authority come from?
Yeah, because polio for everybody.
I don't think so. And yes, we should be able to grow.
Yeah,
gardens.
explain to me how we have scientific advancement in this, anarchist society. Can someone explain that to me? Oh, there won't be any? Okay, thanks.
No reason why these things shouldn't be allowed to exist. But we live in this fascist state where these government goons tell us how to live.
Okay, asshole. I have a lot of problems with the government in this country. But until you actually live in a fascist state, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
seriously.
They don't know what a fascist state actually is.
Mystery we call existence. So let's do it. I want you to become an anarchist. I want you to.
He looks like Joaquin Phoenix's character from Her.
Well, have you got
again? What is the thing? Do you got a boner about Joaquin Phoenix? You see him everywhere.
I'm sorry. There's just a lot of things tonight reminded me about it. I can't help it.
Can I say that I would legitimately fuck Joaquin Phoenix?
I had no doubt about that.
Seriously, back me up. Doesn't he look like Joaquin Phoenix?
No.
He looks
doesn't.
like a guy who would fall in love with a cell phone.
You're not wrong, but he doesn't look like Joaquin Phoenix.
I don't even think he needs a cell phone with AI in it. I think he would just fall in love with his cell phone.
Listen, my name is Sterling. I am
Sterling.
Yeah, he doesn't look exactly like
Your name. Yeah, wait. When you have to say your name and then say you're psychologically sound on a YouTube video, one of those statements is completely false.
One of these things is not like the other.
What? Are you trying to be an open looper right now?
Is the Anarchist Cookbook a psyop? Questions for Corbett.
Who?
It's some dude. But the Anarchist Cookbook has been floating around since I was in school.
Since forever.
Doesn't it put you on a list, though, or some shit?
It is. It's illegal to have in most countries because it tells you how to make bombs and shit.
Okay.
It tells you how to make napalm.
Yeah.
I think.
It tells you how to do nasty, nasty shit. So, of course, you can get on the internet.
We already have our napalm, so I don't want any more.
But apparently it's a psyop now.
Listening to the Corbett Report.
Don't worry.
Oh, they got a British girl to give it legitimacy.
Welcome back to the podcast, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, as always.
This isn't a podcast. Okay, pause the goddamn video.
Podcast series. Where you send in
Pause it now. I'm going to say this right here, right now. If you're making a video, you're not making a podcast. Okay? You're making a fucking video. Don't make a video and say, welcome to the podcast. It just confuses people. And they go, I love podcasts. Really? Which one do you listen to? Listen to? I watch it on YouTube. Fucking you bald fuckhead. This isn't a podcast.
Late Seating was a podcast.
It was a video and then it became a podcast, but we didn't do them both at the same time.
There are many
Let's go back to the
ways
hipster, shall we?
in, perhaps most notably,
He's not a
for
fucking
members,
hipster.
please log into
He's
the
just a
website and
bald
leave your
fuck.
question in the comment section of this edition.
Wait, we're going into
I'm not gonna. I saw Fukushima, 9/11. There's just tons of shit
You can
there.
always use the contact form to email me, or you can record yourself.
If you want to, guys, go to the Corbett Report.
Yeah, go to the Corbett Report and leave a message for him.
This is the only time we'll say this.
Where is
only
it? The
time we'll
Corbett
say it.
Report. The Corbett Report.
CorbettReport.com. Go to
there we go.
Leave him abuse. It's the only time we'll ever say this.
SoundCloud, Vimeo, YouTube.
Wait a minute. There it is. Okay. Corbett Report.
There. However else you try to get this to me, please do so. But keep in mind that I
Matt,
can't
are you
answer
alive?
all of the questions that come in because there really are too many.
The chat were worried.
Having said that,
Sorry, I'm really high.
Every week.
Let's roll up our sleeves and get
Well, I'm
to
super
work.
high and
Highlight
I'm
the
really
excellent work of some section
Okay, guys, just a second.
number 23,
Okay.
where what I have always
Okay, I'm back.
for this
Sorry.
series is coming true. It has never been.
Hi, this is a message for Corbett of the Corbett Report. I think that you need to understand the difference between a podcast and a video, you stupid fuck. Okay? Let me see if you do know that they're two different mediums, right? You don't go, oh, I just watched the latest Beatles album, because you don't. You listen to it, and that's what you do with a podcast.
The preeminent inside source leaker of information from the NSA and about the NSA's plans, and has written a lot of important articles.
Do you feel better?
On the subject of the NSA,
No.
What it knows. And
Okay.
what it
You want to call Folder?
best interest to be skeptical.
No, I don't. How much longer is this guy going to keep going
The
on?
Iron Curtain of the intelligence community.
brilliant
So we
so
should
far.
absolutely
Because I gotta say, I'm kind of bored with fucking
This guy's in the scat porn.
palatable.
What?
I said this guy's in a scat porn.
Right now?
Skeptical.
No, I have no idea. I'm just.
I bet you this is a guy who like tried.
Why is his nose so pink?
So it is important, though,
Alcohol.
to keep in mind
It's a
the way
fake
that
nose.
information is coming to us,
No, it's
how
alcohol.
being
It's connected to those glasses.
The guy's a drunk.
We also had a question in from
Yeah.
Bob
So
Logan
anyways,
asking
Folder.
why I didn't talk about
Anybody?
JFK and the Federal Reserve and Executive Order 11110, and a response from
Oh boy, I didn't realize the links of anarchy and conspiracy theories were so close together.
Patriot Mythology episode that was a podcast where I discussed
You didn't?
the executive order that JFK
No.
issued and how, contrary to the myth that's commonly
Considering that AJ
portrayed,
constantly talks about how taking down parts of the
the
government.
Federal Reserve or to start the issuance of debt-free.
I thought it was being funny.
It was
Now I'm just depressed.
the purpose of the issuance of the silver certificate. It gave the power to end that.
Suddenly
program.
AJ's gonna be real straight for the next 6 episodes.
All right, dude. Next thing, if you're gonna be bald, be bald.
In 1964,
Hey.
there were no more ever again.
It
wasn't
just
because
makes it look like you have a
the
shitty hat on, like way back on the back of your head.
It was because he
Hey.
specifically.
And speaking as a man with a tooth gap, you ain't making that work.
Several times now on the podcast and linked several times.
We've already talked about this. Nobody humanizes you on this show. You're the bad guy. You're the ultimate villain of a very public fake Angus. You're the crypt keeper.
I think everybody knows that, though.
Angus, you're a combination of the crypt keeper and Saul.
From the executive order.
Wow.
Yeah, if that's the case, none of us have a foot.
We'll probably
not a single one of us.
Talk about JFK trying to end the Fed, even though it's a load of baloney.
I've got that bear trap
Also, we had
helmet
a
thing
question from
on.
Benny B talking about how we did this virtual false
I'm
flag
just already dead. I'm the guy that was supposed to go through the wire cage.
Well, of course, the black.
Angus just put all my pot on a really tall shelf, and I'm just like, no! I can't jump that high. I'm fat.
No, you know what he's done? He's taken all of if he really was Jigsaw, he took all your pot and he put it inside a Mendum.
Yeah.
Nice. I'd fucking murder him in a heartbeat. Get pot out of him. If you told me that a Mendum had pot in him and I could get it out of him, like I can't even think of the word.
But
right
the
now.
only way that he would expel the pot If you try to kill him, gas jets shoot out and burn him alive and burn your pot all up. But the only way to get it out is to jerk him off with your butt.
With your butt.
You know, I've just realized what this guy is. He's the anarchist Alex Jones.
At that time, was talking about a
Isn't
article
Alex
that
Jones?
Yeah, isn't that? Yeah.
Reports
I might actually be Alex Jones. Yeah.
And in that article,
I'm partially drunk, but even I figured that out.
Guantanamo detainee.
Surprisingly, Alex Jones did not come up in my anarchist searches.
It's because he's under everything else.
Psychological research for torture technique refinement. I think we understand how that.
That's in the
cookbook. You can go and read those articles from Dr.
I have never owned the cookbook, by the way. People who have.
Let's move along.
I mean, I could torrent it, but wouldn't that also put me on a list?
I use an audio text.
Yes, it would be illegal. I would not advise it.
It is
the windscreen, by the way, dumbass, is supposed to go in front of the goddamn microphone head.
The pop filter.
Isn't that to stop your breath fogging?
Yeah.
It's
pop. You can call it a pop filter. You can call it a windscreen.
It's to keep your hard S's from being noticeable
on eBay.
And also, if you exhale, you don't blow on the head of the microphone to make a loud noise.
Also very.
I kind of wish that Angus had one.
Absolutely, I think it's a good little podcasting mic.
I'm waiting
for getting into this for more than just
this is our little bit of freedom we get, making fun of you.
That's good for people who do have technical questions.
Well, look what he does to us.
Fringe element video.
Considering that he spends a whole month planning ways to kill us.
How to create the Corbett report.
I do not plan to kill you. That is not the role of a
sorry, 283.
Yeah, actually it is.
I'll be right back.
That's the whole point. You're supposed to make. You set up the situation to see how we deal with it, and then you work on it from there.
Moving along, another email in from Sophia.
It's not the aim to kill you.
I'm a student, and my question is:
it's aim to provide
have Canadians abandoned the principles and liberties of the Constitution? Can you give me examples of where the Constitution?
Rereading the rulebook from Traveller, and I really can't wait for that.
Canadians do to regain our rights.
Even they've made it so that even surgery is risky, which it is in real life. That's brilliant.
All historical cases where the Canadian government broke its own rules. Thank you.
And exhaustion works.
I'm not
going to write your paper for you, but
yes.
Points.
We gotta vote.
Ingenuity in trying to get
or if like the audience ever gets a vote on like a game we get to play.
I've put together in the past.
We're not playing that. What's his
question.
face?
For example, I had a
racist
report on Police State Canada from the.
I know we're not gonna play fucking Vart Victor's fucking racist RPG, even though I really want
scandals of the RCMP in the 70s.
I kind of don't.
The creation
I understand that scares. I really.
Canada, the US, and the security perimeter.
I kind of legitimately just don't.
The concept of Canada as an independent nation.
But no, I really want to throw my influence behind
abuses and really derogation of the and abandonment of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that took place there on a few occasions, including an interview with Nick Wright, who sued the G20 police for their role in cracking down on
G20 police, and it's like terrible.
Also, Dan Dix.
Dan Dix.
Into the Fire, which is a documentary film completely available for free on.
Well, what's worse is he kind of looks like someone I know.
The abuses that took place at the Toronto.
Dan Dix from PressForTruth.California.
Proven innocent, the tort of defamation, looking quite specifically at the laws in
Canada
and
dude,
how they can be abused.
If you have a name like that, you do not.
Dictatorship is a recent video I put together on some interesting rulings coming along trying to suppress free speech in Canada. And finally, the terrorists behind Canada's anti-terror law is a International Forecaster editorial that I penned just a couple
of weeks ago. That's fucking hilarious.
One, how and why it came to be.
Sabenya, I'm gonna need the folder.
Yeah, folder.
I want folder.
It's Jason's not here.
Folder.
Mel Tough Tits.
Ignored by the powers that shouldn't be.
Sabenya, I need the folder.
Pieces of that puzzle for you to
give me
Jason.
Okay, I might actually give you folder later.
So all of those links will be in the show notes for this edition of Questions from Corbett at CorbettReport.com.
It's only been 10 minutes though, so we can handle on that.
From Alex. Money is normally loaned into existence as debt
Can
plus interest. What changes now that money is still
Loaned into existence?
This guy's really fucking
interest.
Fuck does he mean?
legitimately.
They don't understand money.
On the same page, we're talking about a couple of different
This guy's
things.
I hope he dies of cancer.
And then earlier this year,
Yeah, I
negative
you know what?
interest. So this is Twilight Zone. There are some very weird
come
things
on.
going on. But what does
I'm
it
not
actually
saying
mean?
that
And
for
the-
me.
Like
the example
Angus, if there was a genie,
it means that ECB is asking
I
There
banks
is a
can
genie.
prevent one
Every
person.
gene.
park their funds. at
No,
the ECB.
genie.
No, I
If
said
there was-
genie.
This, of
There
course,
was a
was-
genie. I was
incentivizes
like,
I would
I can prevent one person from getting cancer and give it to this guy. You would take that
Central
wish.
banks are admittedly there to do.
We all would.
I
Swiss
wish.
It's basically.
I wish
people are
upon
willing
a
to,
star.
in fact, pay money to lend the Swiss government for the promise of getting less money in the future because deflation basically.
I'm just
means
looking
that,
at the
there will
shiny
be,
spot on his head now.
They're people are very worried about the way that
I'm
deflation
naming it
is
Chedrick.
the value of the money itself. So they're willing to actually
I name you Chedrick.
lend the Swiss government money, which of course ultimately incentivizes people to try to find actual interest rates that pay anything in.
Chedrick was a small god.
We've seen the bubble that has
A
been
lot of the
blown
other
and blown
shiny
and blown and blown
things
and blown
made
for
fun
the
of
last
him
several years, and
for
is
being a weird
as we currently
anarchist
speak.
head, but
Well,
Chedrick
the last
had
couple of days
dreams.
of trading last
Going
week
to Broadway
was a
and
huge
becoming a
drop,
star.
and could be the beginning of a very interesting.
He might have
fall.
been a small
All
little
right,
gleam
so
on a bald man's
is
head,
this
but he had big
completely Looney
dreams.
Tunes? Well, I mean, ultimately it comes back
Oh
like
my
everything
God.
else to supply and demand. Are people willing to
Wait,
pay,
did he
are
just say
banks in
Looney
this case,
Tunes?
or investors in 10-year bonds willing to pay a premium for government secured debt or for keeping deposits at the European Central Bank?
So, guys, for my
And,
wedding,
you know,
if
again,
my
it comes
best
back
man,
to a
my first best man can't turn up because he might not get leave from the army,
blah blah blah.
I've
So
not asked
ultimately,
anyone
there is
to do it.
supply and demand here, and
Wait, so
incentivizing certain
which
behaviors.
Waters brother is
So
your
I think
best
you
man?
can see it's not
Craig.
complete.
Craig? Oh.
Unthinkable. It's not unimaginable how this works. It's
If
just
Craig
kind of
can't make
strange that
it,
it's happening.
I've
It
asked
shows
someone
that
else to
there
be
are
my
some
best man back up.
severe
Just let you know.
deformities in the market.
So
itself,
Martin?
and also
Nope.
shows that there's
Zelda.
really no such thing as a free market in the sector. It controls everything, including such things.
Nice.
How much money banks get paid or pay for.
So yeah,
privilege
Jason
of
has been
parking
gone
their
for a
excess
long
deposits,
time.
which, of
I
course,
think
they
that
require a certain reserve ratio in order to fund it
Jason's
all.
been
So
gone for a long
lots
time.
to think about.
Folder
I think perhaps
protocol.
a more
Angus.
interesting question here. The underlying question is, well, if this actually starts to affect.
Plus, we've had like 2 videos between the folder. Like, we had the fucking Hobgoblin cartoon.
Banks are
We
paid
talked
to
about
put
anarchism.
their funds in deposit.
Fuck this
That
guy.
would be
We're not
very
even talking about
interesting,
anarchism anymore.
surely
Let's
people
just
would
go
just
to the
take
folder,
their cash
please.
out of the bank.
I don't
Just
care
take
if it's
cash and
like
stuff it
a
under the
1
mattress
minute
rather
video.
than letting the banks skim a
I
little
just
bit
want
off the top.
this guy to be
months because
gone.
of a negative
To
interest
be
rate,
fair,
right?
it is an hour-long video, so I'll give you it.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Because this guy is just like, without Jason here, it's like,
Well,
I
he's
have nothing on this fucker.
This guy's just rambling. He's just like rambling repeatedly about nothing.
Yeah.
It's word salad. It's bullshit.
I use my one joke, like, right away. Like, he looks like Cinema Snob's older anarchist brother.
I think Cinema Snob has played him at some point. Okay, we'll do this.
World War II training?
For US soldiers and how to behave in Britain, 1943.
You don't.
Oh yeah, I gave Angus a bunch of the old wartime movies. These are fun. Please. The Queen even acknowledged this shit.
At least you can't say now it's full of godless heathens.
I've turned it down, by the way, guys, as far as I can.
A film presented by the War Office. The U.S. troops arriving in the United Kingdom made on their behalf by the Ministry of Information with assistance by the U.S. Office of War Information.
They speak crazy in Britain, but they don't segregate the black people in pubs.
Briefly acknowledges the assistance of many British and American organizations.
Holy shit. They treat the Negroes with respect? What?
Yeah.
Where'd they do that at?
Well, not so much respect. They just don't treat them as badly as the US did.
True.
But if you hate the Asians, oh boy, the British, they'll be your best friends. Toothbrush, you won't be needing it here, serviceman.
The UK has better dental care than the US right now.
Fuck you, it's a joke. Ruining my fucking shit.
I like how you got real angry about it for no reason.
Yeah, right. Oh, look, there's your local Bobbies.
Yeah.
I hope so, sir. Would it be all right with the generals if we took that close-up now? All right with you, General?
No, not by me.
Oh, fine. We'll move in, will you?
Seen this. It's actually decent.
Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yeah, that's Burgess Meredith, by the way, guys.
I don't know who that is. Sorry.
The Penguin. Rocky's trainer.
Oh, okay.
The dude from all those Twilight Zone episodes. This is actually very well done. Bob Hope shows up at one point. They explain British money. They explain that you don't walk into a pub and treat it like a bar. It's not a bad. It's not actually not too. It's not that terrible.
Yeah, because
I've spent time.
And you spent time in
explain how pubs work in the UK to Renee before she came over here.
Put yourself in it.
So are we gonna skip this one and go to another thing since this is
because you know what? This is actually a quality little. This is a quality little film, and they actually treat.
I'm just the guy to show you around England.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Why shouldn't I?
Look at my teeth. I'll fit in here perfectly. You could fucking scale fish with these fucking things.
Basically, they didn't want GIs showing up in England and pissing off the English people.
Kind of like we did in fucking World War One.
Yeah, we kind of did.
And we were like, yeah, we kind of don't want to do that this time.
Well, keep it playing until we get to somewhere.
Until we get to somewhere.
As in, until I find something that we can use elsewhere.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm looking. I'm sorry.
That bit they didn't get wrong because the US soldiers did fuck.
Oh yeah, they did.
Let's go inside.
I just want to go to England and have copious amounts of sex because apparently fat boys are okay there.
Yeah.
Before we go in, let me tell you a little about an English pub.
I think, you know what scares me? We need to go on a fuck trip.
It's more like a
Yes, Micro. Pubs are hard to understand if you're American because they don't have them like we do. They don't have family pubs.
I've watched enough Anthony Bourdain to get it.
They don't do the family pubs like we do. They don't have the whole family going in. It's like strictly adults only. Generally dives.
Typically, what you would call a family pub is like Applebee's.
What's that?
Yeah, they don't have pubs being
Well, you have to understand, a lot of the traditional pubs have been around for have been around longer than our country.
True.
That's where everyone lives.
We'll pop to that island by laying pipe all across it.
Was founded about the time.
I don't want to go to another public access so soon.
And maybe find love.
So I reckon we'll let it play to the point where you got the American coming in this film.
Over there, there's a.
Oh yeah.
Sailor son.
Oh, you know what? Angus might be a good replacement in some of the anti-communist propaganda cartoons I sent you.
We've used them before. Remember, we got flags for it.
Loser buys the next drink, maybe.
I sent you like 3 of them, though.
Over yet, but the old man will win.
It's like the one with the pig.
I still get that picture up as being live because you killed it.
Wives and mothers. Yeah, that's a nice job of pork. Do you good. Yeah, Aggie.
Here they are, Bill.
What else?
You could do one of the ultimate teachers.
Like I said, it's a sort of.
Those are only those are cut up into.
Always one or two old philosophers who come in and silently consider the ways of the world. I guess they reach tremendous conclusions.
No, they're just drunk.
And always there is the inevitable dart game. No pub is without one. You'll be playing
God,
it too.
what is this, a
Very
fucking
relaxing
funeral?
after a day in the field.
This looks like fucking fun.
Whatever they are doing, whether it's smoking a pipe or reading the House of Commons debate like this fella.
Remember, the youngins
until
are
they
out
finish
fighting.
doing what they're doing.
I kind of almost always want,
alone.
like, I waffle between living in London or dying, or living in Denmark and then dying.
Here he comes. You don't want to live in London. Here he comes. Typical American tourist.
Oh my God! Get off me. Okay.
Well, holy American
Oh my God.
American dice.
Jesus Christ, that's loud.
I have turned it up.
No, I'm talking about the guy just yelling in the room. Like, at some point, you have to be able to read a room.
Well, this looks like an interesting corner. Hiya, babe. What you doing tonight?
No, you're embarrassing.
That's what this film was trying to avoid.
Is this stuff any good?
Well, it's supposed to be.
I got 1 million of them, honey.
That's bad. Don't throw your money around like that.
I hate this
Oh,
guy
he's gonna
already.
get fucked. Here comes. Here comes the
great.
Scots.
Great.
You're about to get your fucking heat kicked in, pal.
Yeah, did you hear what he just said? Don't fool around with the
Never
Scotsman.
cracked a pot.
He makes it tough for the rest.
What a character. What are these things for? Good conduct?
Oh, he's about to get his shit kicked in.
Well, you asked for it. I don't like it.
How's that?
Well, you see, back home, every morning I have steak for breakfast. And there's 6 in the family, and every morning we all have steak for breakfast. You don't blame me, do you?
Who talks like that?
We did.
Outside, you know, we gotta hire them by the night.
You did. Still do.
This is what happened in World War One. We came over and oh boy.
And keep your skirts clean.
Everyone's
Yes,
I done that.
That's when everyone mass exits and they're like, okay, well, we're done now.
No, apparently that's when he gets sent to hell.
Sorry, I'm late, old girl. Evening, Eggie. What are you gonna have?
It's all right, Bill bought us one.
Oh, let's go and blow me out. All right.
With his mother up. What's yours, sir?
May I have a bitter, please?
Pint?
Oh, half pints, all right.
Half pint. Ah, you pussy.
Okay. Sure. He's an asshole for that, I guess.
No, that's not why he's an asshole.
No, everybody's looking at him like he's the other guy.
Yeah.
So it's like, this is how you make friends.
Well, that guy's gonna end up getting killed for the guy's issues.
Have you Oh, thanks.
He's charming.
Want an American cigarette?
He's still going to pick up that cigarette because he's no daft.
Oh yeah, and they don't have any.
What's your bill? Hello, Bert. You late? What are you gonna have? I got my thanks.
Oh, good.
Like, I smoked a bunch of TVs the other day. I'm Scottish, I am. I'm not English on that right now. You might not be able to tell it because of my authentic Scottish accent.
Yeah, that's why we weren't able to tell.
Well, I don't know this story, but I watched one. That's a good idea.
Angry right now.
Hey, what are you? Oh, good. Middle here.
Anyway, so I'm going to do this instead.
Just leave baseball. Give you muscle.
Take some Orson Welles.
What are you doing?
Yes, this is amazing. So, this is Orson Welles towards the end of his career when he was just completely drunk all the fucking time.
So,
all the fucking time.
Original takes
all
for Orson Welles wine commercial.
Turn camera. 102, take 1. With overlap, action please.
Just do anything?
No.
Ah, the French champagne.
Oh my God.
It's excellence.
It's painful to watch.
There's California champagne by Paul Masson.
Is he even talking words? Is he even using words?
Same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage dated. So Paul Masson.
102, take 3.
Yes, he is wasted.
Ah, the French It is the California champagne by Paul Masson. Inspired by that
pity
same
Jason's not
French
here.
excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage dated. So Paul Masson.
Cat, he's still talking.
This is pre-Transformers, because Transformers was his deathbed. Transformers was literally Orson Welles was dying filming that.
So that was that.
Okay.
Probably like 1980, maybe 1981.
70s, I think.
Yeah, it might have been like
shoulder pads again. I need to see shoulder pads again because I can tell you if there's any reason not.
Don't play the full video. Don't play the full video, Angus, but go back so we can see the people's fashions.
I can't. I've deleted it.
Oh.
I'm too efficient.
The moralizing busy.
This is moralizing busybodies.
Moralizing busybodies. Note: I use ethics and morality interchangeably and synonymously. If
Oh
you
man,
wanna go
this
around
is
and say
vintage
killing
French.
is
He's
wrong
using
or
the
stealing
green
is
star.
wrong or these simple ethics, that's fine. Or if you wish to take a subjective sense of justice.
But yeah, guys,
moral
that was
morality,
Orson
whatever,
Welles, like,
just know that
not
you're seeking
literally
lucid
at the end of his
causal
career,
clarity
because
and
again,
not making some
Transformers, he did that on his deathbed.
Morality. And I'm
But
not,
that was
I'm not gonna
really
bust your balls
towards
about
like,
that, right? I'm a moral nihilist.
yeah,
but
nobody wants to hire him
I'm allowed to
anymore,
get you for
and he's doing
killing his
commercials,
law.
and he's just drunk all the
But what the
fucking time,
moralizing
and he's
busybodies
angry.
do is they
Angus,
set
did I give you
ethics
the
equal to
fucking
utility.
outtakes?
Ethics
The other
equals
outtakes?
utility.
Yeah,
And then
you
all
can.
they have to do is call you immoral.
For the Frozen P
To call
one,
you
the
immoral is
Frozen
to say
P
that your
rant
actions
is
are
fucking amazing.
utilitarian. And they use the language of morality to obfuscate the fact that they're just renaming
You use one large word every 2 sentences,
So
right?
when you run into people who talk about objective ethics, they're just doing some variation of this. Now, why would someone want to equate
as he
utility
says that
with
to
morality? And use the
JPEG?
language of morality to describe subjective utilitarian claims, typically called eudaimonia or something along those lines. We can speculate, but most kids were taught some things are right and some things are wrong. So morality has emotional resonance from childhood. And this is why when you hear moral arguments, there are almost always emotional arguments as well. And I will often just call something an emotional / moral argument. I don't think most people who redefine utility as ethics
moral
are
argument.
trying
Like,
to control
what the
others.
fuck is your
I think
point?
they're still stuck in their childhoods in regards to the words ethics and morality.
Nah, Barry, this isn't too highbrow. Don't worry, fringe elements will probably develop
truly trying to find this mystical morality.
Yeah, he was also.
And how, like, you know, the white
He was a race realist.
So I do believe
Yeah.
Stefan Molyneux
Holy-
is trying to manipulate people by controlling the word
To be
ethics
fair, he
and
stole it.
morality,
The only thing that
which is
really
emotional
changed about
control,
fringe
and then
elements
he further uses
anarchists anymore because he
psychology
realized,
to
like,
control
hey,
people and to tell them that their
I'm
parents are
gay and a
inherently
white
evil people.
nationalist. I will literally be the first person they turn on.
Another thing that these
after we
How
get
are
rid
you
of
gay
the
and a
black
white nationalist? Like that doesn't make any sense.
Ethics between so child.
It's like the antithesis of what you want to be in either of these
It's
groups.
really weird.
In ignorant or dishonest wordplay about morality, because being an ethical nihilist doesn't mean you have no preferences.
And again,
or
that's
even
why
a
he's a
natural and
fascist
innate,
now, because he
sense
kind of be
of
gay
justice
as
or
a
conscience.
fascist.
Right? In heated
Because, you know,
discussions, I
you
have
can
on
be-
occasion
you can
blurted out
basically be
that
the pet
the state
gay.
is immoral or the state is wrong, which is why I don't begrudge people for using casual kindergarten ethics, nor would I stand in the way of someone saying that hitting children is immoral. Okay. In the combination of childhood psychologizing and ethical dishonesty that makes them extremely dangerous. Instead of breaking ethics altogether, they say, your parents gave you bad ethics and used ethics to control you. Here, listen to mine. And by claiming ethical nihilists
Oh my
are
God.
psychologically damaged, they
R.I.P.
qualify
Nelson
the
Ellis?
idea
What?
that you shouldn't hold your parents on a pedestal. And so they constantly attempt to associate ethical nihilism with a more primitive psychoclass.
I am
And they
so
do this
tempted to
while
get my
admitting
hot
that
dog
morality
rotisserie out
has
and make some hot
historically
dogs.
been used primarily to justify what are intuitively wrong actions, but that they can come up with the correct. They can use the ring. They are the equivalent of
Too
minarchists
bad fucking that fuck
in relation to
L. Ron Hubbard
and
wrote.
morality.
I don't know what I'm talking about right now.
I don't
I
either.
am so fucking high.
What is going on
There's no
now?
reason to call that morality
Single mints.
any more than there's a need to use the threat of state violence.
Oh my God,
before it seems to be
you missed
social.
it. We watched Orson Welles fucking
morality.
drunk.
I'm
It was
attacking
great.
morality.
The French wines.
That's exactly the
Ah,
one.
That's the only one. Wake up, Orson. The French
Healthcare and the statist response.
You knew. By the way, he was 5 bottles in by the time they started filming.
I don't think
healthcare would and does suck, and that and what currently exists is not a free market, and that a true free market would be better from top to bottom. Or he can say that people dying from a lack of medical services on a free market.
I wish Peter O'Toole did commercial.
And of course, the first option
there would
would
be
lead
some
to
great
a long
outtakes
debate.
of him
The second option would lead to
plastered.
being ignored instantaneously. Moral arguments
Peter
are not
O'Toole,
effective
buy
because
this
morality is
shit.
contrived.
Wow, I thought he was in the
Another
room.
argument is that people
That
who
was
are
such a great
persuaded
impression of him.
freedom by morality are extreme flight risks.
My favorite Peter.
If someone can convince someone
Peter
else
O'Toole
of
story
some other morality,
ever is
they
he
will
refused to
adopt the
film his
economic
scene
positions that the new
Caligula
morality
unless they
entails, right?
actually
If they're
filled
led
the
around by
entire
morality,
pull-up with
their
wine.
economics will just become contrived to fit the morality.
I think that's
Right?
just a
Like
story.
It's like, yeah,
if
that's
another-
the most
all
Peter
another
O'Toole
person has to
thing
do
ever.
is capture the morality, then they've captured that person.
No, the most Peter O'Toole thing ever
Probably
is him.
Like they weren't going all
the last.
Is him and Richard Harris so drunk
Sorry, yeah.
and having to escape from a hotel when they were young actors that they came to get them, and they were both naked, and they both crawled out onto the ledge of the hotel naked and drunk.
Ethics is not.
Yeah,
Morality is not.
Oh my
about
God!
the
Do you know about the story
Morality
about
is
like Adam
subjective
West
sense
and
of
Frank
justice.
Gorshin
Morality
when
is
they
not
got really
a
drunk and
Morality
they
is not
crashed
the love of life,
an orgy
health, or general
and they were in character the
Morality is
entire
not
time.
the
You
means
guys
to
could tell
achieve
the orgy
life.
because they were just acting like Batman and
Morality
the
is
Riddler.
none of those things, and does not
And everybody at the orgy was laughing at it. And they were like, "You gotta get out of here."
If one claims that people need
Hey,
morality,
you know what? I'm going to
or
say
they
it.
strive
Hold her.
for the ends
We're not
listed
paying
above,
attention to a
what
word
he
this guy is saying.
is that
This
our
isn't a
own
video.
subjective value in foresight
Unless the video
not
is,
adequate to achieve
"Hi, my
those
name's
things.
Fringy, the
Right.
immobile talking
Straining
star."
any above to intervene.
You need to read this,
Freedom
Mike
is
Milligan's
just
War
an
Diaries.
intervening
They're
concept.
funny.
This is why I say morality is the dead hand of religion. The
Um,
moralist
no.
then defines morality
I
as
also
striving to
vote
achieve those ends listed above.
Well,
and what
tough,
he has
because we've
done
only
is
just come
created
back.
something like a state, sort of. He has taken a
How long
certain
have we been in
emergent
this
aspect
video,
of
Angus?
reality and bundled it up
minutes.
as morality.
It feels like a
Now
couple of years.
And this morality now exists as a
A lot of
vessel
people
that
in
can
the
be
chat are
captured by
saying
someone who convinces
Well,
the
that's
person
tough because
of
we're
a
only just back
different
from
morality.
Folder.
It has become reified. You can capture the morality because it's
He only uses the audience when it suits him.
If a population believes in the state,
Do it for the audience, the lovely people who pay us.
Now controls the population.
Do it for the vine.
Well, only a few of them pay us.
Similarly with morality.
Oh, now you're just holding them hostage, you bastard.
Morality. This morality can be captured by
Oh
someone
my
else,
God! Don't give him
and you
ideas.
are controlled by the invading army that captured the morality, or the invading people who convinced you.
If we had a counter up here that said until we hit
Morality will
$50,
not
I'm not
lead to you
changing the
achieving
video.
demands you wish
We
to
suffer.
Morality is
You know, we can turn on the super chat, which is
Morality
donation
is an
chat.
ought.
YouTube does that now with
One
live
ought to
shows.
do something.
Yeah, don't you have to have like at least
And
1,000
this is different from
subscribers?
colloquial.
We've got over that on
could
our
totally
channel.
do that.
You should eat healthier.
Yeah, we've got well over
I'm
1,000.
not claiming
We've got 1,036.
that
You hope.
value health.
Hey, hey guys,
What
would you
I-
be interested in that?
Actually, we've got
What
1.22.
I'm really saying
So
is
we've got
$1 equals a
to your own happiness. Eating healthier will lead to greater happiness for you. Since I value
Anyways,
your
Folder,
happiness,
Angus, seriously.
I would be
Apparently
happier
people
if
will
you
pay.
ate healthier.
Are there people saying
That's
that?
what I really say when I say you should.
I shouldn't have opened my fucking mouth.
The colloquial
Actually, that's kind of cool.
or the colloquial.
That's the other thing,
Scares,
too.
there is
You
an
said, like,
entire contingency of the audience
Same as
that
a
enjoys our
philosophical
suffering.
ought,
Oh,
or
that's
what I
true.
call
Yeah. Also, if
But,
you said
I mean-
anything at $1, like
reductive
a lot of
physicalism.
people will pay
I
$1.
am not a reductive.
I mean,
physician,
but
Also,
getting
the stock-
paid
nor do I
though?
deny
We've lost the
concepts
star.
pertaining to human experience. I recognize
We're in the
subjective value,
void.
thoughts, and emotions.
What a great video he
None of which
made.
can be physically pointed to. I do not deny concepts pertaining to human experience. Morality, it is true, cannot be physically pointed to, but the reason I say morality doesn't exist is because it
Folder.
doesn't correspond
It's
to
like
something in
this.
physical
You don't
reality.
even have the star to look
A
at.
thought
It's a blank void. The
corresponds to
audience, like, this is
something in
shit.
physical reality.
We've had
This is
stars.
like one of my videos.
Emotion corresponds to
Watch my videos.
morality
Something,
does
something
not.
napalm.
For example,
Look.
thought-
Also, Angus finally fixed the channel.
Did you just plug your channel?
Yes.
Truth doesn't physically exist
Angus
either.
plugged a very
Yet
public
I do not
spanking on the
deny
Unnamed
truth,
Friday show,
as
and I'm like,
truth is
I
a
do a
useful
shout out
concept.
video.
Though when one says something like "there is no truth,"
Like,
that could be a
you
true
need to
statement.
plug
The
it back.
contradiction is only a matter. The contradiction by saying there is,
Now it is just darkness.
that seems like a contradiction.
and yeah, this isn't fucking like suffering. We're not really suffering.
My old friend.
I don't deny
bored.
truth,
That's
but I don't want
like,
to go
there's
down.
a fun
Is there
difference.
something not ironic that
Well, because hypothetically, if there were no
video
truth,
is just
how
all
would
black?
it be expressed?
Kind of,
How would you
maybe.
if there were no truth, how would that be expressed? There is no truth out there, just material. Is that the truth? Anyway, truth is just a concept that we use. To say a statement is true really just means
Take
that
a
it's
philosophy
possible to
class.
perceive
Take
reality,
several
be
for
it
increments.
analytic or synthetic. But
Well,
I'm
to be
getting far
fair,
from
this
it.
is probably from like 8
Let me
years
just
ago.
say that I am not a reductive physicalist. I do not deny concepts generally, nor do I deny concepts about human experience. Anyone who accuses me of being a reductive physicalist.
He's open. Look at that, everybody. He's
Lying.
open-minded.
And the reason
Oh,
I said
Atticus
lying
is in
and
the
not
chat.
mistaken,
Hey, Atty.
in order to call
Hey,
me
Atty.
a reductive physicalist, you have
We're
to
watching
be a
French
reductive
Element.
physicalist and
Because
me.
I'm
Hey.
holding.
You have to be
Wait,
a
who?
little bit well versed
Addy.
in philosophy.
Who?
And if you're a little bit well versed in philosophy, then you can't plead ignorance.
That name's familiar. I remember it being spoken on
The
the show
appeal
once.
of moral nihilism.
I seem to remember a voice.
And a lot of people
Atticus as
look at
Folder.
that and they think of moral nihilism. What on earth could be so appealing about moral nihilism? Well, moral nihilism
I
can be
remember
sad.
someone being on the show with that name.
I remember my being on the show as
There
being
is no
his fault.
imperative except for what I make
I know that can't be right.
Not to say that there are things I don't want to do, as there are many things I want to do.
I'll suck your dick,
And I
Angus.
still have.
Oh my
God! It's hard to describe.
That went fast.
I have from this moral nihilism, and this may not
Look,
be very.
I want this video over with. I'm willing to do extreme
But
things.
This isn't a video. There's no visual.
and
this is literally just a dumbass talking to a microphone.
moral code where you can
You
only
asked
feel
for
good about
Flingelman.
where people can only feel good about themselves.
I did, but like I asked for a lot of things, Angus.
And you
You
can feel
shouldn't
good about
listen
trying to
to
achieve.
Okay,
everything
Angus, you do know you have to adopt a parent-child relationship when it comes to Matt.
Play video.
But not.
You just can't give him whatever he asks for.
Good morning, everyone.
Because,
Yeah, I'll be asking ice cream for dinner. Oh, big ice, it's over.
Rude statist interrupts anti-state talk.
Oh, he's a rude status. Well,
Charlie V.
in that case.
Salford City Council Civic Centre headquarters here in Salford, obviously.
Salford City
Thank you everyone
Council.
for continuing to be part of the conversation and all the comments and all the views. And I'd just like to celebrate a very important milestone this morning. I finally passed 1 million
Is he
minutes.
whining about someone telling him to shut the fuck up?
So what that means is that every moment right now or whenever, there's always someone somewhere on the planet watching one of my videos. And I've looked at the Google Analytics and there's viewers in Saudi Arabia, Bhutan,
He's Scottish.
Islands,
Yes.
Somalia.
This guy is Scottish.
And I wonder how many of
we're
them
blaming you for this.
British American servicemen abroad, or how many of them are actually local Somalis. Hopefully pirates. You never know.
Clydeside.
Big fan of piracy. Big fan of the traditional pirate.
Oh, no.
Maybe more towards Fife.
As well as the modern torrent.
You are a big fan of what
There's a
some
massive
people
difference
think pirates
between,
were.
I'm very good standing here. Massive difference between having a file and inventing a mirror duplicate file than there is from stealing that original file, so that it no longer exists. I've
No,
just
it
been
does.
using
This is a new video.
Delivery vans by G4S, and I can't remember the other name. Lumens.
Okay, let's see.
Symbol.
Folder.
Funnily enough, the
That's one.
G4S
There you go,
van
Angus.
had all the details
Folder.
That's two. That's
where
three.
all the G4S money delivery vans will be today in Greater Manchester, which I thought was very interesting.
I don't hear.
See, he just counted them.
I don't hear our Scottish buddy here saying it.
Fuck you. Just get the folder. How about that? Fuck off.
One day, the video will say folder.
Yeah, one day the video will just stop and be like Angus folder.
And hold its head in its hands. And be like, please don't make me do this again.
Yeah, and then like the person in the video's eyes are gonna bleed. And then we're all gonna die in like 12 days.
Considering that I'm not actually reacting to the video, I probably will live.
We haven't reacted to any of the videos. We've talked about fucking movies and God knows what else.
Look, this is like the Friday fun house without the fun.
Jonathan Bell, Part 1, Screaming Boy, Casual Show.
Oh no.
You know this is revenge, right?
Overcomers broadcast. Today we're going to be talking about how to overcome depression.
Your pants are too tight.
If you're feeling down today, I want you to listen to this program because
It's TV Frank.
That's I was just gonna say the same fucking thing.
You today that Jesus Christ will visit you in your living room through this program here on Heavenly Father, we
Come
want
to me,
thank you,
Jesus.
Jesus, for being with us. Lord, we pray that every person that is listening to this program today would call a friend who may be suffering with depression.
He does have like a fucking John Wayne Gacy vibe about him, doesn't he?
Depression of any sorts, Lord. Today we're going to talk about Satanism.
Also, it doesn't help like that this is titled
Today in
Screaming
Jesus'
Boy.
name. Lord, we pray for each person that's watching.
Satanism.
Through the Holy Spirit, Father, that you would talk to them in their homes. Lord, wherever they are, whether they're in a motel
Your pants are supposed to ride just below your belly button.
You have them today in Jesus'
He wants everyone to know.
Your name. Amen. You can cut the music, guys. Thank you.
Shut up.
No, keep it on. Keep it on. Drown him out.
I hope there's some stoner fucking with him over there.
John, chapter 3. Now by
Like
this
what?
we know that we know
Turn the
him
music up,
who keeps
man.
his
Okay.
commandments. He who says, I know him and does not keep his commandments is a liar.
Like Iron
Truth is not in him, but whoever keeps his word, truly, the love of God is perfected in him. By this
He looks a little bit like Jor-El.
He abides in him, ought himself
Marlon Brando?
Yeah.
as he walked.
Jor-El.
Jesus walked. We're to walk just like Christ.
He's like
Brethren,
Jor-El's
I write
brother.
No new commandment to
So-
you.
Zor-El.
An old commandment which you have had
So
from
I
the
know
beginning.
we're
The
like
old
a
commandment
month
is the
and a
word
bit
which you
in.
heard from the
But
beginning.
so far, every episode has been killer.
A new commandment I write to you.
He's also got a
which
head like
is
the alien
in
from
him
this
and in
island
you,
Earth.
because the darkness is passing away and the
He's
truth
got a
is
giant.
now
Is there a reason why he's shouting?
He who says he is in the light and hates
And
his
he's got a
brother
tiny
is in
face.
darkness until
That's the
now.
weird
That
thing.
means if you hate your brother,
Like, his head
if
isn't
someone's
that
offended you and you
big.
hate them, you have
It's
not
just
the
his
spirit. You
face
have
is
not
small.
Jesus Christ. God is love.
His
He's
face
not
is
hate.
crowding
You
his
choose
chin.
to love or you choose to
It's
hate.
Donald Trump
Which
the
one
early
are you? Are
years.
you a vessel for hatred? Or are you a
It
vessel for
really
love?
looks
You
like
allow the
somebody
love of God to
photoshopped his
flow
face
through
to
you
make
to
it
help
look
other
smaller.
It's
people.
like that, you know
Sit on the couch
that,
with your
Wait,
legs
is
that
crossed.
this what he's?
faces?
Is this what he
Sit
says to
around
his
for
victim?
someone
Are
to
you
knock
a
you
vessel
on the
for
head and
hatred
say,
or a vessel
go
for
help
love?
the guy next
I
door.
eat my.
It is. It's like
the neighbor
they
a
swap
cake.
face up
Or
before
you just
it
sit
actually
and do
was
nothing with your
invented.
life. He who loves his brother abides
So this
in
is the
light,
Church of
and
the
there
Blue
is no
Curtain?
cause for sin in him. But he who hates his
I
brother
have a
is
leather chair,
darkness
but I will not
and
sit in it
walks in
because
darkness
that is
and
Satan.
does not know where he is going because the
The
darkness
chairs are made of Satan.
I write to you, little children, because your sins are forgiven you for his name's sake. Let's go on to 1 John
Learn how to read.
verse 15. Do not love the world or the things in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world,
The love
lust
Father
of the
is not in
flesh,
him?
the lust of the eyes, the
Sir?
pride of life,
Learn punctuation.
is not of the Father, but is of the world.
Learn how to read with punctuation and speak at the same time.
But he
He
who
can't. He's too busy yelling at you.
Little children, it
Yeah.
is the last hour, and as you have heard that the Antichrist is coming.
Yo, mama.
Oh yeah, always just a ministry that has a P.O.
We
box.
know that it is the last hour.
Dressed to
You don't
kill.
have to look too far, and there's people from Chicago, from Florida, Saddam Hussein idiot. I mean, this guy calls himself the Antichrist, and his deeds are evil.
Saddam Hussein idiot.
It is the last hour, and as you
He
have heard,
couldn't
that the
remember where
Antichrist
Saddam
is
Hussein was
coming,
from.
even now many Antichrists have come. By which
How
we
many
know
There's
that
supposed
it
to
is
be more
the
than
last
one.
hour.
One.
There's a whole
They were
bag of them.
from us, but they were not of us. For if they had been of us, they would have continued
Dude, you're wearing
with
brown
us.
shoes with black pants.
But they went
Come
out
on.
and they might.
I know,
They
right?
went out that they might be made manifest, that none of them were with us. That scripture is talking about, when you're around people and you're sharing Jesus with people, there's some people that start sharing.
like you do.
Some people that can handle it, and some people can't.
Some people can handle Jesus.
Hey, Jason.
In my
Jason,
travels, I'm always
do you
sharing
think this
about
is Hayden?
Jesus Christ, the one who set me free.
Do I what?
Do you think this is
He
Hayden?
delivered me from sexual
No,
abuse
I don't
from
think
when
that.
I was
Hayden's a
5 to
girl
12
and
years
she's like
old. I was
19.
sexually abused by homosexuals.
What?
Wait a minute. He what?
He was sexually abused by homosexuals.
I have to go back on that one.
I'm always sharing
Traveling
about
ones?
Jesus Christ,
Going
the one
town to
who set me
town?
free.
Don't make me laugh about it.
Here we go.
Delivered me from sexual abuse.
Hi, do you have any
12 years
gay
old.
needs
I was
that need...
sexually abused by homosexuals.
Wait, he was sexually abused from the age of 5 till he was 12?
Jesus Christ can set any
So your dad is what you're saying.
who will use.
So you were
Homosexuals
Catholic?
scared.
Homosexuals
abused
you
him.
ask God to forgive
So
you.
your dad.
After you
You
do
were an
that,
altar
the Bible
boy?
says, if you're a lover of the world, you're an enemy of God.
If you're a lover of the world, you're an enemy of God?
Totally saved by going to the altar at church. You go to the front of the altar and you say, "Oh, Jesus Christ, forgive me of my sin. Come into my life now." You leave the church and you go live like the devil all week long. You don't help people. You save your money in your bank and you don't help ministry.
And you don't give it to Jonathan Bell, do you? You don't!
You're starving overseas. The whole body of Christ, we're supposed to help each other. I wonder
is fucking
sometimes
weird.
why do we have to have 150,000?
This guy's
churches in
working
the
through
world?
some issues.
If we're all serving the same
He's
God,
like fucking
why is it that everybody
Louis-
won't get together
fuck
and
it.
help one another? Do you
What's
know
that?
the devil?
Is his shirt
job is to
unbuttoning
keep you
itself?
separated
I don't
from God.
know.
Life with Louie. Who is that guy? Fucking Louie
Satan, if you're really doing something for Jesus Christ, Satan hates your guts. He hates your guts, and he'll do everything he can to keep your joy not within you. He'll put garbage in your mind from your past, and unless you put on the Word of God, there's no way you can withstand the walls of the enemy.
He actually sounds like a girl. Are you sure this is not like this is a dude?
Uh-oh, Satan's interrupting the feed.
He said, put on the breastplate of righteousness. Breastplate of righteousness. Your helmet of salvation. Your belt of peace.
My belt of peace.
And the brass boots. He was chained up in this garden prison.
Is
the brass boots don't get anything. Everything else was like peace. And
wait. Is this a D&D character?
I think he just described Bible Man.
He's Canadian.
That they will be lovers of
Oh my
themselves,
God!
lovers
Jonathan
of money,
Bell is the alternate ego of Bible Man. Yeah, he's Bible Man.
Immoral, murderers, adulterers. Do you know if you're a fornicator, you're going to hell for it?
Yes, and I enjoy it.
A fornicator is someone who has sex
and they like it. I've never had it.
God loves you, but you know
apparently this arsehole has a charge of aggravated assault on an invalid.
The Bible says you are God after you receive
what?
Called to a scene of a domestic disturbance at the ministry apartment, whereupon Jonathan was hauled in on an aggravated assault of an invalid.
Church and accept Jesus Christ, and it's okay from there.
So he's Nephilim free. This is Nephilim free.
Pretty much.
If you walk in front of the altar,
He beat the shit out of a 70-year-old and a 35-year-old retarded son.
there's a few things you have to do if you expect to make it in.
Told you he's working out some stuff.
Apparently he tried to drown the 35-year-old retarded son in the lake.
How is that aggravated assault and not attempted murder?
Represents the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit.
The old person and the retarded son went back to Canada and the charges were dropped.
Flesh and God was the Word. In the beginning was the Word.
Why were they in the United States to begin with?
God was the Word.
Kidnapping charges.
I thought the bird was the word.
That maybe I'm a
the bird's the word.
This guy is an attempted murderer. Tried to hold the 35-year-old underwater by his hair.
People by the way they dress.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck with this guy.
Whether they have the leather jackets
on. He made them sleep on the floor with no bedding.
Jesus didn't come for the self-righteous. If you're self-righteous and you don't help the guy who's a beggar on the street, you're worthless.
You only ever made 2 shows.
You hold them under the water by their hair.
Said the highest calling is to be your brother's keeper, to help the fatherless, the child who has no father, and the widow. That's one of the highest.
Yeah, you only ever made 2 shows before he was arrested.
Pride.
Is he still in jail?
No, the charges were dropped because they went to Canada.
No, I'm pretty sure he's probably homeless.
Jesus said, put away the old man.
Ooh, crosscut.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you just get 2 voices there?
Filled with new
it was Jesus telling him to shut the fuck up.
Must become a new wine bottle. You know, I'm not perfect. I'm not a perfect evangelist.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, hold on. This video was made after his arrest.
Set up a ranch for children
oh
who
my
are sexually abused. Very few people
this video
that want to help
was made after his arrest. Fantastic.
Wait, he set up a ranch for children who are sexually abused?
Would you trust this man with children?
No.
From their past, and they
I wouldn't trust him with anything.
They still go to church and they wonder why they're depressed.
I wouldn't trust him to get on the fucking short bus. Which is apparently an American thing, by the way.
You're still depressed, dude. I don't know how to tell you this.
In my past, I brought it into a relationship with God when I got saved when I was 17.
I don't know if you know this, but depression can be clinical. It is not something that can go away just because you think it will. You fucking piece of shit. I hope you die in prison or just in general.
He's not in prison.
He needs to be.
Charges were dropped.
I don't give a shit. He needs to be.
Because they moved to Canada instead of charging him.
I don't give a shit. He needs to be.
With Jesus Christ when you wake up in the morning. Why don't you build a relationship with Christ?
Why don't you build a relationship?
Why don't you? Why don't you do it?
Oh, why? Why?
In this life, unless your soul's saved and you're going to heaven.
Your pants are to your nipples. You cannot tell me about Satanism, sir.
Nothing else. It don't matter how big or how hot shot you think you are for the executive for IBM.
What does dress to kill mean? Why does it keep flashing up there? I think, you know what I think? I think the people at the public access are fucking with him.
From what I read before, reading about how he was all, killer, is that the producer of the cable, public access guy, didn't have a clue how to handle him.
He said you must become as a
He
child.
just received 2 tapes and the money.
If you don't surrender your will to him, there's no way you're going to make it in.
I don't want in if you get to be there.
You think you're going to heaven and you think you're saved just because you put your name on the church ballot?
What?
Going to church don't save you.
What? That's not the side of hearts.
On the church ballot?
Relationship with the one we're talking about who has the key to the gate. Remember the 10 virgins? 5 of them went to hell.
Did they though?
Do you remember the story of the other man, Lazarus' brother or friend?
No.
He was in hell and he was crying.
But remember, Lazarus' brother or friend.
And Lazarus said, I'm sorry, I can't come down there. You passed over. You know,
that's not what Lazarus said.
No, Lazarus passed. He died. He got given a second chance.
The capital of Canada. God told me 3 years ago.
Have you actually read that Bible that's in your hand?
Probably not.
Number one, I don't even know if it's a Bible.
And I've been working with street people for 15 years. I did my business part-time.
You did your business on them? Did you film it?
But you
forced them to fight each other.
I always run across these people.
You made them sleep on the floor.
You ran a
You wanted to start a business called Retard Fight, but you could only find one guy.
You ran an underground homeless hobo fight ring.
Don't try to tell me how to live my life and how to interpret the scriptures.
Apparently, dress to kill.
Okay, you know what? I'm starting to think that if you were his neighbor, this is what you'd hear through his walls every fucking night.
Dress to Kill is the name of a Bible study book.
They go to church on Sunday and they think they're just.
Isn't it also a James Bond film?
I could totally picture myself trying to fall asleep at 3 o'clock in the morning, and this is all I can hear from next door.
You're nuts, my friend.
Oh no. Dress to Kill is about a prostitute who witnesses a murder.
Yeah, Dress to Kill is about a prostitute who sees a murder. Turns out the murderer is a psychiatrist played by Michael Caine, who also wants to be a woman.
For your neighbor, and you don't have love for yourself.
I can't see Michael Caine ever putting on a dress.
Okay, I've got some more information from Renee about this guy.
He cursed the fig tree because it
He
didn't
made
bear
2 television episodes,
He cursed it.
and then he went back to being a hairdresser.
People, they do not bear forth fruit.
One episode is in casual dress, the other is in tuxedo and bow tie, and you'll be pleased to hear I've got both.
Oh, goody.
Great. Yay. That's what I want.
Wait a minute. He sent them the tapes, which means he filmed this somewhere else.
Yep. Yep. Yep, he did. Probably somebody's basement. Screaming Boy.
Yeah, Screaming Boy is his nickname. That's just part 1. Don't worry, I've got more.
He really wasn't screaming.
No, he was more like, I don't know.
Weirdly just like...
emphatic. Uh-oh.
Oh, wait. Before we get started. Okay, so... he set up those two. He set up that like 35-year-old retard guy and that 71-year-old woman invalid in the predominantly gay Oakland section of Dallas.
There's a surprise.
Simple animation and explanation of anarchism.
Many people, when they hear the word anarchy, think of chaos.
I'm sorry, are you talking?
So they assume that an anarchist must be in favor of disorder and violence.
I'm sorry, but the guy's panning into your tits.
Most objections and
Oh, hey, we got to do it again.
I like how it's a slow zoom.
Keep talking, honey.
Wait, the camera's skewing to the left now.
Got to make some room for the graphic.
Two fictional islands. Authoritania, where there is a ruling class or government.
Oh my god!
I love how they have to make up shit. They can't point to an example of one.
Because there isn't one.
Islands to examine several common misconceptions about anarchism. Lots of people think anarchy means every man for himself, or survival of the fittest.
Yes.
Or
yes, it is.
the absence of any social cooperation or organization.
That is true. Yes.
They think that anarchy means everyone has to be self-sufficient.
Except there are people who aren't. So do they just die?
Some kind of government is necessary for any organization to occur.
I'm going to talk to you from my mansion house.
A democracy,
Right.
a kingdom, or a dictatorship.
Some structured organization might help people that can't help themselves.
And punishes anyone who disobeys them.
What great
That
animation.
is not cooperation.
Right.
That's domination. It's one group forcing its will on another.
I hate to break it to you, but the police officers are not like high-level government officials.
That does not mean that people are incapable of organizing their activities without being
Okay, well, now show us how on arachnophobia they do it.
useful examples of organization that we see today
It's a barter
anarchistic
system.
in nature. No one was forced to build the grocery store you go to.
Okay, bartering
We're just
is
lucky
not,
that there is one.
Sell anything
bartering is not a product of anarchy.
involved in
It's a product of socialism.
operation of growing your food, transporting it, displaying it in the store, and selling it to you.
So it's not
Everyone-
barter then.
So capitalism.
Yeah, it's capitalism.
Working in exchange for money.
Which
You
doesn't
and
work with
other
anarchy.
customers choose freely.
Capitalism relies. Well, no, actually, it does. Tell a lie.
Money.
Capitalism would fucking love anarchy.
Allows for an
Yeah, here's
amazing
the problem. Pure capitalism treats people like shit. That's why you had kids
without
working.
anyone being
Without
coerced.
a mixed economy, we'd be fucked.
In contrast, under government, a very small group of people comes up with an idea and forces everyone else to participate in it and provide for its funding with tax dollars.
Yeah, you're kind of glossing
In the
over some of the
authoritarian
other things
supermarket,
in the arachnophobia area.
What to produce and how much, what prices to charge, and they would
No,
tell
the government
customers
doesn't
what
do
they
that.
must buy
No,
and what they
no,
must pay.
no.
Anyone who does not
No.
comply with the
Sweet,
socialized
sweet baby,
master
baby
plan
bitch. That's
will
not
be
how that
punished
works.
in some way. That is how government does things. Which one of these would you prefer?
The completely fictional one side or the completely fictional the other
If
side?
there were no ruling
I would
class or
prefer a
government,
utopia. Thank you.
people would have no way of defending themselves against common criminals or foreign invaders.
True.
Again, this is simply not true.
Okay, how would they do it?
Government version of protection is inherently hypocritical. Governments will use their hired law enforcers to find and lock up some of the private thugs and thieves and prevent
So
them
they
from
protect us
preying
from
on
them.
people.
Wait, private
But
thugs
every
and
ruling
thieves?
class gets the money for its operations by way of taxation, demanding money from its subjects and
Oh,
punishing
so
those who
I
don't
see you're
pay
going to
up.
not address the problem.
Oddly, every ruling class insists that it needs
But
to
the
be able to
police
forcibly
don't-
control and extort
Meanwhile,
money
in
from
Utopia
people
land,
inside
no one commits
in
crimes
order
because
to
everyone's
protect them
nice.
from private criminals who might try to forcibly control and extort them. In contrast, if there is no government, people do not lose their inherent right
Oh,
to
of
defend
course.
themselves
Everyone
from
Oh,
others,
I see. So,
or to defend what they have from those who would
Hey, big titty bitch.
Every
If you
person
get
has
rid of the
this right.
government, our
And they also
Constitution
have
and
the
Bill
right to
of
organize
Rights
and
go away
cooperate
too.
with each other to exercise that right.
yeah, and guess what? It's so
Organizing for
perfectly okay to
mutual
shoot and
defense
kill
does
that
not
person.
require any
Right.
government-granted laws or authority.
Oh look,
No
no
one wants to be
law.
Oh, a
attacked.
gun shop, of
Everyone
course.
wants to feel safe.
Because that's
Whether
how
each
this
person
works,
takes
right?
this on himself or
Yeah.
herself
I
individually.
understand.
You
or
want to know
whether
how
they hire
anarchy
and
works?
organize
Watch The
others
Walking
to do it
Dead,
on
you
their
stupid
behalf,
whore.
It can be done on a voluntary basis.
It cannot.
No.
Insist that government is
No, it
necessary.
can't.
Here, I'll give you an example. On the Big Island of Hawaii for a really long time, rather than hire CHP, they would just deputize regular citizens to patrol the roads because they don't have a freeway there.
So gangs happen?
No, but if you lived on the island and they recognized that you lived on the island, you never got pulled over. Even if you're going 120 miles an hour on fire, you wouldn't get pulled over.
Them to buy government protection. There's no
But if you did live on the island, you were fucked.
If you were a tourist in a rent-a-car, oh boy.
And up against both individual and organized armed citizens. A criminal gang that's recognized as such has far less power than a gang
You don't understand anything, do you?
to be legitimate and proper.
You're really not helping the blonde bimbo stereotype go away.
When thuggery is called law enforcement,
And I'm also starting to think that she is Michael Jackson. In
What?
my eyes.
terrorism.
No.
Even the widespread ownership of firearms can't do much to stop the aggression.
Michael Jackson only had wet dreams of being this white and blonde.
Stop it.
Oh, we are getting done for that.
Really?
Way to go.
Holy shit. We
We
got done
got
for that.
dinged for Anarchia?
Uh-huh.
Wow, that's weird that an anarchist group would use the laws.
Authority.
I'll be right back.
A well-armed population. Would
Why are you still
respond
playing it if we're getting dinged?
The gang would fail quickly and
I'm
dramatically.
testing.
Another concern that people have when they first consider the idea of a stateless society is that some people are truly malicious, destructive, and sociopathic.
Okay.
The concern is that these people would be free to do anything
There would
they
be nothing
wanted,
to stop
and no
that
one would
behavior
stop
at
them.
all.
But this concern is
Because
again
that
based
requires a social contract of morality.
wherever we have a government ruling class, we still have freelance thieves and thugs who are not deterred by the laws of the politicians.
And
Right.
and
some
arachnophobia would
instances,
stop
they're
that.
stopped by force by the police, or they decide not to commit a crime for fear of what the police might do to them. What makes this deterrence work is not the legislation or the official badges, but the simple threat of harm to the
Explain
society.
that in countries
It
like
really
where
makes
there's no
difference
guns for the
whether
police.
threat comes from the police,
Like
they
the
can't do
UK,
that.
funnily
a
enough.
citizen, or even another criminal.
Explain
They
why
don't.
that.
They can't. They don't. No, don't make them. They don't know.
Social rules. He cares about avoiding pain and hardship for himself. This is still true when a government ruling class is not involved at all. If the intended target of a would-be carjacker pulls out a gun, it doesn't make any difference to the carjacker whether that person has a badge or whether there's a law against
Right.
taking
See, this disintegrates into both of them shooting each other.
discouraging nasty
Yeah.
people from hurting
See how that
others
works?
does not require special
You've got to rely
authority.
on the person that has the gun
use
being trained on
defensive
how to use a gun.
Ironically, though
You know,
people
most
hope that
deaths in
government
America
will
from
protect
guns
them,
come from
having a
most
government,
gun death in
gang
America
which is
happens
believed to have
because
the right to tax and control
homeowners shoot
people,
their own family.
just creates one gang so big
Because
and powerful that
the
normal
paranoia
people
around
can't
thieving.
resist it. In short, to create a huge gang and then give it societal permission to control and extort people with the hope that this gang will prevent theft and thuggery is simply a self-contradictory idea. But that's what government always is. Some people might assume that if people organize for mutual protection and defense, then that's what
People
government
organize
is.
for mutual protection and offense and defense
People coming together
is
to
a
do
fucking
something
government.
everyone has the right to do, such as defend yourself, doesn't require any special authority. It's not government
really-
unless one group of people claims the right to do things which others do not have
The
the right to do,
coherence for defense
and controlling
based on
innocent people.
community is
Organized
government.
can be very effective without supposing the special right to rule over others.
No,
In other words,
you don't
without
understand
being
government.
In contrast, governments rob the people they rule of far more wealth,
No,
than private,
you don't understand what government is.
making the idea of a protector government ridiculous.
Or do you not understand
Another
what freedom is,
objection to
Angus?
the idea of a stateless society is the notion that if not for a group of lawmakers telling the rest of us how to behave, we would all behave like stupid, irresponsible, violent animals.
You are arguing for the wrong
This
type of
claim
anarchy in the
implies
first
one of two
place.
things. Either we normal people have no idea what is right and wrong unless and until politicians tell us.
Which has historically been shown.
The only reason we want to do the right thing and coexist peacefully is because politicians told us to. A quick examination of your own motivations will show you that neither of those things is actually true. It's particularly odd to make this argument in a society where politicians are voted into power. If the people themselves have no moral code and no conscience and are just stupid, violent animals, why does almost everyone want government to keep the peace and protect the innocent? Would a population of vicious,
this is why we have a political spectrum.
Try to elect good people to keep the evil people in line?
We have a political spectrum for this reason.
The goodness and the desire for order and peace comes from us, not from the lawmakers we vote into office. The same holds true of everything the government does. If people are so short-sighted and selfish that they can't be trusted to voluntarily organize and raise money for whatever they deem important, then how can those same people be trusted to decide who
it's funny. It's funny. She's completely ignoring the whole concept of noblesse oblige.
His own life, but
while arguing for it.
Yeah. Choose someone to run other people's lives. Government is really not a civilizing influence. It's actually an uncivilizing influence.
No, it's not.
People who would never personally rob their neighbors constantly use the government to do it for them by way of taxation. People who would never dream
otherwise
of
you end
trying
up
to
with Conan the
control
fucking
minute
barbarian.
details of their neighbors' lives.
What is best in life?
Conditions to do it instead.
To crush your enemies.
The opportunity and encouragement to rob and control other people without risk.
No, it wouldn't. You know,
there's lots of babes, magic, demons.
It'd only be good if you could fight.
Irresponsibility and malice towards other human beings.
No, I would not, because you know what? Pocket
sand. A risk-free way to interfere with
the
lives and choices of our fellow.
Always pocket sand.
Government brings out the criminal and
that's all Conan ever needed.
In contrast, in the absence of a ruling class, people would lose their ability to ask lawmakers to interfere with their neighbors' lives. And we would not have law enforcers who could avoid responsibility for evil deeds by claiming that they were just following orders. Throughout history,
did you just call the cops Nazis?
Assault, oppression, and even murder has been committed by those acting on behalf of a supposed authority than by anybody else. Even basically good people, when they believe in government,
basically
will
good people
things or do things which they know would be wrong if they did them on their own. Most people know that theft and assault are bad, but they imagine that controlling their neighbors and forcing them to spend their money on things they don't want is perfectly moral.
Here's my problem with the barter system.
I
love the barter system. It's great.
Wrong becomes right.
The problem with it being done under arachnophobia,
regulation, and war
is that
anarchists
there's no impulse for anyone to do
anything. That human society will never be perfect.
Well, you know, you can't tell
better if evil deeds were committed only by genuinely nasty sociopathic people, rather than being committed wholesale by basically good people who think that violent aggression is okay when it's called law.
You are a victim in your world.
Voluntarism. It's very simple. It's wrong to initiate violence against any other person, regardless of badges, laws, or alleged authority. The only time the use of force is justified is to defend against aggression.
Recall folder.
Almost everyone understands this on a personal level.
Okay.
So they've been taught that this basic rule of social living does not apply in the false government. Most people already know how to get along with others, and most people want
because society told them.
Our morality doesn't come from politicians making laws.
No, it comes from society.
Organize and cooperate doesn't come from the ruling class. When people escape the belief in government, they don't suddenly turn into violent animals.
No, but the people who already are do.
And our ability to defend ourselves is not served by government. In fact,
you go to Africa.
Ruling classes do not
where rape
produce
gangs literally
coexistence,
exist.
but rather perpetual conflict and violence. Our belief in government authority takes our compassion, virtue, and good intentions and turns them into power for people who crave power and riches. Of course, the people who benefit most from the political racket will put a good spin on the system and do their best to convince people that it's a social necessity. But ask yourself this: have the thousands
as a rich white woman, do not trust the state because I'm a rich white woman.
Have they made you more caring?
I demand justice for us white women who are rich.
Taking your money and telling you how to live your life.
Oh, what do you think about it? Aren't white women the most suppressed minority
money and make your own decisions? Is
I'm not touching that with a barge pole,
by a
Matt.
small class of people?
I'm not going to do that on stream, but
I mean, when you really think about
Shut up, Matt.
Or would society be
We're not
better
doing
served
that with a
by
barge
human
pole.
freedom and respect for individual rights by voluntary cooperation and peaceful
But who will make the apple
organization?
pies in Anarchy?
If the second option sounds better to you,
And arachnophobia?
maybe you should learn more about anarchism. Some people dismiss anarchism as a utopian idea.
It
It
is.
would only work if everyone were generous and compassionate.
It's a utopian idea that is actually
Obviously,
dystopian.
everyone is not generous and compassionate all the time. But these people need to look at the other side of the coin. If people are too stupid, greedy, and malicious to be free, aren't they too stupid, greedy, and malicious to be trusted with power over others?
But in
Whether
your
people are inherently good,
world,
bad,
those
or
people have
elite,
access to guns
giving a person power
and free
over
reign to
others
kill people.
is not going to make that person better. In fact, power has historically been known to corrupt people and make them worse. Whereas the discipline imposed by
Discipline imposed by equal freedom.
Most people today think that we
So
need
the same government you want to tear down. Okay.
because they mistakenly believe that obedience to authority makes us all more civilized, moral, and peaceful. In reality, it has always done exactly the opposite.
Actually,
governments can be
society's
corrupt,
models have changed over the years and changed government
inefficient,
and laws
counterproductive,
based on
even
those moralities
tyrannical.
changing.
Most people assume that the way to fix that is to get the
You
right
can't
people
tell her
in
that.
power.
It goes against the narrative.
Spent centuries trying to create a good society using
I am the narrative.
different legal structures.
Actually,
different ways of
Batman
choosing
is a
the
perfect
rulers, and
example
so on.
of anarchy.
But every governmental
Batman?
construction
Yeah.
has resulted in freedom.
Batman's a
and
perfect
riches for
example of
some
untreated
and oppression,
PTSD.
violence, and poverty for others.
Batman. Here's the
What
problem
if,
with Batman and why
instead
he's
of
a shit
deciding
character
what the
in general.
throne should look
He's
like,
basically
and who
anything
should
because
sit
he's
on it,
one of the most
all people of
inconsistently written
goodwill
characters.
embraced the non-aggression principle.
Okay, taking that out of the bat,
What if
he
instead
is
of looking
anarchy.
to a ruling class
He
to
is
impose
vigilante.
our values on society, we embrace the concept of
In
self-ownership?
fact, Batman
Sometimes
and
he's
Robin
that
Star
easy
has the most perfect form of Batman.
They're
In the fact that he is a crazy, drugged up motherfucker.
principles that most of us have been
To be fair, also Batman isn't
Anarchism does
Batman.
not
That's
mean
fascist
chaos
Batman.
and violence, or every man for himself. Having no government does not mean having no morality, no organization, and no cooperation. Simply put, anarchism does mean that no one is your master and no one is your slave. And that's all it means.
No, it's not.
No, it doesn't.
I want to talk now about.
Oh no, I don't want you to talk about anything.
God, what is up with all these people?
The anti-imperialism of statism.
He's anti using a fucking comb.
Anti-empiricism of statism. Now, as an Austrian or a proponent of the Austrian School of Economics,
oh boy, whoever had that on their bingo card, mark that
eschewing science and eschewing empiricism, and that is at least partially true with Austrian economics. However,
we're not in Austria.
Austrian economics is what modern capitalism runs off.
There are lots of libertarian.
Well, free market capitalism runs off.
Anarcho-capitalism, right?
Don't come to libertarianism.
No, he's a libertarian in the American sense.
And the claim
in your mom's English, right?
You know, so it's just often alleged that, you know, libertarians are anti-science, anti-empirical. You know, they're just dogmatic.
Guys, libertarians can be cool too. We like pot.
This is basically almost never true. I know in my case, I wasn't a statist, and then I sat down and said, I'm going to do deductive reasoning to see whether, you know,
nobody who likes pot can be a bad person.
With me, it was looking at every individual issue over the years and going, okay, does the war on drugs work? Does gun control work? Does Social Security work? And looking at the arguments and looking at the data, comparing different countries. And basically, I was already a committed libertarian before I'd ever even heard.
No, I was committed before I heard it. It was like,
I'm libertarian. All or gone into deductive reasoning even a little bit. And
I was a libertarian before they were libertarians.
Libertarians. Very few just one day thought, you know,
also,
just started thinking really
I
hard,
got some jacks under my eyes because I have been trouble sleeping, but Jesus Christ.
The role of state in society. Almost all of them, again, they were probably tipped off by some kind of anecdotal piece of evidence. They saw somebody or some situation that was aggravated by a government policy, and then they probably examined that policy.
Yeah, who hit you? Who hurt you?
To the conclusion that they were not productive.
We're here to help you. We care about you. We are your friends.
I don't give a shit about you, dude.
You know,
there's a reason I wanted CJ on this show.
Interesting because when you debate statists about,
can you imagine CJ with this topic, Matt?
You know, Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid.
CJ would love this topic.
They are the anti-empirical ones, because when you,
but CJ's got work.
I feel comfortable.
No, he's
into the stance I have, either deductively or empirically. I don't think that there's a contradiction there.
He sent off the Abbey on a caravan holiday, so he's not in.
And I've taken the time to look at it.
Oh yeah,
from both ends. And
anyways, Folder.
When I debate people, I can usually choose which one I think is going to be the better.
We've gone through like 3 videos since last Folder, Angus.
No, you haven't.
So,
yeah, we have. Audience, back me up on this. How many videos have we gone out through since last?
With the welfare state, you could say, well, the welfare state has actually increased poverty. Poverty was going down prior to the institution of the Great Society. Since then, the amount of poverty has actually increased.
He thinks that science backs
there are theoretical reasons why this would be. You can point all this out, and the retort is never going to be a scientific one. They're never going to be empirical. What they will probably do is they will cite.
Renee's like it's been 100 videos.
Hypothetical example.
Renee's wrong in this situation.
They know.
I know what she's up to.
Either of which anecdotal, and then that will be proof.
Yes.
They will consider that to be proof. The program.
But seriously, Angus Folder
is acceptable and is worthwhile. So you can.
You know, it's not worthwhile.
Social Security is so easy to show how it's a scam, how it's a Ponzi scheme, how it won't work in the long run, how it's not even really working now. And they can say, "Well, I had a grandma, and she."
We were Folder, then big-titted blonde, and then this guy.
She benefited, hence the program.
Yeah. So I want to go back. Either
is justified. And empirically, you can say, well, hey, what about? I mean, even
this guy argues that science backs anarchy.
Ignoring the fact that there was a cost to that. You know, young people at work are poorer and will be poorer for the rest of their lives because they have to pay, you know, for that. And you're just to completely ignore that, to not even bring that onto the table when you're considering the efficacy of something is grossly unscientific. You know,
Didn't he
like
do the voice of Roger Rabbit? He looks like that guy.
If we were trying to look for a cure for cancer, and you know, we gave the cure to somebody, and their cancer died.
Patty cake.
They had heart failure because of the drug.
That's so
And
far
say,
back
well,
from my
the drug is good. The
Doesn't
drug works. It
look
cures
like he has
cancer. Well,
eyes.
yeah, and it killed the patient anyway. So
He kind of looks like 2D from Gorillas.
And
yeah, but ugly.
It just strikes me as so odd that we get.
I'll say it. I'd fuck 2D. There's a lot of people I'd fuck.
It's more like
Basically,
Murdoch, to be honest.
the one leg that they always
more like
almost always resort to
Panthro
is an
from
anecdotal one,
Thundercats.
or an emotive one. Like even if they can't think of an anecdotal evidence, I don't know how many times
I'll fight anybody on that one. Panther.
I don't care. It makes me feel good.
Thundercats.
Hey,
Fuck
are
everybody.
Thundercats covered with fur, or are they just that color?
They're just that color. Other than Lion-O, I don't think any of them actually have any fur.
And at the end, I'll even get them to admit.
Oh, and the two little bastards in that
anything that I've said,
alien
they
thing.
can't refute.
My question is, which Thundercats? Because the 80s Thundercats or the Cartoon Network Thundercats?
And then at the end, they just say, "Well, it doesn't matter."
The original.
It makes you feel good to think.
Well, Chitara had no nipples. She was naked.
Okay, so he's being anti-empirical, and then the other
naked.
Real obvious.
Well, they are
way
aliens. There's no rule.
General view of the necessity of government. You know,
but
when you make
I have
arguments
read
that
Thundercat
the state should run
fanflick
healthcare, or the state
porn.
should run education, or the state
Okay,
should run
Angus.
pension programs.
What?
Listen to all of those.
I have read Thundercat porn.
It's the idea that the government.
Okay, first of all, if you're gonna talk about Thundercat porn, can you turn down the fucker in the background? He's way too loud.
Okay, can you remember when I tried to start a series, jokingly reading with enthusiasm, fan fiction?
Yes.
No.
Yes, I remember this.
I mean, yes.
That's when I read it. And Chitara, she's a dirty bitch.
I don't think you can call her a bitch. She's not a dog.
She's a dirty female cat.
She's a feline. Okay.
She was dirty. She got on me a lot of stuff. Fucking not even Mumra.
Not even Mumra. Wait, Mumra all wrinkly or Mumra all buff?
I can't remember that much.
I'm pretty sure that when he transformed, that was his O face.
It's not as bad as CJ when he read out that Thundercat porn. Not Thundercat porn. He read out that Thomas the Tank Engine porn.
All right, I really gotta go. All right, guys.
That they're altruistic, that they're selfless.
Stay with us.
Being that,
I can't.
That they're
Bye.
also
Bye.
that they have not necessarily all knowledge,
since
but
there's two of
more
us,
knowledge
Folder.
than anybody else in society. Many orders of
The problem is that if we do Folder now, then he'll end up like
implicit assumptions.
It'll be something even longer, and it'll be past 9 o'clock.
Status arguments.
Yeah, but it'll be probably something more
Everybody
fun.
knows. Like it's weird.
I don't know about that. You put a lot of hurt in that folder.
I put a lot of fun in that folder too. Because there's some things I put in that folder because I'm like, look,
conceited.
This is cheesy and kind of shit, but it's also really super awesome.
People who will readily admit that will then go on to say, well, you know,
That's presuming I grabbed everything you gave me.
Have a greater control of our life.
I did give you a bunch of things, so there's a good probability that you grab some of it.
You know, whatever. And
you grabbed Mad Bull 34, so
you don't need deductive reasoning to realize that's retarded.
Like, I know you probably got some more of the public
retarded. You know, the
stuff.
It's one thing to.
Okay. Yep. Use your words. Come on. You can do it.
Really think it out and dot all your I's and cross all
you
your
wearing a
T's.
WWE
Really lay it out. You know, and
There's a Northwind
cross-sectional plan. But if your plan is Well,
There
the
you
government will
go.
just do it, and then you
Yep,
don't
yep.
even flesh
Your brains
out,
just
well,
come back
how is the
online, didn't
government
it?
capable of doing that? Is that even possible?
By the way, everybody in the audience is saying
free
Folder. Like
healthcare
Jim
even
even
possible?
said if he was on the show, he'd call Folder.
How many times have you heard someone say you need free healthcare or free education?
Can
How
we
is
at
that
least
possible?
skip this video? This guy is boring.
The doctors have to be paid, right? The buildings have to be heated and built and
This
maintained.
guy is the
None of
human
that is free.
equivalent
The only
of
way that
untoasted Wonder Bread.
free is if all the people
He's
who provided
melted
those
toast.
He is the
services were slaves.
blandest.
Even then, it wouldn't be free because you'd have to feed
We have
them.
20,
And so
19
if
minutes
you
to
have
go, and I'm going to get some hot dogs
decisions that,
after this show.
it's
I'm
just
good.
gonna be free. And you clearly have not even begun to
I'm
even
not.
think about
This is
what
shit.
you're advocating. You haven't even
I'm gonna go take a piss. I'm gonna say
made
Folder.
the most
I'll be back.
cursory second thought.
I'll just leave
You
it
want
there.
to be here for the next
object
video,
to that,
Matt.
people who
You want to
point
be here
out
for the
I
next
gotta
one.
pee, Angus. So
retarded it is,
Folder.
they're anti-empirical. They're the ones who are dogmatic.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna get it lost.
It's just astounding.
Why is he still audible?
I think there's something to be said that at some level, some
Why
people
can
are
we
just
still
more
hear him as he's
susceptible,
wandered away from the microphone?
emotionally driven. Everybody has reason. You know, the most emotional person in the world, if they're drowning, they will probably, grasp for a rope or try and do something rational to escape. Or if they're starving, they'll do something. But for reasons that aren't entirely clear when it comes to politics, a lot of people are just inclined to
not put their brain into gear like yourself.
And then to compound it, then when someone is rational, then they have the audacity to claim that they.
It's like he's winding down.
Not thinking.
Like he's so full of shit that he's starting to fall apart.
Can I just point out the
There's a possum out there. They fucking told you, Angus. I'd be back in time for the other video.
Can I just point out the hilarity of someone using an anarchist using a crown as their symbol?
Live free, FM.
Maybe it's not a sun crown. Maybe it's an eye.
Okay, so this is The Hobbit.
Oh,
Lord of the
God, fucking damn you, Angus.
The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, and Anarchism.
The author of The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and a
All
letter.
right, well, I have to go, guys. Bye.
No, you don't.
Political opinions getting more and
I know
more
you, Scarce. No, you don't.
the most improper job.
Don't know me.
You have nowhere else to go.
Million is fit
I have to go to my room.
all those who seek the opportunity. Tolkien's books, The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings,
They're all
have been read
anarchy.
and enjoyed by millions, both young and old alike.
Somehow.
But many fail to catch the political
How are they
meaning of
anarchy?
the books.
All right.
This video
Oh, yeah,
is
pause real
destroyed
quick.
Mordor? I don't know.
anarchy that is inter.
Okay, I've paused.
Okay, so for anybody who doesn't know, J.R.R. Tolkien famously hated people who read political messages into Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. Like, he fucking hated the people who thought the Lord of the Rings was an allegory for World War I because he thought that would be disrespectful to the people who fought in World War I to make, like, their suffering into a story about hobbits and dwarves and dragons and shit.
Oh, yeah, he was no anarchist.
Yeah, like...
He believed in King and country.
Yeah, that's the whole point of him making his fucking his mythos. He wanted, because famously, Britain's fucking like legends and stuff kind of for the Normans, because the Normans were really effective in wiping out the Anglo-Saxon influence on the culture.
Not as effective as you think.
So, like, I mean, yeah, there's still stuff that still remains, but, like, Tolkien kind of wanted to basically kind of do what, like, the opera, like, what's his name? Wagner? Is that the opera guy? I can't remember the guy who, like, the German guy who did, like, the Ring cycle and
Wagner,
shit.
yes.
Yeah, like him. He wanted to basically do like that kind of stuff, but for like Britain. So like kind of like how like the Ring Saga is like the like a best hits of like Norse mythology, kind of like a best hits of like British Britannia mythology.
British Britannia mythology.
I'm just gonna play
story, The Lord of the Rings.
I just wanted to explain, like, J.R.R. Tolkien would have hated this fucker.
And anti-heroes of the book,
more than the hippies, probably.
Anti-heroes?
J.R.R. Tolkien
is a voluntary.
The only anti-hero I can think of is Gollum, and that's through circumstance more than intention.
Duty is to be the postmaster.
By the way,
well,
real
the main
quickly,
duty of
fucking
the watch is to protect the Shire from the
hobbits do have a form of
government try to wander in from the outside.
They do.
There is no outward authority in the Shire. All families of the Shire are authorities to themselves.
No, they're not.
Rules that they live
by.
because
the hobbits
don't they have like a council of elders or some shit?
Voluntarists.
They have a council.
There is
it's not really a council of elders, but they have like basically like their equivalent of like a mayor.
They've got shires and a mayor. Yeah. What the fuck did this guy read?
Other such matters.
Because in the book, like, you know what? That's probably what he's going to use in the book. The mayor of the Shire is corrupt, and he teamed up with fucking Sauron and Wormtongue after
Lord of the Rings also has.
Sauron doesn't die at the fucking tower.
Sauron is
there's like this weird kind of whole bit of like Sauron taking over the fucking the Shire. Not Sauron, Saruman.
To seduce the elves into his service. The rings of power grant whoever wears them.
You don't know the mythology of Lord of the Rings, do you, pal?
To rule them all.
He doesn't have to. He can just make shit up
for himself. Gave him power.
He's watched the movies. That's what it is.
Rings can be viewed as an
He's seen Radagast the Brown, and he thinks that actually happened in the books.
Yeah, my also brings up a good point. Like, even though Lord of the Rings is kind of like the predecessor for a lot of modern fantasy, it's not really a fantasy book.
Here's the thing:
like, there's fantastical elements and shit, but like the Hobbit book is definitely like a fantasy kind of like.
Gives the possessor.
The Hobbit was written for children.
Yeah, the Lord of the Rings again is written like this pseudo
and one reason
like Beowulfy kind of style.
And can I just point out that there's kings,
even more so the Silmarillion.
There's kings, there's princes,
anybody's ever read
all over the books.
Once the ring is discovered to be in the Shire, Gandalf entrusts
a symbol of fucking authority. Gandalf.
Upon his journey,
the Council of the Wise,
chosen because he is simple and good-hearted.
That's not why he was chosen.
Those qualities, any other bearer would be quickly corrupted by the power of the ring. Along their journey, the Fellowship of the Ring comes across a creature known as
I guess who started getting corrupted by the power of the ring? Frodo. This is why Sam had to carry him up that fucking mountain.
The One Ring.
Bilbo was fucking corrupted too.
Precious. It is explained that Smeagol.
In fact, Bilbo was the purest because he lasted longest.
You're right, Angus. This guy doesn't know the fucking mythos.
Of the ring was transformed.
Like
into the hideous
hobbits weren't immune.
Through this
to the ring's influence, they were resistant to it. They would still be corrupted, but it was a lot slower.
Transforms you into something less than what you are. What's more, the power of the ring becomes addictive, much like the power of the state.
Or drugs.
The power of the state is addictive.
Or alcohol.
Danger.
Or anything that can make you feel good, like sex.
The power of the ring is addictive, like heroin.
As long as good-hearted people.
The power of the ring is addictive like alcohol. The power of the ring is addictive like porn. The power of the ring is addictive like video games. The power of the ring is addictive.
They would not.
Oh, okay, sir.
I think the big
calm down.
difference for me, The Hobbit,
much like the power
versus the Hobbit versus Lord of the Rings, is the Hobbit has a lot more like just bullshit, like fantasy logic in it. Like, oh, the eagles come in and they help.
The power of the state.
Here's the thing.
By a good man,
Lord of the Rings,
change that good man
as a
and
series,
turn it evil.
it's an alright fantasy
The power
series.
of the state, when not possessed by
It's
a
not
good
bad.
man, will constantly be
There's better
sought
written.
after by
No.
evil
Here's
men.
here's the funny thing about the Lord of the Rings,
Logical.
and why I think ultimately the movies did as well as they did. Fantasy movies have like
Gandalf knows
a huge
the
genre.
only way that Middle Earth can have peace.
Like
is
maybe
to
They tried.
the power
maybe
of the
the
ring.
80s. Like
destroy
there's
the
probably
ring itself.
there's a lot of
Much
fantasy
like the
movies
power
during
of
the
the
80s,
state
but
when it
like
comes to regular Earth.
They tried, but unfortunately the funding was shit, so they never actually took off.
The power of the
yeah.
state.
So I don't know if I've ever brought this up before, but like I call it the John Carter problem.
How then can they be trusted?
Where John Carter Mars, when it came out, it flopped because, like, and I think the big reason is John Carter was like one of the first modern sci-fi things out there.
Okay,
basically every. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
The story of your enslavement.
How
What?
it came to
Okay.
be, and how you can
So
find it.
basically, John Carter, like everything in sci-fi since John Carter has basically built upon John Carter.
and
Um,
exploit.
You realize
everything-
those chimpanzees would tear you apart, right, dude?
First, we mostly hunted and fished and ate off the land, but then
Yeah, John Carter the movie was crap, but like
terrible happened
you
to
could
our minds.
probably do a decent John Carter movie
became
series, but the big problem is there's nothing really super unique about it.
And a few
Thing John Carter did, something else has done it better.
out of a great
Death
tragedy.
is the ultimate state
even
if
greater
you believe
responsibility.
in death as a figure. He is the
Even when it
ultimate
becomes
government.
Like it's
of injury. And
it's also the
indignity
problem with fucking Ender's Game.
controllable.
Like Ender's
And
Game
so
came out way too late in the young adult
in a way that no
sci-fi
other
fucking
resource could ever
movie craze.
Anyway,
It's
Why-
a resource for any human being to control.
Sorry.
It's not
I just
natural
have,
resources
I'm
or
just
tools or
like,
animals or land.
so basically my whole point with Lord of the Rings is it got lucky because there's not never been a huge flood of fantasy
You
movies.
can frighten an animal because animals are afraid of pain in the
Oh.
moment.
Everyone's afraid of pain.
Is that a man or a woman?
Except
Those are
masochists.
nice
They
tits.
love
Confused.
Torture or imprisonment.
That's a man.
Because
Hitting a puppy.
animals
He's got some nice
sense.
He's kicking a puppy, Matt.
I know he's kicking
You
a
cannot
puppy,
threaten a cow with torture or a sheep with.
but I gotta say he's got some nice
You
tits.
cannot swing a sword at a tree and scream at it to produce more fruit.
And this is
Also,
Molyneux.
Folder, I don't
I
like
suspect this is Molyneux.
Demand more wheat.
Fuck this folder. I don't like this.
I don't know. I do know I have some Molyneux in here, and we haven't faced him yet. So,
But you can
Folder,
get a man
Angus.
to give you his eggs by threatening him.
And he's ruining Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
This human farming has been the most
No,
profitable
folder.
occupation throughout history.
E-I-E-I-O,
Reaching its destructive climax. Human society cannot be rationally understood until
Scourge
it's
is
seen
there.
for what it is.
I'm
Is he?
here. I'm just not giving a shit.
Human farmers own human
Say folder. It's
livestock.
only two of us.
It's almost
I know
over.
Scarce is there. I
People get
know.
confused because
Is
governments
it?
provide
He
healthcare
might have
and
picked a
water,
long
education
video
and
for
drugs,
last.
and thus imagine that there is some
That suggests I picked them.
benevolence at work. Nothing
The show's
but
almost
further from
over.
The
I
reality.
can see you fiddling with some of the titles occasionally,
Farmers
Angus.
provide healthcare
I
and
don't
irrigation
pick them. I just plays them and picks
to
them.
their livestock.
I don't pick them. I just plays
We'll get
them.
confused because
Dot,
we are
dot,
allowed
dot.
certain liberties, and thus imagine that our governments protect our
We
freedom.
didn't pass it to our children in the blood. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
We're so late in the
Reagan.
show. I'm just gonna talk about Spider-Man.
and will allow certain animals
That's
larger
great.
scale
I don't like the stuff.
You really want to quote Reagan of all people.
Yeah, that's really dumb.
Your
Hey, man, it was really good. I loved it.
Your farmer grants you certain freedoms, not because he cares about your liberties,
I hope
but
they
because
make
he
more.
wants to increase his profits.
Oh, look. All white people.
Are you beginning to see
Don't
the nation
bet on me, you whitey.
we're born into? There have been 4 major phases of human farming. The first phase
What are we talking about farming?
direct and brutal human compulsion.
Because
Human bodies were controlled, but the creative productivity
apparently
of
we
human
whip
mind
people
remained beyond the reach of the whip.
Okay,
the brand,
great.
The shackles.
Great. Just terrific.
Slaves remained woefully
Oh, here we go.
underproductive and required enormous resources to control.
I mean, slavery wasn't always like this. It was just when the Dutch decided to control
The
it.
second phase was the Roman model, wherein slaves were granted some capacity for freedom, ingenuity, and creativity, which raised their productivity. This increased the wealth of Rome, and thus the tax income of the Roman government. And with this additional wealth, Rome became
a thing,
destroying the economic freedoms that fed its power, and collapsed.
Does this hurt you, Angus?
I'm sure
Does
it
this
does
hurt
not
you?
seem
I'm glad if
entirely
it does.
unfamiliar.
No.
You're making noises like you're in pain.
After the collapse of Rome,
Pain
feudal model
noises.
introduced the concept of livestock ownership and taxation.
No, I'm
Instead of
good.
being directly owned, peasants farmed land that they could
Are
retain
you?
as long as they
Yep.
paid off the warlords.
I'm completely ignoring the
Eventually broke down
terrible,
due to the
terrible
continual
history.
subdivision of productive land, and was destroyed during the enclosure movement when
You know,
land was consolidated.
I mean,
And
despite the fact
thousands
that
of peasants were
slavery
kicked off
was completely
their
different
ancestral
up
lands
until the
because
1700s when the Dutch decided to start slavery, and then that's when the modern slavery that America puts with
the
slavery.
increased productivity of the later Middle Ages
Yeah,
created
the best
extra
form
food
of
required for the
slavery.
expansion of towns and cities,
Say,
which in turn gave rise to the modern
USA.
democratic model of
USA.
human ownership.
Also, Godless Engineer is having
This
his
peasants
10,000
flooded into the
subscriber
cities.
special.
A huge
Oh, that's nice for them.
of cheap.
I guess he's too big for us to ever come back on.
I've not asked him.
And
If
the
I
ruling
asked him, I'm
class of
pretty
human
sure he
farmers
would.
quickly realized that
Yeah,
they
he
could
probably
make
was.
more money
He's
by
a good
letting
bloke.
their livestock choose
I don't
their
think he's
own
British, so I don't know why I call him a bloke.
Under the democratic model, direct slave ownership has been replaced by the mafia model. The mafia
This is
rarely
dumb,
owns
Angus. I hate it.
The mafia model.
You made anarchism not
from the
fun.
business owners.
You made anarchism not fun.
You are now allowed to choose your own occupation, which raises your productivity. And thus the
Unless you're a slave, you're always allowed to choose productivity of your choice.
Because this is the time in your life when you still have your choices. And it goes by so fast. When you're a teenager, you think you can do anything.
Is that a discount Rob Schneider?
30s, you raise
Wait,
your
no,
family,
that can't be right because Rob Schneider is a discount Rob Schneider.
Gutenberg. Baby. I don't know. I don't
It is
care anymore.
Gutenberg,
I just
yes.
want this fucking shit to be over.
It is Gutenberg, yes.
1 minute.
but it doesn't matter because you can't hear it anyway.
So is Gutenberg, is Schneider the discount Rob Steve Gutenberg or
Rob Schneider is the fucking Dorian fruit of fucking Hollywood. It's just fucking hideous. And he smells like an onion and he's a piece of fucking shit.
I'm being reliably informed that it's Billy Crystal.
Because they are profitable to your owners.
If anything,
The great
Steve Gutenberg is the
challenge of the
rip-off Billy
democratic
Crystal. I
model
would
is
say
that
that.
increases
Yeah, he is. Yes.
threaten the farmer.
And yeah, I should have recognized
Classes
Billy Crystal
immediately
from
profit
Steve
from a
Gutenberg.
relatively
I
free market in capital.
Yeah,
I had a lot to
As their
do,
livestock
so
become more
meh.
used to their freedoms and growing wealth. They begin
I
to
feel I'm
question
getting
why
tired
they need
again. I'm
rulers
so tired.
to control.
Slap yourself in the face again, Matt. Go on.
Nobody ever said that human farming was easy.
Not for this shit.
Keeping
So
the
where's
tax
the
lives
welcome
secure in the
death now?
compounds of the ruling classes
Stop
is
this
a
video.
three-phase process.
Oh, I agree, Monsieur.
To indoctrinate the young through
Ah,
government.
Labour
no,
killed my
Red
belief
Dot,
in Labour.
As the
Mr.
wealth of
Peanut.
What has the
Yes,
wall got to
rules
do with
are
anarchy?
universally inflicted in order to control the thoughts and souls.
I mean, admittedly, it's
just another brick in the wall.
It is about
Angus.
fighting control, but it's not about anarchy.
Through the creation of dependent livestock.
We don't want no
It's very difficult to
education.
rule human beings directly through force.
Scared.
All in all, you're
It
just
remains cripplingly
scared.
undeveloped, can be seen in North Korea.
Scarce is not here anymore. Please call back later.
By the way,
Hi, Scared.
told you you
Nope.
picked the one video for last.
How are you doing?
You're
There's you.
you're a bully, Angus.
Like, seriously, it's 9 o'clock. The show's over.
You know it ain't over until the video's over.
No, I know that the show's over.
It ain't over until the show's over.
Will then
Okay.
attack
Scarce,
any other cows
Scarce,
who point out
Scarce. I'll
the
distract
violence,
him. You run.
hypocrisy, immorality of human ownership.
I'm not gonna make it. For once, the black man will live in a horror movie.
One officer near his head,
Except for Get Out, because that was black people.
Well, okay.
Veteran BART officer stands,
Oh.
draws his weapon.
Can we get back to the Lord of the Rings shit?
Angus. Don't
Yes,
look
man.
at the video. Don't look at the chat.
If you
I'm distracted.
Nobody brings up the situation. You don't have to.
No, but seriously, it's 9 o'clock. I have to go now.
Here come the Japanese or Chinese.
Who become dependent upon the stolen
Goodbye,
largesse.
Calvin. I love you all. I will see you later.
Functioning of the virtue of human
Angus,
life
what's that behind?
and the intellectual and artistic
Let me Scarce, run.
dependent upon the farmers.
That guy should be dead. He got hit from behind with a kosh.
You will harm
He
your
should be
fellow.
unconscious or dead, not being able to get into a fucking classroom.
The livestock are thus kept enclosed.
I know the Scottish
The moral
weakness.
responsibility for the
What's
destruction
that?
of
Go for the
human
knee.
system to those who demand real freedom.
Your knees. I don't know. I just made that up. Everybody
Everybody
knows a Scotsman has a second tendon on their knee.
I don't have
They
any.
die.
This map.
Google that shit.
This system of
I
human
have
farming
no
is
weaknesses.
now nearing its end.
Why do I
The
recognize this
terrible
movie?
tragedies of modern Western economic systems
Because
have
this
occurred
guy's
not in
just pulling a
spite of,
fucking thunderfoot
but
and
because of
clips from better
past
things because
economic
he's
freedom.
shit and he can't create anything
The
of his
massive
own.
increases in
He
Western
probably
wealth
didn't even
throughout
come
the
up with
19th
this
century resulted from
argument.
economic
Probably
freedom.
fucking plagiarized it.
And it was this
He's
very
probably,
increasing
he
wealth
probably fucking
that
pulled a
fed the
fucking
desire
what's
and
that
power
guy who
of the
fucking
state.
a fucking video.
Whenever the livestock become
He probably took this from a slightly
in the number of farmers.
better video about anarchism,
The growth
and
of the
he's
state
just
is always
making the
proportional
points
to the
shittier.
preceding economic freedoms. Economic freedoms create wealth. and the
Economic freedoms are against anarchy or
whose
something.
greed then destroys
Here, like,
economic freedoms.
Gee.
also,
In other words,
whenever he ends a sentence, just listen. You can hear him.
the cancer of the state. The government that starts off the smallest will always end up the largest.
I know his lips.
This is why there can be no viable and sustainable alternative to a truly free and peaceful society. A society
I
without
wish I was
political
fucking free of
rule,
this
without
goddamn
human
video.
ownership, without the violence of taxation and statism.
I wish we did live in a place like up in police. That'd be a delightful occurrence.
We avoid
Almost
the
over.
horror of our
You can
enslavement
survive.
because it is so painful to see it directly. We
Because
dance around
V for vendetta equals
You know what
freedom.
the Trump
the attacks of our fellow
They
livestock.
even do a good job of the anarchism in
But we
V
can
for
only
Vendetta.
be kept in the
Because
cages
Guy
we
Fawkes equals anarchism, despite the fact he just wanted to put a Catholic in charge, not destroy the government.
to see
Yeah, everybody knows like Catholicism is all about anarchy. Oh, thank Christ.
That's us. That's us for tonight, guys.
Everybody left me. I'm just in a date. I feel like a victim after like some kind of disaster. Like I'm just standing in front of my house and I'm like, what happened? Where am I? Where's the dog? Where's the dog?
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, night or day.